Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag.
And I'm Dolly Finn as a visitor tonight.
Hi, Dolly Finn. So good to have you on the show tonight. It's for an RPG. We're playing the next one, and we have a long intro. This is 15 minutes. And we're going to sit through and watch the whole thing. So yeah, this is a game that you wanted to see. I don't know if it's because you've played this or if you like the Enterprise this is based on.
I just like the Enterprise. I've never played it, so I'm very excited tonight to see this.
Well, you've also... Look, you're not in a wrong case for that because this never came out of the United States. I'll give you a sense also of what we're seeing here. This is Sailor Moon, Another Story, released in 1995 for the Super Famicom, the Japanese version of the Super Nintendo. We never got this. I was saying to you off screen, I said, I don't think we've gotten any game based on this Enterprise at all.
No, we haven't.
Shockingly in the US, I'm like, because remember, I mean, I guess you're here because you know what Sailor Moon is and have a perspective on itself. But I'm just thinking, like, wait a minute. You'd think with something popular like that, you'd get a game at least. We got that with stuff like Dragon Ball Z, or even in the 2000s, after Dragon Ball Z Budokai came on the PS2, you'd think, well, we'll get a game based on this somewhere. I think we might have gotten one that was like an, I don't know, like a activity studio thing on the PC, I think. I'll put an edit in the video when I edit this in a few days just to get a sense of that, or seeing this opening for this, because this is an RPG based on Sailor Moon, the next RPG we're doing, and you're also getting sort of the credits as we go along. Yeah, it's going to Crystal Tokyo, and this is a translated reproduction cartridge copy I have for this, so that's how we're going to be able to play it and understand what the story is. Yeah, going over to Crystal Tokyo, as the lore of Sailor Moon is, where there's science over there trying to figure out what's going on with the celestial objects, because the idea of Sailor Moon itself is that, okay, Sailor Moon doesn't have much memory, or nobody does, but they're descended from Queen Serenity, who came from the moon, and then they were reawakened when Queen Beryl came around, and all the other aspects. And this story, which is original for the Enterprise, is tied to the Sailor Moon S arc, which is, I think, the third or fourth season. But as I mentioned to you, I don't have a lot of experience with that later season. I was big on the first three, but for various reasons, I didn't see the other ones. But there's certain things I understand from this of what I've read.
Yeah.
I guess also for you, it's also going to be an idea of like what your take on Sailor Moon has been as a franchise or any other perspective. Yeah, also we're getting the Japanese names. We're going to be running the US ones to some degree. I mean, they'll show on screen as the Japanese ones. I'm going to say what they are as English. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, an epidemic spread across the people of the city. Because going into the idea of this game, which from what I understand, the perspective is that this takes place after Sailor Moon S, but it's kind of going back into some history of the earlier aspects of Sailor Moon specifically. And it's a bunch of new characters. The Opposito Senshi, as they indicate themselves, who are causing trouble and want to get the silver crystal, cause the world to be set. And of course, the Ginzushio, which I believe translates out to the silver crystal, I believe. So every time I played this, because when I played this, I grew up playing this on an emulator because we didn't have this way. Yeah, there is Queen Serenity along with Prince Darien and Luna, the cat assistant of Sailor Moon. Fine, Sailor Moon and Queen Serenity kind of going to that. So yeah, that's the idea of what this is.
Okay.
I guess, but as I said also, despite my knowledge of Sailor Moon, I also am not 100% on this game. As I said, maybe it's because we didn't get this. And as I said, it's also, I guess, a little bit of uncharted territory for us as a show, because we've done sort of import games, sort of, but nothing like this. And I said, we're lucky to have gotten a fan translation, which this is the 1.0 version. There are other later revisions. Actually, the Brain Scratch Commentaries channel did one, or they did a play of the later one, which is more accurate from what I understand. But this was a fan translation case. This is not like, it was officially released. So it might be a question of, is this illegal? It was like, look, I paid $60 for this cartridge at MagFest for the purpose of, like, I wanted to pay money for this to show that, hey, I want to have a support this way and have the ability to play this. But yeah, I'm talking over this because, this is long.
Was this 1993 they were first released, the video games?
There were a bunch of them, that came out, from what I understand. Actually, I know ElecVerse, who comes on the show every so often, he said to me that there was one of the fighting games that was by Arc System Works, who made BlazBlue and made Dragon Ball FighterZ. I mean, right there, I'm thinking, well, we got Dragon Ball FighterZ a couple years ago. How about the Sailor Moon Warriors game, like, fighting thing? Like, where you have the look of how Dragon Ball FighterZ was, with the Sailor Moon characters really beating the crap out of each other, which this was on Super Famicom, and I guess there were a couple on Mega Drive as well, and a couple others on PlayStation. But yeah, going back to this franchise in Japan, it was a big one over there, and they got a lot of games because of Bandai, who published it.
20 games by 1998 were released.
And we got none.
I know, and they said the games of 1995, 200,000 to 300,000 games
were sold.
Yeah.
Which is not bad when you consider that, I guess. Also because, as I said, I think the most advanced system that got a game based on this was the PlayStation 1, I believe. So, I mean, yeah, I guess that's saying something, especially it was later, I guess, for some, because this was sort of late. This was 1995. This was...
Yeah.
The PlayStation 1 had already launched in Japan by the time this came out, and so did the Sega Saturn. So, the idea that, I guess there was attention that wanted to be paid about the RPG of Sailor Moon.
Yeah.
While they're trying to figure out some of the comment. I mean, yeah, look, I'm not trying to, it's like, be, mean to the storyline of this. It's a long intro, though, and as Nocturne said when I showed her this game, she's like, it's kind of droning with the music, but it's also the kind of thing like, okay, fine, setting up a lot of this story, but it's all here. It'll be on the YouTube site when we have it, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm giving a little of the gist of what we're seeing here, while there's having the dialogue going there of like, hey, Queen Serenity wants to protect the peace of the universe, which is usually the case, and, well, yeah, how it's going to tie to, the Ginzuishu. I just call it the Silver Crystal, I'm sorry. I'm running the US continuity, I guess, as far as, like, some of the names of this. I know there's some people who might get a little, persnickety about that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll acknowledge that the game is going to say them all as far as, the Japanese names. It was like, yeah, if I'm not going to be one-on-one with that, that'll be the case. Like, for example, there is Serena, or Usagi is Japan, as well as, Rini, her daughter, as the show goes, or, Chibi Usa, as, her Japanese name. Yeah, here are some of the bad guys of this, or girls in one case. That's Sin on the left there, and I think... I'm trying to remember who the guy on the right is. I'll put an edit on that. Hey, ElecVerse, good to see you tonight for Sailor Moon Another Story. We're starting the next RPG in the line, and I have Dolly Finn here, who wanted to see this. So yeah, she is here with me for part 1 at the very least, and welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed the show tonight, and feel free to let us know anything you got on Sailor Moon, and if you've played this Japan-only game, which we're seeing with a fan translation that I have, or the reproduction cartridge copy that I got of the 1.0 version. Look, I'm not aping off of the Brain Scratch commentary channel's play of this from about a couple months ago, because yeah, they're running a better version. They're running the 2.5 translation, I think. But yeah, fine, we're running the 1.0. So we're going original this way, as much as is the case. Yeah, because they're working for Lord Apsu. But yeah, that's what's going on. They came to Crystal Tokyo in the 20th century at the time when this came out. And there is Rini and Serena, who are, oblivious to what's going on for now, but yeah, they'll find out.
Hello, ElecVerse.
Yeah, good to see you as well, and glad to have your acquaintances tonight on the Sailor Moon case as far as the next RPG in the line, because it feels like we haven't done an RPG in a while, but we kind of had some aspects going with Mega Man Legends, sort of RPG-ish, kind of. But yeah, alright, so, Chibiusa, yeah, which is really fun, so, like, fine, Japanese perspectives names are going to be on screen, but we'll also go English that way. Yeah, so Serena has vision from the future, which I guess goes to some other aspects of how Serena is on the show. She's this happy-go-lucky person who's also kind of, all about, I guess being prideful, but at the same time when, shit hits the fan, she's going to be able to handle things and fight for her friends and everything. Yeah. And what's about your boyfriend in it, going into Darien. Because remember, on the show, it's the idea, like, she hates Darien initially, and he hates Darien, or Mamo-chan, which is his Japanese name. And just the idea of, like, yeah, he always called her Meatball Head because the things on her head are, like, the bangs or the little balls of hair. I think it was something different for Japan, and I think it was also something different when Sailor Moon Crystal came around a couple years ago, which was, like, a retranslation of a lot of the stuff we had. The initial dub, which was Deke, going back to the early 90s. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting case of it, and feel free to hit us with anything Sailor Moon you got. We'll definitely be sharing our memories of it as well.
Yes.
I guess then... Dolphin, I'll open it to you. Okay, I played this before but never finished it. Actually, I'm the same case. I played it on emulator years ago, so we will finish it. I actually realized this might not be as long a game as I thought it was going to be. It might be 3 or 4 months for this one. We're going to be running the 5 so hours for it, and then we'll pick it up each month until we finish it. But, yeah, it's an interesting case of that, and I think it is worth showing off, and Dolphin, since you wanted to see it, yeah, asking you shall receive in this program.
Absolutely, I love this. It was the first anime adaptation of, Takaguchi's manga.
Really? Okay. So that's the other thing about this, because it's pulling from the anime, but it's also pulling stuff from the manga as well on this one. I guess, to that degree, what is your experience often with Sailor Moon as an enterprise, if you'd like to go into that?
It was on very late at night.
Uh-huh.
But I actually turned to it not for interest, just because I wanted to see something, and then I just thought it was great. It was just fun. I thought it was just fun.
I mean, and also, you're coming to this a different perspective, because remember, I mean, the female perspective of this show, because you're thinking, like, well, all right, this is something that would appeal to girls specifically, and hey, rightly so. But then also, like, why did every people of any background really kind of get into this? And yeah, on the behalf of the moon, I'll right wrongs and punish triumph over evil, and that means you. So that's an interesting thing to come from as far as the idea of, like, being attached to this as far as, like, being in the demographic, maybe.
Yeah.
But then, like, people like me or other people might come to this and say, like, yeah, this seems like it might not be something for me, but it was. I guess in your case, yeah, you just got, I guess, what, attached to, like, the fun or the atmosphere of what it was doing?
Yeah, and I was just interested in it because there wasn't many that I saw. Anime, I always thought of it as more like male characters. And so when I saw this, I was very intrigued, and then started watching it, and I got hooked on it, as you know.
Yeah, that's an interesting case, too, and there are other animes that's happened to me with on top of this one. This was another case of that as well, because I guess let's talk about this, because you're saying on late at night, because we have another, this is the title screen, and this, Bishoujo Senshi translations. It was like a fan case for how they translated this. But I'll go into that for a second, because this was Toonami, was a big place in the 90s on Cartoon Network that had this. I remember, like, on Saturday nights, they would have this on really late, along with Dragon Ball Z and other stuff like Ronin Warriors and other stuff. Like, kind of like an intro on anime of the 90s as far as that, and some was kind of part of that.
That's
so,
actually when it took off, just because of that, when it went on the cable TV, and because I think people were watching Dragon Ball Z, I think it probably, that's how I got excited in it, because I was watching Dragon Ball Z, and then this was on, and you just kind of...
They kind of went together, didn't they?
Did.
Yeah, that was the case with that one. We can definitely do that when we do other stuff for Dragon Ball Z, or play games of Dragon Ball Z's, which at some point, I don't want to do the Fighter Z case, which is by the people who made BlazBlue. I'm thinking, like, yeah, like Richie mentioned when we did something a little while ago, that there were fighting games based on Sailor Moon Japan got that had, you know, were made by Arc System Works. We never got a fighting game like that. Can you imagine, like, a Dragon Ball Fighter Z take for Sailor Moon? That would be pretty incredible, and I would think there'd be feasibly a market for that, maybe.
Yeah.
But, I mean, but you're right as far as, like, the connection as far as Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon, and that was kind of how I did it in the sense, like, okay, I would kind of see Dragon Ball Z, and then this was on after. Like, well, you'd look at this and you say to yourself, wait a minute, in my case, like, wait a minute, is this something I would like with this? Yeah. But I don't know, there's something about it that did make this connection. And this is also going into some stuff with Sailor Moon, well, S, but also there's a little bit of the Super S, because it gets to the idea of Rini, the girl there, who's kind of in connection with, well, later on, she kind of has this sort of romantic element with a unicorn, but it's also this, like, but it's not quite that. It's something more. It's not as weird as it sounds. It's something different as far as how it goes, but even that's kind of a nebulous one to me. I'd say Sailor Moon is what the Powerpuff Girls would be, in that it's a show that's meant for girls, but that everybody fell in love with. That's a good comparison. Actually, it was like right around the time Sailor Moon was around that then the Powerpuff Girls came around to Cartoon Network. Or it started as a What a Cartoon block in 1996, I believe, and then it went into its own series in 1998. But that idea of, and I've sometimes said this before to you, which is that you'll have a case of something, whether it's a movie, a television show, a book, whatever, a game, you think it's aimed to a certain demographic, but then there's something about how well put together it is and how interesting it is that you sometimes think to yourself, all right, it's going to bring a lot of people to it and say, like, hey, to convince people, like, you're like, oh, would you like this show? So it's like perspective, like, wait a second, I'm outside of the target range in my case, but I still kind of was interested. And you're right, I guess, with the Powerpuff Girls in the sense that also kind of was a weird way kind of like anime inspired.
Yeah, I forgot
to some degree.
Them. I forgot about them. I like them
to a certain, you know, yeah. Although I remember when we saw the Powerpuff Girls movie when that came out, you were the one who was basically saying, like, yeah, I hate this movie. Can we stop watching it?
That's right.
And you hated it more, I think, more than I did. But all right, fine. We're done with the intro of the parade there, and we're gonna do Powerpuff Girls stuff. As I said, there are not many really good ones, but okay, there's one that I hear is supposed to be okay. That's Relish Rampage. But at some point we'll run to that. Yeah, okay. So we do have a save file on this. Yeah, just Bishoujo Senshi translations. This is the 1.0 version. There's a later one. But yeah, we have my two saves. There are two save slots on the cartridge, whether you're playing in Japan or this way. I have, yeah, that second one with the page 12. That's my practice file. I am nervous about something going on. I explained this to you earlier, and I forgot about this, even though I played most of this game years ago on emulator. But then I never actually finished it. Alright, we're going to start a new game, though. Hopefully we won't run into trouble when we get to Mercury's chapter over there. We'll do that a little later. Okay, so after that long intro, yeah, here we are with something more familiar.
That's right.
Yeah, of course, Luna the cat, who always spoke, and the way she spoke, it almost sounded like Angela Lansbury, but no, it was not. It was Jill Frappier who did the voice performance for that.
Oh.
Yeah, I looked up. I was like, I took my notes on this one because I want to make sure on that who played Marianne Disraeli in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, the busted one from about 6 or so years ago. As well as Fifi on another anime translation, Hello Kitty and Friends. But alright, we're not getting any English voices in this game, although we are going to get some voice of the Japanese, Seiryu, I believe is the term that they use for Japan to determine voice performances of characters like this. But yeah, Serena, wake up! Yeah, of course, there is Serena, or Usagi, you know, as usual. She's, you know, kind of in the bed, wanting just to sleep. Although, to be fair, that's kind of something the US translation kind of emphasized more than the manga or the Japanese versions. But still, you get that perspective here. It's like, yeah, there's something weird going on in town. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's something funny going on. Yeah, you also see some aspects of the translation, which is said, it's a fan translation. It's good as far as how it is, but you do see some weird things, like it's kind of repeating some of the same lines. It's like, hey, this is a fan translation. This is not like, hey, Bandai said we're going to translate this thing and release it to the US, which I'm still surprised, because Bandai did release merchandise for Sailor Moon over here. So I'm like, I thought maybe they'd bring the game over, but alas, no. Sure his imagination. They'll still got the people as well. Alright, be careful out there. Yeah, so she just goes back to sleep. And she's like, what? Yeah, get up and check it out. Yeah, I can say no. In fact, I'll say no.
Oh.
Look, Serena, get up! Yeah, she'll keep doing that, by the way, until I say yes. So it's like, the game will not start until I say yes, so I can only go so far. Alright, I suppose I better go. Alright, yeah, like Final Fantasy, you're kind of just standing in the bed. Alright. Also, yeah, we got our diary, which is going to be our use for saving and for doing everything else as far as our abilities and things. We also do saving, which uses that Luna ball over there, which goes to something that, Raye would run into. Also, I'm going to say, no, I don't get that. Paige will just explain it again. Alright, so yes, we're good. Alright, let's go. Alright, so yeah, Luna will walk behind me. I guess we're getting our chapter. These are set up chapters, by the way. Yeah, Chapter 1, Her Destiny, although the translation officially, I think, is Hell Destiny, but I think that's what it kind of got updated to. But it is Her Destiny, just Sailor Moon's destiny, like, to do all this stuff. So fair enough to that. Yeah, we'll see that, because, yeah, Raye had that constantly as far as on the show. You use this to save your game, we'll do that right now. Yeah, you do have your menu here. Whatever you talk to the Luna Ball, you have the access to everything in your menu, as well as saving. So you could save it onto the 2 files of the cartridge. I'm going to save it onto this one. And each time you save, you get a page. I don't know if it makes a difference as far as if you keep saving, you keep doing that. Alright, and I guess while we're here, we can also take a look at our items, which I have stuff for recovering health, Legendary Chalice for Sailor Moon and Mini Moon, Nagiri for recovering HP, as well as revivals when we have party members. Sorting items around rare items, which are kind of just key stuff like my Disguise Pen. Yeah, Disguise Power, although I don't know if we run into the Disguise Power case of this one, like in the show.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably going to be quoting the show, like, I'll tell you, I'll explain this. Over the past couple of days, I've been thinking, like, okay, I'm getting prepared for this, I know we're going to do this.
Yeah.
All these little quotations and things from Sailor Moon just kind of came back in my mind. Off of nothing, so it's gonna, I mean, I'll probably be pulling them out as well. Also, you have formations, which I realized when I was playing on the test play. This does make a big difference on how the game operates, because when we have party members or more party members, you can put them into a formation. You can also put Sailor Moon alone into a formation like this, and based on how you organize it, you put them further in the back, they might take less damage, but they'll do less damage. We put them in the front, they might take more damage, but do more, and there's one part in the game about 2 hours in that's going to be dependent on me having this, and also dependent on me having my levels set. Which is going to be, hopefully that turns out better than I thought it was. Okay, you also have your statuses as far as everything. You do get the information, yeah, it is Usagi Tsukino, which is her Japanese name, as opposed to Serena, I'm trying to remember her last name. But yeah, they do have that perspective, as well as, like, her attack, defense, speed, evasion, and yeah, she does like eating cake, so even, like, the Japanese continuity of this is sort of similar, as well as her attacks. Yeah, Moon Tiara Magic, which they do have that. So yeah, we could dust the villains when we run into them by pulling the tiara off and throwing it at them.
Okay.
I love that. Moon Healing Activation, and the Moon Spiral attack, which came later in the series, as well as Link Techniques, which I'll show it off later. You can kind of bust the game with that to a certain degree, as well as Puzzle. It's empty now, but what happens with that is you go in battles, you can pick these puzzle pieces up. I think you get something special if you have them all. Also, you hit the select button, and you have your options of stereo mono. Cursor type is memory or off, meaning that when you're in a battle, it'll show where your cursor is on the options. It'll hold it between battles. Text speed, so you can have it quicker or faster if you want, or slower. 2 is what it defaults to, we can keep it that way. text color. You can get a sense like what's the color of the text is going to play across. So you have it in yellow, you can have it sort of green, you have a full like white there, or the purple. We'll do the normal. And the background color, which basically the background here, because it is kind of, I guess it's kind of, this game is sort of letterboxed a little, but it's like, yeah, you can check the background to, whatever you want. What do you want to have it set at? The blue, the pink?
I like that.
This one, number 3? Okay, awesome. I honestly forgot about the disguise pen existing. Yeah, I don't know how I remembered the disguise pen existing. I mean, maybe I'm just remembering aspects of the TV show where she'd always pull it out and she'd, try and disguise herself for certain things. Or trying to get Raye set up with Chad, and you're like, no, don't do this. But yeah, it didn't work at all. Yeah, here's my brother Sammy.
Yeah.
What do you want, Serena? Get out of my room. Yeah, it's like, that's the idea there. It's like, yeah, my annoying brother Sammy. He is in this game, although he's just there, Yeah, we can go around, walking around the house. So yeah, we are in Serena's house. It is well replicated as far as the television show is concerned.
Yeah.
You do have your, by the way, your controls here. This is just walking around. You're walking on four up, down, left, and right on this one, as opposed to diagonal on some other stuff. You also have a run button, which is on the B button. You hold that and you run faster. But you also have a dash, which is on the L or R button. Let me show you this. I'm running just down here, just holding B button. That's fine. We hold R button down.
Ooh.
Yeah, just running down. You can also outrun the cars as we go out in the street doing this. I'm going to show that off because it is something interesting. X is your menu, by the way, so you pull out stuff to look at that. The Y button is, I'm trying to remember that, A is your select for everything and talk to people. Start button is also where you're doing the links. What you do here is you basically have options to set up link attacks with the other sailor scouts, or senshi as they're called for Japan. Same idea, though. And basically, I can start what these are right now, even without knowing where the other sailor scouts are. They're not with me, I just have Serena. Like, yeah, I could also do there, you pull out up to 3 or 2, and you hit the start button. Or, no, hit the start button and go out. Let me do this again.
Is that a cat there? Who's that?
Artemis.
Artemis, right?
Yeah, we will see Artemis later.
Luna's okay.
Yeah, Luna's
sort
of friend. See, it's all coming back, isn't it?
It's all coming back.
And that was my case as well. It's like, the idea is like, for all those years, she was talking to the machine in the video arcade. So like, on the other end, what am I going to do with Serena? Yeah. And then years later, she finds out it's Artemis. Like, you were behind that the whole time. What happened? Well, that's also because when Mina, Sailor Venus here, came into the picture, she also brought Artemis with her. And that's where everything gets. Okay, yeah, you do the link over there. You can have the 3 of the scouts over there. Hit the Y button. Yeah, by doing that, I got Healing Spray. Basically, that's a combo attack, and when we get into battles, I can show how this works. And what I'll also do at some points, I'll basically just mix every one of the Sailor Scouts here. And sometimes you get cases where you won't have a link. I'll show one that doesn't yet. I'll put out Sailor Saturn.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait, she does have one with Sailor Saturn. No, let me do Sailor Pluto and Sailor Saturn. Yeah, the link failed. Yeah, some characters will not necessarily have a link to them. I think part of this is also just based on, I guess, elements of the lore of the perspective of characters who have a connection. Like, for example...
Sailor Neptune?
Sailor Neptune, yeah. Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus over here.
Together.
But yeah, here's Sailor Mini-Moon, because in the anime and in the manga, Sailor Saturn and Sailor Mini-Moon over there, Marini, had a connection. So usually, yeah, they'll have that sense. But, like, yeah, there wasn't a connection with Pluto and Saturn. There is a connection, though, and I'll show this, because we may as well get into one aspect of some perspectives. This is Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune. They have a connection. They also say this one is obvious. Now, let me explain something to this. It goes to some translation differences, and there are a lot of people who don't like the translation of Sailor Moon that we got because they changed some aspects of it to kind of make it a little more, I guess, more family-friendly, so to certain perspective, because actually, based on the U.S. continuity, Uranus and Neptune, whose actual U.S. names I forget at the moment, I'll put a link in, or an edit in for those, they're cousins as far as the TV show, but as far as the actual lore of this for Japan, they're lesbian lovers.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, like, not a problem necessarily to that, but I guess the question, like, when they were thinking, like, I don't know if they're like, well, hey, take that out, which, you're like, wait a minute, why take that out? But then again, well... The idea is like,
maybe they thought.
Maybe, but I mean, also the idea is like, hey, something for kids, but also goes to the question like, well, Sailor Moon's not necessarily just for kids. You're proving that. I'm proving that. Like, you're proving that. It is like, it's still something that I think children went to. And I guess it goes to one thing, I guess with Japan at least, which is that, I'll do the other stuff with the links later. I guess the idea that in some cases, like, with animation, we went through this period in the US as well, where you didn't have, the question that was, were animated films and television shows for children necessarily? And then you kind of got past that a little. For Japan, that kind of never really was a factor too much, because you had a lot of stuff with, like, anime that there's for adults, including pornographic, feasibly. But point is, like, hey, there was more of, like, that perspective, like, this is a form of, expression as far as telling a story,
Yeah.
or, as I said, pornographically speaking, too. But, I
like
mean...
topics that kids wouldn't necessarily, that might scare children, like war and things like that, they still were. But in America, it was all... But when you think of fairy tales, even you know, Snow White and all that, they're scary, too, so...
Yeah, so,
I don't know.
honestly, Sailor Moon kind of goes to that as well when you really think about that, too. Alright, so yeah, here's my mother. Yeah, you're up early today. Yeah, which is a surprise. Like, yeah, she's like, yeah, I slept in late and I'm late for school, but... Yeah, we don't have school today, so we're fine. We can still go to school. Yeah, we're going out in town, so yeah, we can walk around a pretty big perspective. Well, not big, it's closed in a little bit. Yeah, we can kind of walk around Sailor Moon's town, and we can also talk to this guy. He will give me a full health recovery when I talk to him. Always lots of tired people. It's weird the way he just kind of comes around, like, oh, he's just there. Now, where's the exit? Alright, yeah, the exit's over on the right. But yeah, you can just walk around, you can talk to people. How'd I like to meet my son? He's very handsome. We're also going to get some of the differences I mentioned with the translation, like kind of more in a more adult direction, sort of a little bit, but not massively. As that goes back to what I was saying, like the idea of like stuff for children. Like, we have the Oscars tomorrow, where there's a documentary nominated, Flea, which is talking about something that's specifically about war, kind of history with war as far as Afghanistan is concerned, and that being something that feasibly, you know, the connection of children, maybe like, hey, you know, too much for them. But again, what happened with Japan? What happened with My Neighbor Totoro? It was put on a double bill with Grave of the Fireflies.
That's
remember
right.
that movie?
I was thinking of Grave of the
Which is a great movie, but it's also something like, hey, you know, the perspective, like, would that be something for kids? But they put it with a kids movie, but still Japan's perspective. And it was 1986 when that was released. Both of those, actually. Alright. If there's a little bit more I play this game, go to the Clock Shop and Game Center. So yeah, we're going to walk around town a little bit, because what I'm going to do is we have to go to the jewelry shop where Molly lives and where her mother works. But before we do that, you'll walk around the street. Yeah, I'm just holding the R button just to make that walk. Yeah, right there. I'm not running the car right there. And also, the car is just a delusion, so yeah, don't get hit into it. Also, by the way, if you go offside like that, that's weird. You can't go over there yet. I think Suzuruma mentioned in an anime panel, sometimes things have to be different in order to bring it to other countries. Yeah, that's probably what it was. You're right.
They were
a localization.
They were really trying to capture an audience in the United States. They didn't understand how they would react to that. But, you know, I think some of these topics, they're a way to talk to kids about things. Right?
No, yeah.
Anime's a way into these difficult topics.
Anime could be a book. You mentioned, like, good fairy tales and something. In some ways, like, the idea, like, you're right, bring up a conversation, but also sometimes the curiosity is like, hey, look at a different perspective of something or someone, and kind of getting that idea, too. And I think it's interesting because I never really minded the way they handled Sailor Moon for that, as far as this is concerned, but it is, the bookstore's closed. Not every shop is open, so that's some perspective to that. But you're right about that, the idea that, okay, you know, in some cases, like, well, how's that going to work for again, random other countries, but also just, like, children attached to it? Because honestly, I'll say this, despite the fact that Sailor Moon was, I guess you want to say, like, they censored it. Okay, they did.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't think, even with some of the changes that they made, it's one of those cases, we talked about this when we did Kingdom Hearts for part 4, when Nikki was in chat, saying about One Piece. We're talking about the different translations of One Piece, and like, hey, they did the 4Kids translation, where it's like, they're changing the idea that Luffy's hitting Kobe for that, or like, that seemed weird with the Japanese and even the English translation that came later went into that. It seemed like that's just a change where they're not really respecting the audience. This one, I got the sense they still did, despite that, despite those changes. And yeah, we're talking to people like there is Game Machine Joe. To be honest, to be honest, Zoisite works better as a woman. Yeah, we're gonna get into that because Zoisite of was a woman for the U.S. For Japan, it was a man. Although to be fair, looking at Zoisite, the thought with Zoisite is that some cases, well, you know, you could feasibly make the case either way, and I know there's other anime that went into this. I knew Inuyasha went into that with Sesshomaru as far as the idea, like, you look at Sesshomaru, you get a sense of, is Sesshomaru male or female necessarily? Right. But for the case of Zoisite was male as far as the other one, although, that's the other case, like, hey, you know, I don't necessarily think that even with a change like that, to necessarily say, like, oh, Zoisite, it's kind of an insult necessarily. I could get that perspective either way with Zoisite, not to mention the idea of, like, we're gonna see with some, we're gonna see Zoisite later a little bit. Yeah. As well as some of the other characters that said, here's Game Machine Joe. I mean, remember, the Rainbow Crystal perspective, like, Game Machine Joe had a crystal inside of him, and Zoisite was involved with, like, trying to get that out. You know, get energy for Queen Barrels. Like, that was always the idea. They wanted energy. Yeah, we were in the video game arcade. We can, talk to people. They'll tell us about things like, you know, walking and dashing.
I thought they were washing machines with seats in front of them.
Well, I mean, I guess the other thing is, like, no, I get that idea. It's like, because we're running on Super Famicom, or Super Nintendo, technically, so it's like, looking at what does it look like, for, like, a 16-bit console. I mean, and it does look kind of different. It looks like, I don't know, a ticket machine. Unfortunately, I can't play the Sailor View video game in here. Oh, okay. Which is, missed opportunity, I guess, but there you go. Oh, there you go. Game's really long. Well, I don't know if it's really long, but it's longer. Yeah, I'm gonna save each time. Also, at the end of each chapter, it will also say about saving. Also, luck. I want to talk about that. I know there's something about the luck that comes into this. It changes as you walk around from pretty good to pretty bad, very good, or certain things. I think that's in regards to how often you get into battles. Also, we talked to Andrew. The guy who runs the arcade. Who, Serena had a crush on, as did Lita. The way he's voiced by Susan Roman, you're mentioning that ElecVerse as far as that. And we heard Susan Roman last week when we played Mega Man Legends with Amelia.
Yeah.
For that. So yeah, she voiced Sailor Jupiter, or Lita, as we'll see later. But yeah, they both had crush on Andrew here, and yeah, they found like, where's you're like, I'm bringing Rita over. It's like, who's Rita? Your older sister? No, she's my girlfriend. And they totally flipped out, saying like, what's going on with this? Like, we wanted to be with this guy. But it was like, well, they were kind of like the crush case. But it was like, she's going away soon on a trip for her like entomology degree or something. So it was like, yeah, you know what? We'll be Love Scouts and handle this. And it was kind of weirdly hilarious as far as it. But yeah, that's where like all these weird things are coming back. Yeah, she wants to go in the toy store, she can't because it's closed. Also, this might be one of the other reasons. The cousin thing though for Uranus and Neptune made it worse. Yeah, that's true because they said it was their cousins for the U.S.
Yeah.
But it also introduced the incest angle because the idea is that the show makes it kind of explicitly indicated that they're romantically involved, but then they had to cut it down more for the perspective like, wait, that's gonna introduce that. So it's like, well, wait a minute, that made it like. Or it's like Poison. We talked about that with Poison from, was it Final Fight? Where Poison was a woman. Yeah, and initially, the Capcom was saying, like, people were angry, saying, like, wait a second, does this mean you're beating up women? He's like, no, he's a man in drag. And that created a very complicated thing over the years that they still had to try to figure out. Oh, yeah, we also do have Melvin. Yeah, the cerebellum, as is known in school. But there he is with the ideas. Yeah, with Naru-chan, which is Molly. Because remember, in the element of the show, he ends up falling for Molly, and she ends up falling for him as well. Or for a while there's like, Luna even was saying, like, you can't blame her. The only person who had the hots for Serena is Melvin the Cerebellum. Oh, you traitor. Alright, but that was later. Alright, but yeah, this might be the reason for the translation, which is like Coca-Cola. So they do have that. They don't have to take that out, although it would be like Shenmue, where they just turn it to Jet Cola. Okay, before we go to see Molly, or Naru-chan, I'm coming to the store. Alright, I want to see what I can afford on stuff. Because I want stuff for recovering health, but I also want to see about fixing all your accidents. That's regarding status effects. We'll see those later. EP, which I believe is like event points, I think, or something. It's going to your magic, and we'll use stuff with magic. There's nothing here that I'm set to. I think we're fine. But that's an interesting point as far as like the translation. So it's like, hey, they work in one way, but they don't work in another way.
When he said you're looking healthy today, I thought that's not a compliment. I mean, what?
Well,
that's trying to tell her she looked nice, right, or something. But
I guess so. I mean, maybe it's also the idea of like the thought was like the perspective of her being liking food is what the show kind of goes into, but sort of not. Well, yes and no.
She likes cake.
Yeah, you're right.
That's her hobby.
You're right. That is. It's not like the regular one goes into that. Actually, one thing I did come in the clock store specifically because I did want to at least show off, well, the clocks and the watches and all that, but also these icons of the wall. This is what's going on with the battle stuff, and I'm at least going to go into each of these just to showcase off. It's also for me, too, because as I said, I didn't have as much time to practice this game this week as I thought I would. So I was like, yeah, I just want to understand. All right, so we're going to see some icons when we go into battle. The one with punching there is attacks. It's a physical attack. Yeah, thank God the LGBT are more accepted these days. Yeah, that's true, but I mean, also the idea of, you're right, the perspective, like, how that's taking as far as, like, telling a story with this, and then also, I guess, the idea of what that was. As I mentioned with the thing with Sailor Uranus and Neptune, that was later, so I honestly did not really get to see much of the show with them to see how the translation we got initially handled it. So, I mean, so in that case, I can't really speak to that. As I said, it was kind of after S I fell off, not because I wanted to, but just because I didn't get the chance to see that. Alright, but yeah, the fighting, use your accessories to on your physical attacks, use your special techniques. Yeah, so basically we could, dust our enemies with the Moon Tiara magic, do the linkage with, link techniques, the thing I was showing earlier with the other Sailor Scouts, for combo attacks between Scouts with Senshi, a lot of possible combinations, and formation techniques, which I believe these are in regards to those formations that I showed in the menu. I'll show those off eventually, I think, as well as items, which I believe this is a reference to the show as far as, like, the bunny, like, bag she has, and I think some of the later airs of it.
Yes.
Which actually, I think that's the idea of like what Serena's supposed to be like. Defense, where you can do defense with so you don't take as much damage. And well, the theme song of the television show that we got was saying about how she's fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight, never running from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon. Yeah, we could totally shit all over that by saying, no, we're gonna run from a real fight, by saying escape. Yeah, you could run off from a battle if you want. Who are your favorite scouts? What would you say? It's a tough one as far as that, don't you?
It is tough.
And we'll see the other ones as well. Yeah, your heart is pounding in fear, we can run. It was like, yeah, I mean, there's something to be said, I guess, about Sailor Moon in the sense of the start. I mean, I guess now that I think about it, I always thought Amy, Sailor Mercury, was pretty interesting as a character. Also, the idea is, like, we'll see actually some stuff with her as well. I just want to see if there's anywhere else in town that I missed to do before we go see Molly. What would you say as far as that?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, because there are definitely a lot of Sailor Scouts, or Senshi as it is. Oh yeah, the Hikawa Shrine, which is where Raye is. We'll find them later. Yeah, I guess feel free to answer that question like first on top of that while we're walking around. Yeah, there's nothing else I think we know too. Although there's also hospital. Sailor Venus.
Because
Mina.
She was the longest of any of them.
Mm-hmm.
The longest of them. But I think ElecVerse said something great there.
What was that?
About saying that thank goodness that LGBT...
the exceptions.
Yes, absolutely. I think Japan was way ahead of America, and they were afraid to probably let that happen in the 90s here, afraid how it would be received, but I think it's brilliant.
In some ways.
Now,
but see,
we need to learn to be accepting of everybody.
Yeah, although that's interesting because it sometimes works the opposite way on top of that, because Nocturne has Ribbit King on GameCube. We're going to play that at some point. I don't know, maybe that had to do with the translation. It is arguably extremely homophobic for that, which is well, it's fine. We're playing it. Doesn't matter. But I mean, point is like, and from Japan, they have some perspectives or hang-ups of other things where they, like, for example, like with Dragon Ball Z we're mentioning, Mr. Popo, they thought like that's a perspective of blackface, but it was not. Japan didn't take it that way because it was this take of, you know, like it's supposed to be, I think, based on Shinto legend, but like they did like translations over here, they kind of changed some stuff like Jinx with Pokemon, in the case of that. If you asked me a kid, I'd say Sailor Jupiter because I liked strong characters then, but now I like more intelligent characters, so I'd say Mercury. Yeah, which is interesting as far as that with Sailor Jupiter. We'll get to see all of them in a second. You know what? Let me go to the clock shop. Or not the clock shop. Let's go to the what is it? The jewelry shop. Yeah, but I always liked Jupiter or Lita specifically as far as like the energy she has. She was thrown out of her previous school by fighting, as it was. But it's like, well, she also was good at cooking. All right, so yeah, here's Molly, who's voiced with a New York accent on the television show. I'm trying to remember who voiced Molly. Okay, so didn't take it down. I'll put a link in for the purpose of that. You're right to that. It's like the idea, like the perspective of, I guess maybe Japan looking at that and saying like, okay, we're fine. This perspective to it, but then the question like, what did other countries, think to that? Like, what would that be going to? Which is why they changed it. And the question like, all right, where are certain countries, ahead of the curve on certain things, culturally speaking, and not? And it's a very interesting perspective that, and that's kind of, when you really think about it, something that Sailor Moon kind of do, even as far as like the perspective of like the girls doing this, like not necessarily that was not a factor.
Yeah. In
a lot of places, but still just the idea like, okay, it's kind of reflecting that too. I would say Mars is a close second. Yeah, definitely a good choice to that.
Venus fights for justice.
She does, yeah. It's a Sailor V video game, because remember, she was there before, Serena was involved. But yeah, we got, Molly getting attacked by a diamond, which I guess is the Japanese take for demon, I believe, for this. But alright. So yeah, we are going to transform. Alright, this was later in the series, so we have the Moon Cosmic Power makeup, as opposed to the initially Moon Prism Power, I think it was the Moon Crystal Power? Yeah, the powers of transforming changed. I know that for a fact. Alright, so Moon Cosmic Power makeup. Hold it. Okay, so there you go. We do have our Sailor Moon case of that. Yeah, who are you? Yeah, for love of justice, I'm the sailor-suited pretty soldier Sailor Moon.
Yay.
There you go. She attacks helpless girls and her mother in that case. In the name of the moon, I will right wrongs and triumph over evil. And that means you. Yeah, see, that's where this is coming off. Like, I just looked at this when I was doing the test plays. Like, it all just came falling out again. And it's kind of the thing of, like, I probably should just go back and start watching this thing again of, I guess, the VHS tapes I have. Or, I know there's a lot on Hulu now. I think the Sailor Moon Crystal's on there. I probably should take a look at it. Yeah, what impudence. And yeah, we're gonna fight. Yeah, this is Persian Kurt and, or Persian Cut? Persian Cut, okay. Yeah, I was like, sometimes I didn't know if there was that. Alright, so we're getting battle, and actually one thing to this, this, I believe, is the first, demon that she fought on the show. And they're tying in stuff for that. Alright, but here's the deal. We have our action icons I mentioned before. You have the little, health down there. If you go down to 0, you're dead, so I don't want that to happen. I'll see if I can avoid that later on. And the crystals are your experience points, or your event points. You use these on your magic.
Or the tiara.
Yeah, no, we have to beat it. No, we have to do what the show is. Well, no, the way to do the show is gonna be, fine, let's replicate the show to start. I can't run away.
Okay.
We don't have Tuxedo Mask to come in here yet to save us. It's the heart statue that almost took Serena's heart. Yeah, I think I remember that part. That was, I think, in... What arc was that in? Was that in R, or was that in S? I'm trying to remember. Elaborate on that. But alright, yeah, fine. Yeah, she runs away, and then Tuxedo Mask comes in, throws the rose, and so like, yeah, you know what, you can do it. And they're like, fine, she'll do a kick or something, so let's do that. And cause damage. Yeah, no, I just want to make sure I don't die. Oh, okay, fine, I didn't dust him. I was trying to do enough and then dust him. Like, alright, fine. Oh, that was the Sailor Moon S. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Alright, so I might have missed that part of it. 3rd season. Okay, yeah, I think I might have missed that part as far as... Alright, when you beat a boss or beat an enemy, you experience points and yen, money. So yeah, we can spend money on stuff, as well as items sometimes, and puzzle piece. If you fill that out completely at the end of the game, I believe you get like a special screen. If I can't get it, I'll edit it in later. I think you do just get this off of battling. So you just battle everything you should feasibly get it. Alright, next thing I'll do is I'll dust an enemy as well. I should have done that, you're right. Alright, fine, I kicked him to death, so either way. So yeah, the demon came back to life, and this is what Luna was talking about.
Okay.
Thank you, Sailor Moon. So I was like, yeah, there you go. She clearly is all set to that. And yeah, she can't tell it's Serena. It's just like with Superman. Actually, yeah, the case like Superman. It's like, hey, Serena looks the same feasibly, but they're not saying like, oh, this is,
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they never notice Clark Kent. He always takes the glasses off. Like, yeah, they never notice it. I guess fitting because we're doing Batman, fine, DC case. We're doing Batman Forever next week, which is not as good a game as this, that's for sure. Yeah, very clever, Sailor Moon. Glad I can rely on you. Alright, and here's Molly's mother. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Alright, so that's good. They're good to that. Also, oh right, I can go up to her room. I did not do that. Let's go into her room. Oh, there's a treasure chest. Alright. Got an ancient doll, which is... I didn't get this on my test play. Let me see what this is. Oh, it's a rare item. Let's see what that is. Actually, I don't know if I even got this thing, period. Alright, Maniac item collected by some. Alright, so there might be a trading sequence or something, maybe like Zelda. I don't know. I'll have to look into that.
Wow.
So I guess you can miss this, and well, fine. There's save points. We'll do that. Also, one other thing to mention is that when you come out of a battle, your health does not recover, but your EP will. I can understand why they changed Zoisite to a woman, but why change Kunzite to Malachite as far as the name? Yeah, Malachite, which was the, I guess the other soldier of Barrel's, and they'll go into something with the manga as far as them, as well as Jedi and Nephlite as well. But you're right, as far as like the translation, actually, yeah. Jedi and Nephlite are basically the same for the US, except it's Nephrite as far as how it is, as far as like a translation with the name for Japan and for Japanese language. But for Malachite, it was a Kuzanite. I guess maybe because of they're going the crystal way, and they thought, well, make it in line with that. All right, so yeah, she's tired, but she can go home and take a nap. But meanwhile, over at Darian's house,
Right.
what was the aspect of Darian? He was always having those horrible dreams. You always wonder, like, what's going on with that? So that's come back. And so he doesn't know where he is.
Doesn't know where he is.
Yeah, so there is Darian, as far as it is, or Mamoru-chan is the Japanese name. Yeah, because this goes to some stuff that the manga goes into, as well as some aspects of what happened later when he was kidnapped by Malachite. So good, thank you for bringing up Malachite, ElecVerse, on this. And then he was, working for Beryl, and he was like the evil guy, and Serena and the scouts was like, what's going on here? Okay, here is Malachite right there, Kuzanite, or Kunzitite. Kunzitite. Yeah, so yeah, this is Malachite from the American continuity, but yeah, this goes to this perspective, like he's having a vision of Malachite. Yeah, mastery. He's talking about the fact that basically Malachite, Jedi, Nephlite, and Zoisite in the manga were kind of like these soldiers, and they were kind of being led by Darian, I believe.
Okay.
I think. If that's not right, chat, correct me, or I'll correct myself in a couple days when I edit this. But yeah, Akama's coming back and returning Destiny to its origins. So that's going in the manga, so it's mixing the manga and the anime all over the place into an original story, which is interesting. But Kunzitite is a gemstone. Yeah, which I guess goes to the idea of like what Jedi and Nephlite and Zoisite are.
Yes.
Do you know more about that? I'm not.
No, but I mean that. I think that's it. They are gemstones.
So yeah, it might not make sense. Yeah, I get that idea. So like they picked this one to the idea that I don't know. Maybe you were saying Susan Roman did the voice work for the Deke dub, and I think they carried her over for the dub after that when S came around. I don't know. Maybe they kind of get a sense like, why did they change that? But if nothing else, it'll just make the discussion work a little more as far as this. Yeah. I think. Just something to do with this. All right, you shall choose which future that is. Well, we'll see. We'll see him later, or we'll see the ghost of him later. Because yeah, I mean, the idea is that at this point they're all dead. But like, which is not a spoiler because at this point it takes place around S. But yeah, it was just a dream right now. But yeah, he gets to choose which future. So like, yeah, the dreams that still feel real, and then also his. Oh, this is Darian's crystal, the Shiteno no Hako, which I know there's a translation that somewhere. I'll put an edit in for it. Right, speaking of the other Sailor Scouts, yeah, we are going to the shrine. So yeah, we're going to Raye's temple, and there is Lita and Raye as it is. Games appeared again. I wonder what in the world's happened. Yeah, so there is Lita right there. Yeah, voiced by Susan Roman in the anime.
Dark Kingdom.
Yeah, the Death Busters, which goes into something from I think that's like end of R, beginning of S as well. Yeah, Serena, you sure didn't dream that, because remember, Raye and Serena are usually right at each other's throats. Yeah, you're so mean, Raye. So actually, yeah, Raye is the same as far as the name, except they spelt it differently for us. It's R-A-Y-E for US, but Raye as far as R-E-I for Japan. And Amy. Amy's the same, so they just put a Y. Yeah, but Amy's not here.
Where is she?
Actually, no, now she is. So you came as fast as you could. Yeah, because remember, Amy is the smart one. She's the one who wants to go and, like, be a successful doctor. We'll see that later. Yeah. You talked with Urawa-kun, which, by the way, that is, I don't know if you remember Greg.
Oh.
During the Rainbow Crystal case, there was that boy in class who kind of liked her, but he also could see the future. So when Zoisei came around, he basically said, like, I know exactly who you are. I know what I'm going to become. I know she's Sailor Mercury. And even she was kind of taken back. Like, wait a minute, how do you know all that? But although there was a good reason for that. But yeah, Greg is a factor in this game, which is very interesting. And there are other aspects of that as well. So a lot of things from the anime are gonna kind of tie this, as well as the other men, and also some aspects of the translation of that. Yeah, the Bureau of Bad Behavior. Yeah, okay, that's an interesting case as far as that. Yeah, okay, so they forgot apostrophe there, but I said this is a fan translation. I don't think it's fair to be saying that necessarily that much. I'm like, hey, the fact that this translated as well as it is, there have been games that actual companies have translated worse than this. I mean, you could argue Final Fantasy VII to some degree. I wouldn't completely, but there's certain things you picked apart with that. Or some of the Mega Man games. We'll get into those when we play some of the other ones. Alright, so yeah. So Greg came by Tokyo for the holidays. Where'd you decide to go with him? Well, there's some national exams coming up. Because remember,
that's right.
She is the smart one, and she's getting set to that. Oh, right, the Bureau of Bad Behavior was what the villains at S were called. As I said, okay, my case with S is like, I guess I haven't seen enough of S. I gotta fix that. In fact, I'll fix that as we go along with parts of this. I'll squeeze time in to watch the rest of S or go back into that. But yeah, she's gonna take care of stuff. Like, she's going to, be smart to that and be good as far as... Not that the others aren't good students. They're fine students. It's just that... Well, fine. Serena runs into cases where she has a 30 on her test and her mother throws her out of the house. I was like, alright, fine. She just still tries to some degree. Yeah, see what? I thought we'd go to the library. So, there you go. So, that's what she wants to do. You want to go to the library with him? Oh, really? Amy, you can just tell me if you want. You're sneaky, Well, I think that's the name of, Lita for Japan. Okay. I think. Because, anything you're going to see on screen here as far as names, that's the Japanese names. But as I said, I'm using them interchangeably. There people want to kill me for doing that, but, in the words of, Made in England by, Elton John, you hear my scandal, but here's my middle finger. But anyway... So what are the date plans after that? So yeah, they're thinking, the matchmaking concepts. But yeah, Amy's like, no, it's not like that. We can't date. We're all still in junior high school, which goes to another thing we're going to see with Amy later. And also with, I guess, perspectives like the aging of this. We'll get into that a little later, though. But one day I'll be alright for him. Aww. Yeah, and when you see some aspects of them in the show, it's like, that's that idea of, like, how they are very innocent, but they're also the kind of people, well, Amy and Greg, as far as, like, the idea, like, they have this connection. Like, there's this great scene, and I'll put a picture of it when I'm editing this, where I think he's knocked out, because I think he has something going on with him, and then she's Sailor Mercury, and he knows it's that, and he's kind of, like, saying, like, I don't want to get you hurt to this. It's kind of weirdly beautiful, and it goes to this idea of, like, okay, some people might say they like the Japanese translation of this or the way that goes, but I think that some of the subtext of it, some of that weight was still kind of held. So I gotta give them credit for when they translate, even if they change stuff, like, hey, maybe not as forward-thinking in some ways for other countries to that. For US, at least, they'll speak. I think they still maintained a lot, which is, I guess, is why, well, okay, look, there's a reason why people, dog on some of the 4Kids stuff, like I mentioned with the One Piece translation they did and some other stuff. But then, like, the Deke dub for Sailor Moon, still people hold on to that. I think because they must have hit something with it. So. I guess clear with you as well, Dolly Finn, because, hey, you're saying, like, hey, you remember the show. Yeah, Amy, Raye, Sagi, and Mina. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. Amy is Amy, Raye is Raye, Sagi's Serena, Minako is Mina. In fact, there's Mina right there. And Minako, and Makoto, Lita. So actually, they might have gotten the name of Lita wrong for this translation. But all right, so there is Sailor Venus, the sort of original one who then came in with, Artemis. Yeah, what's wrong, Amy? Your face is red. And you just see some nice details as far as the sprites, so that's another thing that's pretty cool about this. Amy's got a boyfriend, and he's coming here soon. Yeah, because Lita wants to have a boyfriend. She's trying. But in some cases, like, she's seen as maybe this fearsome character. But, like, yeah, no. It's not like that. Oh, well, here's, we mentioned Chad. Remember him? He came in from, he was a former rock star who wanted to, learn to fight his stage fright and his other fears. He came to the temple to train under Ray's grandfather. And, I remember whenever, and then his her grandfather fell off the roof. And, ever since she fell off the roof, he's been acting like a granola bar. Yeah, I have more of this memorized than I should.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, of course, there's Raye, like, whoa. He's like this kind of surfer dude guy, but like, hey, he's, sort of kind of got the eyes for Raye to a certain extent, although in the anime, as far as what we got, it's like, no, Raye was the one who's like, no, I'm proud of you doing this. She kisses him on the cheek, and then her grandfather says, Raye, I told you once, I told you 1,000 times, you're not allowed to date until at least 16. Which goes to the idea of, I guess, the age of consent thing. We'll get to that later, because there's a specific part with Amy. We'll get into that. Yeah, who's named Yuichiro for the Japanese name. But yeah, Chad is what we call him. I'm calling him now because I remember that from the anime that we got. Yeah, take it easy. I wonder, maybe the music case, because maybe a fan of the Eagles.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I don't know if that's intended. I might be pulling out of nothing, but maybe. All right, so...
Seeing though, he seems like a surfer dude anyway.
Yeah, he was. In fact, I think there was one episode later he took him up to he took him up skiing, I believe. And I think then they found out, no, this guy's loaded. He's like tons of money. And they were kind of surprised that he had that. I guess it was all the gigs he did.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, Serena picked up on the idea of, that maybe she is kind of interested in Chad, which, again, the anime goes into that, so that's the case. You and him are great friends, right? No, it's nothing. Really? Really, really, really? Let Serena, who's your boyfriend? Well, this is easy, because... Well, yeah, Darien. Because at this point, they don't hate each other anymore. They know their destinies. They know what's going on. She knows eventually. She knows also that he's Tuxedo Mask. I remember the time when she finds out that it is him. She's like, wait, what are you talking about, Tuxedo Mask? He's not even here. I found out weird that Katara is the only scout that didn't get a name change. Oh, right, for Sailor Saturn. We'll get into that. Actually, I was looking over this week, so I was like, wait a second, she has an American name, right? I know it was either Sailor Neptune or Uranus, who was Michelle, and the other one was somebody else. I don't remember. But yeah, you're right. Hataru was the only one to get changed as far as name. But yeah, they don't hate each other anymore. It's like, yeah, what are you talking about Tuxedo Mask? He's not even here. And then she finds like, yes, I am. I'm Tuxedo Mask. And I remember her reaction. It was,
I remember.
I have written down that it was Terry Hawks who was voicing Serena at the time. The way she delivered that was perfect, saying like, you are. Yeah. He just pulls out the rose and shows it. And he says like, he is Tuxedo Mask. I don't believe it. I do remember that. I thought that was hilarious. Sailor Saturn would be my favorite of the Outer Scouts. Yeah, the Outer Scouts, which are Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, and Saturn, which come in with S.
Yeah.
And we'll see them a little later. All right, so yeah, me and Darien are the perfect couple. We'll be like this forever. And she's not wrong, because that's the idea of like what the destiny of this game really is, or the Enterprise.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's all right, which is true. That's not wrong. Yeah, and she's getting the hot face. I should have said that, or shouldn't have said that. All right, but okay. Point is like, look, I think they know at this point, so I don't know if it's that much of a scandal, but whatever. Thanks for that. I guess. Well, I think that's the other thing. Is like, yeah, even when you act like that, I'm still jealous. Yeah, because actually, I think the only two here that aren't in a relationship of some sort, I think, are Venus and Jupiter, I believe. Yeah, I know Lita specifically because I know the anime goes in that pretty extensively. Yeah, Serena's got Darien. Amy has Greg, even though they're separated away. And it doesn't matter what Raye says, she's with Chad no matter what. Okay. So yeah, even, Mina's gonna sit that and spit that out. Yeah, I want a boyfriend too. Alright, well, we'll see if we can have that. Yeah, but yeah, we have to remind Amy, leave. Sorry about today, everybody. And actually, with the music, you also do get, actually, this piece of music, which just come from the anime itself. And it was, the late Takanori Arasawa who did the music for the anime, as well as, for Tales of Eternia, or Tales of Destiny 2, and Digimon, as well as, Sesame Street, the Japanese, version of Sesame Street. He did the music for that. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. He died in 2005 of bladder cancer. He was, only 54.
Oh, gee.
I know, it was a sad case, but it was also the case of, you know, like, because I was trying to sense a sense of, like, who did the music for this game, but it was like, no, we have the person who did the anime's music do the game. So it's very interesting to hear that, which is why I also have a lot of the same piece of music going on. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna, you know, sort of play the matchmaker to a certain extent of saying, like, yeah, we're gonna follow Amy, see what's going on. But yeah, Lita wants to take the high road. Sesame Street? Yeah, I was looking up on this. Actually, I looked this up, like, 5 minutes before I started this. I looked this up. I was like, I want to see who the name of this was. Like, okay, he done some of the Sailor Moon games, other ones that Japan got. I looked at that. I said, apparently the Japanese version of Sesame Street, apparently he did do, like, the background music. And we mentioned this also, which is that, and you mentioned this when we did Streets of Rage, I believe, the idea of the music for Sailor Moon that we got was different what Japan had. I think later on, it was, like, going to more classical style. And from what I understand, Arasawa, he kind of shifted that way as far as, like, what the sound of Sailor Moon was. But yeah, I did see something for the Sesame Street case, so I mean, I guess so. I never heard what that music was, though, so I don't know what the difference was.
Oh my gosh, that's really interesting. I've never known anything about it. Satoshi, Tsuru, Big Bird, Elmo, Kenta Matsumai.
Oh, so maybe also so for the voice acting as well.
Yeah, all the voice acting characters.
Yeah, which goes to the other. Now I can't have picture Amy hanging out with Elmo. I'll try and see if I can't put an edit in for that. Because I did do that. I did the edit from Radio Raheem from Do the Right Thing and Navi from Ocarina of Time for the last part of that. I'll try and put an edit in for that because, like, hey, you know, it's making up. And see, this is also the reason why I'll explain this because I don't know if I've explicitly went into this. This is the reason I want to do, you know, I'll write down notes. I'll take notes, or Dolphin, I know sometimes you'll look stuff up as far as this when we're going. Like, you did that when we did Christmas Night, so thank you again for that. That was a wonderful time we were playing that. But I mean, that's why I'll look up some stuff to that, because, alright, by the way, you can take the bus back here, but yeah, we're not going back to the shrine. We gotta go to the train station. That's why I'll do that, because, like, hey, I just want to make it a little more unique as far as some of the stuff, and kind of, in a sense, get my knowledge going as well, because, like, I didn't know that until, like, a few minutes before I started the show tonight. And kind of add something unique to it. But yeah, we're going to the train station to see what happened with Amy. Alright, so yeah, Amy is right there. I do love this shot as well, because yeah, she's gonna see us. Yeah, Lita's just standing out there in front of nothing. It's like, yeah, like, Lita, start moving. Yeah, there you go. Now she knows to hide behind the tree. Yeah, no one here but us shrubs. Alright, so yeah, there you go. So I wonder how far those two have gotten. Yeah, there you go. You're getting more of that case of it, because yeah, it was more like for teenagers, I guess, as far as some of the stuff in it compared to the US version, but I was a teenager when I saw this show, so I mean, that's the idea. You should actually think that those two are really close. Wonder how Greg is. Yeah, when you talk to all three of them, you also get this cutscene to it. Such a long time, and yeah, there's also a Luna Ball over there. Nobody ever questions the Luna Balls. I know that was the Brain Scratch take, and yeah, that's... Yeah, that's why I also waited. Is like, yeah, we're not gonna totally, you know, rip off the Brain Scratch case. Alright, so the bullet train's here. Yeah, must be having a wonderful reunion. Does it seem funny? Yeah, there's screams. Yeah, we hear that sound, like, yeah, it means something's going down. Yeah, I love how Lita just walks in the way of that guy. Says, like, yeah, you're not getting out of here until you tell me what's going on. Yeah, there's a monster in there. Get out of the way. Alright, so yeah, when there's a monster around, yeah, we gotta take care of that. Yeah, the monster trapped a boy in there. Get the police. Yeah, the police are not gonna do anything. We're gonna have to deal with that. Actually, I don't know if the police really... I'm trying to think with Sailor Moon if the police really became much of a factor in anything. Yeah. Maybe somewhere. I'll look into that, see if I can get a sense. Well, the thing is, Amy can handle herself. We're gonna see that. Hopefully we'll see that. Hopefully won't, you know, ruin that. But yeah, we're all here, so they're happy. She's happy with Cam. She's not thinking like, oh yeah, we were, you know, stalking her that way. Yeah, but we're feeling auras that way, so like, yeah, the negative energy is there. Yeah, so Mercury star power, Mars star power, Jupiter star power, Venus star power, and Moon cosmic power.
you
you got the make up. Yeah, you're gonna hear that a lot, by the way, when we're getting into battles. All right, so here we go. We got our Sailor Scouts. Unfortunately, it's not like Final Fantasy IV. You can press a button, you can basically switch what scout is on screen. But we're gonna have them individually anyway later, as we're gonna see.
Oh, I see.
All right, so yeah, this is a save point. We're gonna use this. Also, one other thing I'll get into, and we'll see this a little later. Anytime you get a new scout here, you're going to have them as level 1. So you want to fight stuff. Actually, one thing I'm going to do also is I'm going to use one of the Nigiris on Serena, so we'll have a full health of her. Also, I think what I'll also do is I'll try and... I always want to show some of the Link stuff, because we're not going to get much time to show that tonight, except for here. So let's just link everybody up. So basically, everybody goes to Sailor Moon, to some degree. So yeah, we have Lita and Sailor Moon, Mina... yeah, well, fine. We'll just do the outer, or the inner scouts, as it is. Yeah, we have that. There's Starstream. Let's get rid of you. Okay, there's no link for them. No link there. You know, let's also do each of them individually. So there's Crescent Thunder. There is the Love Me Bird. There's the Shaban Chain. Shine Soul. Shaban Thunder. Healing Spray. I'm trying to think which ones I haven't done. Oh, no. Yeah. Hang on. Okay, that doesn't go. I just want to get rid of... No, put an empty space there. Because I basically have to play around with where the spacing is for them. So I can make sure I'm covering every base. And then we'll also do you. I'm probably doing a couple duplicates, but I don't care really right now. And there, that's fine. Okay, so also why I did that, let me also show what those link techniques... They also filled the book out. There are 8 pages for this. So you could use these. Yeah, these are the Senshi and the Link, or the Scouts and the Link. You have them both in battle. We'll see this a little later. And you could pull their pool of EP for this, so you could both do an attack or a healing aspect. And I have like a bunch of pages of these. I can just keep doing that. I'll do some of those as well later, but for now, we're set. Because I think the only time we're going to really be able to do this for tonight. Yeah, get used to hearing that, by the way, because every time we get in a random battle, you can hear that. Oh, make up. Alright, so we have to fight these guys, but... Okay, so let me do what I should have done last time with, Oh no, I have Jupiter over there. You know, fine, let's do this. Jupiter Thunder Crash, let's do that. Let's do, Mars Fire Ignite. Let's try and dust him, and then let's do the Mercury Bubbles, which is Shaman Spray, which they changed that differently, and then this is the Venus Crescent Beam. So let's do all their, signature attacks. And you get some voice to it as well. Yeah, the dusting worked pretty well. And they do have voice for this as well. It is the Japanese voices for it. And they do the same animations there, as far as like, hey, the lightning goes into the tiara of Jupiter. So I always love that touch. Like, yeah, it's like an electrical conductor basically. But also based upon that, you could also do the combination things. But I don't have enough EP. But do I have anything to recover my EP here? No, I don't. All right, so fine. I guess I'll just have to keep using their signature attacks. Actually, that's fine because what's going to happen after the battle is I'll have the ability to... It'll recover automatically, so it doesn't matter.
Does he have anything to battle them? What does
he can hurt me badly. There's some stuff with stats that can come into this game way later that can be pretty devastating, including one where if you all get... You can get stoned or put into stone, and if every character gets put into stone, it's an instant game over.
Oh.
It's some bad stuff this game has as far as abilities, as far as like status effects, not to mention the fact that unlike a lot of other games, you sometimes have to have a specific item to handle specific effects.
Ooh.
But we did get a level up for a lot of the characters.
A couple of yen, 100 yen.
So, yeah, it's some money. We're going to definitely want the money later on, as is the case with a lot of the RPGs. But as I mentioned also, after when you come out of battle, yeah, their EP is increased, and it increases in amount when you level up, which it did as far as them. So, at the very least, we'll have that going, and it is a pretty forgiving game with a couple of exceptions. We're going to see one of those, a couple of exceptions later. But yeah, we have another one of them. You know what? Okay, now I could show the Link stuff. So yeah, in this case, I could use Healing Pressure to do recovery of health. I could electrify the water with Mercury and Venus. I could do the Fire Dragon with Venus, or Mercury and, not Mercury, Jupiter and Mars. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the Fire Dragon. And you can do that in each case, and what's going to happen is it says there, I'll show this, the Spiral Fire, it takes 2 of those crystals. It'll take 2 crystals away for the scouts to go with it. So feasibly here, if we run this, it takes 2 away from Mars, it takes 2 away from Moon. So let's do that. And then, you know, I'll do... I think someone needs healing. Let's... You know, oh, we can heal the whole party, so let's do that. You know what, fine. Let's just beat the rest of them down. Alright, so there's our healing shower. That'll be a recovery of her health. Not by much, though. I only got 1 recovered. Alright, yeah, the Spiral Fire did kill really quickly. Alright, so I gotta go puzzle please and some life water. I'm getting level ups for now, which is good for now, but as I said, it's not gonna necessarily matter right away, because this game takes, your party members. It shuffles your party members a lot, so you're not gonna be in a case where you're gonna have all your party members all the time. Alright, so, yeah, there is Greg. We can't quite see what he's looking like, but yeah, he's down on the ground. You alright? Okay, there he is. Yeah, there he is. That's how you can tell it's Greg. Although he's a little paler here, and he looks maybe younger than he did as far as the anime a little bit. I'll put a picture of what he looked in the anime just to give a comparison. Hang in there. He's okay, he's only unconscious. Ayuma. Yeah, that is... Yeah, Queen Beryl. Because, yeah, Queen Beryl's supposed to be dead, right? So what's going on here? Sailor Moon's noticing that. I was like, yeah. Also, here's a weird case. The picture over there, it's showing it's Serena, even though it's, Sailor Moon was transformed to. Do you know Sonic and Mercury's Japanese voice actors sang a song together? Yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that when we did... I think it was with Streets of Rage. I can't find the element of that. I'll dig out. We'll find that in the, I'll put it in the YouTube link, perhaps. Or, Dolphin, you're looking it up now? Okay, I guess, sure, go ahead. I'm not saying, like, find it for us. That's not necessarily a requirement, but it's like, hey, fine, I'll take that, thank you. On top of, you know, your insights on the Sailor Moon, another story game.
Are we gonna get to see Queen Beryl tonight?
We'll see. Maybe, we'll see that. Yeah, like, yo, with her crystal balls, like, yo, say, like, Jedi, get me more energy.
Prince Endymion?
We might. I think so, yeah. You know, Prince Endymion is a part of this. I do remember that, somewhere. This is pulling a lot from this series, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, and, like, with the show before, like, he can see the future. He knows Destiny's changing. So the future's be replaced. Yeah, so basically, he's telling us kind of what's going on that way. Sort of. Okay, and the past has been replaced with why we're here in Beryl. Which is why we're probably going to see her in the past. Yeah, so we're going to get a reading this way. Because, yeah, remember, Raye is one as far as, you know, the Shinto temple, you know, praying to the spirits or asking for guidance from the spirits. Right. So she's going to try and see what's going on. Yeah, Sin. We saw Sin earlier, but yeah, this is like the perspective of what is Sin about. Yeah, the eyes out of the fire. Merely greeting. Yeah, but explodes in her face. Which sometimes happens as far as Raye is concerned, but yeah, she's fine. She'll cough it off, and she'll be fine. She'll be covered in soot, but there you go. And you do get that detail on the sprite, which, that's the other thing you think, like, well, wait a minute, do they necessarily do the sprite that way, even as far as Super Famicom's concerned, but yeah, they did. I don't know. Raye, your face is pitch black. Yeah, it's like, yeah, so she's like, yeah, it's like, yeah, fuck you, Serena, stop doing that. Although, yeah, like, that's the case, like, yeah, that didn't happen as far as, like, that perspective. It's like, it's not the R-rated take of Sailor Moon that way, but that would be funny. Oh, fine, there's, like, I think there's a Sailor Moon Abridged that does that by Megami33. I'll put a link to that. Because I remember really liking that. They actually, like, take stuff of the anime as far as that and have some fun with that. Alright, so, Raye, you okay? Yeah, my clothes are all dirty. You gotta go take a bath. Yeah, she will walk off, she'll be fine. Sin, that's what it said. But who is that? Yeah, it is a new enemy. Lita's right. They telephone, it's Haruka. Yeah, which is, one of the other Sailor Scouts. We'll go see them. Yeah, but yeah, since, Raye's taking a bath, we're gonna go get the phone for her. Yeah, we'll go really fast. Yeah, there is, grandfather. There's her grandpa.
Right.
Yeah, I asked for someone, so yeah, why not? Yeah, Sin is like Final Fantasy X's answer to Godzilla. Maybe. You're more the Final Fantasy X person than I am. Have you played Final Fantasy X?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, this is... Yeah, Haruka is, Sailor... Neptune, I think? Odango. I think that's a reference to something. Yeah, I'll put in something like... As far as that with, Final Fantasy X. At some point, I gotta play Final Fantasy X. You're right. You keep mentioning that. Everybody keeps mentioning that. I was like, that's the one I haven't played. So, alright. Fair enough to that. Alright, but... Yeah, Hataro, as you mentioned, yeah, Sailor, Saturn... She's sick. The doctors know what's going on, but this also goes back to what happened in Sailor Moon S. Yeah, come to the hospital. We'll go to the hospital a little bit. Or what wrong? Yeah, so there you go. There's the translation, but then again, we had what you say as far as translation for zeroing, or of course, why do you, or what makes you laugh from Mega Man X6. Okay, Amara is Uranus. Thank you. Haruka equals Amara equals Uranus. Thank you. I appreciate you for going to that, because I said S, I guess, is more your jurisdiction than mine. Okay, so we're gonna go to the hospital. What's up?
Oh, Denga. It says
What's that?
Reference to Japanese dumpling to describe hairstyles. The English dub, though, in North America was changed to meatball head or bun head.
Oh! I did not know that. So
Yep.
that explains the meatball head thing I was saying. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for letting us
Yep.
know. Thank you for looking that up. I was like,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So it's like, I can also go to the joke of like the Super Game Brothers channel, like, how's that phone, by the way, Elliot? It was like, no, I appreciate the fact that you're mentioning that. Thank you.
That is something.
Okay, so thank you for adding to that, at least. So there you go. Not at least, just as far as that. Appreciate it. All right, so what's happening? So we have to go to the hospital. We got to see what's going on with, so, yeah, too many national things have been happening lately.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's leaving us for now. Yeah, contact me if you need me, but like, yeah, I guess not. Just like, yeah, Luna, go away. She's going. Yeah, she went away. I'm just gonna run like crazy, holding R button down. Also showcase what's going on with random battles, because we're getting a bunch of those. Just run down the street. Yeah, okay. Okay, Michiru, Michelle. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Michelle was Neptune, or Michiru was for Japan, and then Setsuna or Trista was, don't worry, it didn't matter. I got hit by the car. It didn't matter.
I was going to say the car went right through her.
Yeah, thankfully, I mean, Sailor Moon is strong. I didn't necessarily get... Actually, I don't think there's a case where there's another one. I don't know necessarily if, like, hey, she got, hit to this. I mean, we mentioned the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection coming out. It's not like that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game on NES where you were not walking on the sidewalk, you get hit by the car and die.
Right.
That was my first time playing that game. It's the only time I played it. Alright, so yeah, we can go to the shrine. We went there, and then the hospital. So we're going to the hospital. Okay, we're not going to get random battles yet, so we just have to go to the hospital, which is, I think, here? Wait, oh, good, no, this is school. We'll come to school later, because we have to come here. So the hospital is further to the west. Okay, so fine, we're not running to battles yet. I'm thinking a little ahead. There are cases when you're running around, by the way, when you'll do that and you'll just get into a battle, you hear them say, "Make up!" And when you hear that, it means you're going into a random battle, unless, I'll show this off, I guess when that happens, you just go in and go to the menu and kind of mitigate that. Alright, so yeah, Luna Ball, let's save. And thankfully the battery in this cartridge does work, so it's not going to be a case where, oh, we're going to run into a thing where, oh no, I'll have to keep doing this. Because I've run into cases where, actually no, Nocturne did. She bought Mega Man the Wild War. She bought a reproduction card of that. Yeah. Initially, its save didn't go. She's like, it has a save on Genesis normally, or Mega Drive. Yeah. But like, yeah, it kind of was a problem that way. She's like, I gotta get another one. And actually, she traded up for sure. She got that nice, I'm trying to remember the company. It was Limited Run who put it out. It was, I'm trying to remember the name of the company. I'll put the link to what their name is in here. Basically, that reproduction one that's nice, and that's a really nice thing. She was showing me that. Yeah, you go to the third floor. Yeah, here are, Michelle and Amara and, well, Trista's Pluto. We'll see Pluto later. As well as you mentioned, it was Hotaru. The only one didn't change. All right, I'm waiting for you, Serena. Alright, so yeah, we did come to see, Hotaru, who is the daughter of Professor Tomo. I remember that part of it.
Why
as far as that...
grown into a child?
Yeah, that's the thing about, Hotaru. Hotaru is the youngest of the Sailor Scouts, of all of them. Right. And the idea is, I think, based on the experiments her father was doing, who was also part of, like, the evil element of things. It was, I think, you're right, it was the Bureau of Bad Behavior that's connected with that, I think. But correct me if that's not right. Was doing stuff, and I think it made it so that Hotaru would then grow up, but then go into a child again, and all these weird things were going on with it. And ElecVerse kind of has more knowledge, mainly. So, yeah, pointing any questions you have to ElecVerse on this one, honestly. But yeah, there you go. There's Taro. She's doing okay right now, but what could have happened? Well, she just started stumbling when we were walking. Yeah. She transformed right back into her eyes.
Okay, so that's what she did.
That was, I guess, explains the connection that Saturn and Rini have. Yeah. Because Rini is a young child. And the Mugen Gakuen has been revived recently, too. I think something evil's been beginning to happen. Or has begun happening. Oh, no, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. Felt this pay before? Yeah, when she was under the influence of the Tyoran Crystal, which I think that's also an S thing. But the Ginzuisho seemed to help relieve the pain. Yeah, so is she going to turn back to Mistress 9? Yeah, this is going to something also with, that S arc that I do know, which is that, yeah, Ataru turned evil, so it's kind of like what happened with Rini when she went into, like, Evil Lady for, R. So that, now they're saying, like, hey, the past is coming back, along with, the present, or it's going to the future as far as that. Serena is smart to pick up on that and realize, wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh. But Hotaru does realize she's a Sailor Scout, because it took a while in S to get to that. And so, yeah, she won't turn in the enemy. Alright, so that's the perspective of what's happening to that. Yeah, the evil power, it's an enormous one of darkness. Family Destiny was being influenced with something else. Yeah, visiting hours are over. Yeah, but, yeah, she's like, no entry, don't come in here. I mean, okay, fine, you could make a case like, she's like, you know what, no, I don't care about the nurses, but, actually, she's right to do that because, yeah, it was a demon.
There we go. Oh.
Yeah, they're gonna try to kill us. Alright, so yeah, we have, we have Neptune and, Uranus in our battle. Yeah, Palmacan. Ooh, actually, there is again, to go to the anime, there is a creature designed like this.
Hypodermic needle, look at that.
Yeah, like, we're gonna get stabbed once we do something. So I think what we're gonna do is... Wait a minute, didn't I was gonna say, wait a minute, I did do the deep shaking, which is for, Neptune and Uranus, so let's show that off. And we'll try dusting her. And yeah, you'll just kick her in the face.
She's got...
Yeah, I do have Sailor Moon in front as far as the formation. I gotta play around with the formation, because, yeah. Yeah, I'm near death over there on one of them. Like, if feasibly revive him, or what I'll do is I'll use... Yeah, I'll use Nagiri. So I can recover health as we go along. And yeah, just, you know... Or you know what, let's do something else. You'll hit her, or normal hit. You'll use your Moon Healing activation, which did heal the people with the Moon Crystals and get the crystals out of them. In this case, we can also heal a party with it. Did you know they made Lucky Charms cookies? No, I did not. I know they made marshmallow Lucky Charms for that. Thank you for letting us know that. I'll have to put a picture of that. You know what, yeah, okay, yeah, we don't have enough stuff to do this. Yeah, you know, let's try dusting let's dust the demon again. Yeah, there you go. Now we dust. Yeah, there we go. Now we dusted someone. Perfect. Yay. All right. I just always say that, like, or even like the perspective in the show is like, when it came to the moon crystals, Serena first thought was like, "Hey, there's this demon here." I was like, okay, fine, I'll take care of this. Moon Tiara magic. He's like, "Wait, don't dust him. That's my grandfather." It's like, "Oh, okay." And to be fair, Serena didn't know. She was like, came onto the scene, like, "Hey, there's a demon attacking. What's going on?" And yeah, the body's there. It's fine. It's a hospital. We'll be taken care of somehow. Right. The sixth time demon attack today. Wyoming's already beaten, being revived. Yeah, this is what it's going into, because we've seen them before. If Destiny's changed the same as mine was, it might be possible this is why it's happening. Yeah, she doesn't buy it, but I was like, well, who are these enemies? Well, and to be fair, she doesn't know, because she came in way later. She never saw that hypodermic needle demon. Alright, this is Apsu. This is the main villain of the game, by the way. And these are the opposites, or the Opposito Senshi. And that is Sin, by the way, as far as the leader of them. So basically, they're sort of the Bizarro takes on the inner Sailor Scouts. That would be Moon, Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter, and Venus. Yes, the destiny of Juban District of 20th Century, which is where we are. It's where Serena and everybody lives. Yeah, definitely look in the Final Fantasy direction as far as like, hey, all these things going on. Or maybe, I guess here's the thing, 1995, you ever play Chrono Trigger?
No. Yeah,
which is from Square, from Super Nintendo, which kind of was playing around with that time as well. But yeah, I was like, I guess maybe they did have that on their mind that way. I guess because it was also Square, and Square is big as far as the RPG stuff, and still is. Alright, well, this is stronger than the Sailor Senshi. Yeah, so that's the idea. They're gonna be strong, their destiny is gonna be better, or changed. And because they're playing around with that, I guess to, you know, cause the world going, and Marduk is one of them as well. Anshar. Okay, that's Anshar over there. To be satisfied, the Sailor Senshi not dead. Yeah, so, yeah, they want us dead, and in order to turn destiny what they want, they have to get the crystal from Serena and then kill us. We're not gonna let that happen, hopefully. However, it's too strong to ignore, so we have crossed over time. Yeah, so that's what's really going on. They're from an alternate dimension. They came here, although, to be fair, that's not necessarily a new thing for Sailor Moon as far as the idea.
No,
it's not new. Because Queen Barrel was in another dimension, technically. The moment they're separated into two different groups, and that's technically how it worked with the show, because we had the inner Senshi and the outer Senshi. Right. But yeah, we'll figure that. They'll get them.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the Silent Wind of Doom, whoosh. Not yet easy towards the princess if you do indeed want to change destiny. Alright, let's check out the town a little bit. Perhaps we can find a clue left behind by the enemy. Feel something's about to happen, so let's go back to my house and make sure everyone's okay. But yeah, Hataru's like, no, I'm not staying in the hospital, I'm leaving. You have to rest. I'm a Sailor Senshi too, I can't rest while everybody else fights. And from what I understand, I think that's the idea of what Saturn's character is, of what I've gathered. The idea, like, yeah, she's maybe seen as the youngest one, but she's like, yeah, she'll pull her weight. I think also because she knows in some cases she was maybe connected to what was going on because of her father. But point is, like, yeah, she's coming with us. And we'll take care of her that way, and also because she's at level 1, I believe. Actually, yeah, they all are, except for Sailor Moon. We're definitely going to get this going on as far as fighting. And also now we go through town, random battles. Get used to seeing this, by the way, and also to play around with the, the formation. I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah, Saturn does have a nice attack here. If it does a lot of damage from the back there, I don't think it's gonna, though. You know, fine, I'll show off all these things. Yeah, we'll do the Smooth Spiral Heart Attack. Let's do Space Sword Blaster, because, yeah, it can be pretty strong. Yeah, because we want to get them leveled up and make them not die, specifically. That's kind of what we want to do. I guess it goes to something, because actually I'm realizing now, or not, fine, I sort of realized it earlier. This is the first role-playing game we're playing for the show that is running on random battles, specifically, and I guess maybe for some aspects of, like, the turn-based thing. I mean, we had a Super Mario RPG, but it's more traditional in the sense that we're selecting something from a menu, and then they're going to do it. It's not like we're running on a time button press, the way we did for Super Mario RPG, or the action take we had with Kingdom Hearts. So in that case, like, yeah, we're kind of running the strategy case of this one, making sure that, you know, we don't get ourselves killed. And just because, you know, we're the Sailor Scouts and all that, doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be completely safe.
No.
But we do want to at least kill the enemies as quickly as we can.
You can't kill them. See, like, all together. I was going to say that you can't kill them.
It depends on the attack, and as I said, the formation thing is the case. In fact, what I'll try is I'll adjust the formation when we come out of battle next turn. Because I have Saturn in the back, so she's not doing as much damage, but she's not taking as much. She took, like, 1 hit. Where Serena's in front, she's taking 3. I mean, Serena's a higher level, she's at 6, as opposed to, everybody else is at 1. And that's the other reason you just want to go around. And she does have a sight, so she can kind of slice them. Alright, so yeah, they're dead. I've got some money and some experience and orchards. And yeah, the experience increases are quick to start, but it could kind of become a little bit of a liability later. Alright, let's change that formation now. Let's change it to... Yeah, you can set it to just shoot formation. You can set it in victory formation or cluster them around. I'll run them with arrow. So, you know, let's put Saturn in front. And then we'll put... Yeah, Moon can be in back because she's the most powerful. And, you know, let's put her over there. Yeah, that's pretty good. And, you know, let's also run Link Technique, see if there's anything I can run. Oh, no, I have to start to do that. I keep forgetting that. You can't do it from the menu. You have to hit start specifically to do that. So I linked Sailor Moon with everybody. So let's link Saturn and them. Yeah, actually, to be honest, Saturn does not have links with many people, weirdly enough, which I guess maybe goes to the idea that Saturn maybe was seen as something of an outcast, potentially, initially, because they thought, well, wait, who is she, and what's going on with that? Because I said, that was later as far as this for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not fighting the card, despite what it seems there, me going in the battle right there. Alright, we got them there, so yeah, let's, yeah, now that we have... Oh, also, by the way, the formation does change where, or who's going to start fighting, or who you're going to, you know, hit starting with first. So let's do the Death Reborn Revolution, and we'll do the Deep Submerge. Alright. Alright, so there's the Death Reborn Revolution. Yeah, okay, it did more damage being in front, although... Because Saturn's not necessarily up to a high level, that's going to be a case of that. We'll get him up to higher levels, trust me, we'll do that. So that's going to be... And as I said, that's also the benefit of us doing stuff with, you know, the random battles. That means that we can go in more self-discussion chat as well, or nothing as well.
I'm looking up some things about Saturn.
As I said, it's kind of a blind spot to me, honestly, too. Only because, as I said, I kind of stopped... So, yeah, alright, by the way, that also shows what's happening when she's getting low on health. She'll be down on the ground because she's hurting, like Final Fantasy. As she gets to 0, she falls down, and we have to either revive her or be careful, you know, with that. And, you know what? Yeah, it actually technically is a status in this game. Low HP is a status, so I'm going to give her a recovery.
See, now her age fluctuates in the series.
Does it?
She started a 12-year-old, is reborn as an infant, quickly develops into a young child, 4, 5, or 8.
I remember hearing that.
Yeah, that was a...
So, yeah, I mean, so I guess it's not dissimilar to, I don't remember that movie, Jack by Francis Ford Coppola from the 90s.
Yeah.
With Robin Williams. I remember really not liking it when I was growing up. I don't know if maybe it's better. I mean, if people say, like, well, fine. Maybe it wasn't that great because, hey, Coppola didn't make another movie for, like, 11 years after that. But I guess the idea of, like, the quick growth, although I know it connected to her father, Fustomo.
Yeah.
Because he was doing stuff on her, wasn't he?
Yes, was never truly evil. The evil connotation comes from her civilian form associated with Mistress Night and inhabited her body.
Okay.
Interesting.
Thank you, because, like, I don't remember all of this. That was the part after I'd seen... maybe I should explain this. Like, look, you think, like, why? If I like the show so much, why did I stop watching it? Because... Actually, it's a weird case. It was when Cartoon Network was actually going into the S stuff, and when they changed some of the voices around. I actually was moving at the time, and I think when I moved... I didn't have cable. We were going to get cable quickly enough. And then after that point, it's like I had kind of attached to the stuff. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. After I then had access to Sailor Moon again, it's like I just never went back to it. But you're right. I probably should get that taken care of. And I should also take care of Saturn. Yeah, she's getting herself hurt badly.
She's getting her out.
Which is fine. It makes sense. But as I said, I do want to get them leveled up. And actually, you know what? I also do want to go to... You know, maybe I should put her in the back, honestly. Which seems like a wrong case. Oh, only because if I put her in the front, she'll get damaged more. You know, I'll tell you what I'll do. Wait, don't I have... Like, oh, right. Some of them go off screen differently because it's going based around ordering. So let's... Okay, that's a health recovery. Or, no, is that it? Do I not have the links? I don't mind have the links with the other outer extension, which is fine. Let's just hit them. Well, fine. Most of it's hit them. Let's do the deep shaking.
I love those ones with their legs back. They look very like they're doing yoga or ballet.
Oh, there? Yeah, you're right. I guess that goes to the idea. It's almost like Final Fantasy. You ever seen that where you have like the monster designs like that? They won't necessarily animate much, but they also got really creative, like what they're setting. Or maybe they're like is holding either the flaming mirror or maybe like the tennis racket. Because I know there's an episode of Sailor Moon they went in with tennis. There was like the episode. Oh, right. It was one of the moon or one of the rainbow crystal cases. It was the female tennis player. She wanted to like be the best, and like, yeah, you know, Zoe Sight fed into that. It's like, oh, you got the power to this, and then she's beating down everybody, including the guys. Actually, I remember the Sailor Moon Abridged kind of went into that as far as the idea of, you know, her doing that. Actually, kind of made that really, really funny. That's also a case where I don't think they could actually feasibly get away with putting that out again because it was something that they were using licensed content to it back at the time when you didn't have the idea like we'd be cracking down everything. I think they were using like these like hit me with a shot by Pat Benatar on the idea like her just destroying her opponents, and it was pretty hilarious to that. Or like they gave every one of the characters like specific theme songs, like for Serena they gave her Barbie Girl by Aqua.
Okay.
Well, actually, we mentioned the disguise power. For the disguise power they used actually a song I mentioned on the show last week. Bringing Sexy Back by Justin Timberlake, which is kind of hilarious. The idea of like how they're doing that. It was kind of this parodic take on it. I think it is still archived somewhere. I'll find a link to that and I'll put it in. But in the meantime, it is pretty hilarious. Actually, the other thing they also do that's kind of hilarious is that they sometimes actually quote the anime, the deep dub verbatim, and they'll have a little thing on the bottom of the screen saying, this is actual dub dialogue here. The thought, like, hey, is there like a joke to that? Like, no, that was the idea. In fact, they even go like the thing about the, ever since you fell off the roof, you've been acting like a granola bar, which I do love that one. I just think that's hilarious. Yeah, the water. Yeah, because I guess that's the thing about Neptune. Yeah, I think it is Neptune, I believe. Yeah, it was running the water or Super S. Or nobody has Serena's voice in S or Super S. Yeah, because they changed the voice. I remember that was my thing as well when they changed it. And actually, some of the voice changes in Super S. Where's the store? I gotta find the store. Actually, I'll show one other thing before I get into that. You can sort of avoid the random battles in this game because if you go into the menu after you walk for about a couple seconds, it'll reset and you can avoid battles altogether, but I want to not do that. Also, my luck will change. It's showing very good, but if I walk a little more and hit on that, it changes to normal. I don't know what's dictating how that changes. And sometimes it goes normal. I gotta find the store. Yeah, because even though I'm walking to the street with people here, there's still invisible demons that are coming there. You don't know where to go? No, I know where I'm going. Yeah, he'll tell me where to go if I need to, but I want to go and get some items. It is safe at the convenience store. The security camera over there will be protecting us. Let me see. Okay, so I want to get some, or I want to get the Nakyoshi because then I can. Wait, is that what Nakyoshi is? I don't think it's a comic. Okay, point is I want to have recovery of my my energy points, and I'll get a couple bento boxes. Alright, yeah, go back to the thing with Serena's voice. I don't know who it was when they changed the dub for that, but, well, fine. Because it was, initially it was Tracy Moore, who actually voiced Princess Toadstool in the Super Mario Brothers cartoons. And then it was, as I mentioned before, Terry Hawks, who actually was, I was doing a look on that. She was actually Wendy Masters on General Hospital. And she also had a bit part of Nurse on a show. You're familiar with Today's Special?
Yeah, Today's Special.
Yeah, I know. I'm amazed that anybody knows what that is. She had like a bit part in an episode of that. I keep forgetting the formation. I guess, you know what? Fine, you know what? Let's show the Runaway. Let's do Terry Hawks was second voice.
Valentine.
Anne Valentine.
Yeah.
Is that who it was?
Canadian voice actress who's best known for voicing the title role of Serena Sailor Moon in the second half of the original English version of Sailor Moon.
So that was it. Okay, I mean, I don't know what else she's done, so I don't know if it was necessarily a good... And I know that then they changed the voices again for certain things. Yeah, let me do the formation thing before I forget. So, you know what? We'll run on the shoot formation for now. That's fine.
Should Care Bears, the movie.
I remember there was... Who'd she play in that?
She played... Champ Bear.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, I did not know that. I know that actually...
2004 and 2005, and she played Percy the Small Engine in a movie on Thomas and the Magic Railroad.
Oh, I remember that.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do. I remember it was supposed to be not very good. Okay, actually, okay, I'm glad I came in here, because this is also where I can get, items. You know what? Yeah, I can buy cologne, which recovers all my EP. Yeah, you know what? I do want to get some money. I want to buy a couple of these. I'll tell you why, because there's a part later in the game that one of the translations adds the ability to buy manicures for increasing your attack. So, you know what? I want to kill things, and I want to do that. Actually, it's funny you say Care Bears, because I was looking up at as well. Actually, I believe Tracy Moore was initially the voice of, Cher Bear on the Care Bears, and every instance of the Care Bears that the character had it. I personally think Linda gets a bad rep. As far as the case of Sailor Moon, I mean, do you think maybe it's because it's coming off of the other voice from before? Maybe. I mean, in my case, like, it was the case, like, it's different. It sounds like, kind of more high-pitched, like, oh, it's something terrible is going to happen to this. It's like, Darian's going to be, you know, angry at me or something to that degree. But I guess maybe it was just the idea, like, hey, you know, you had that idea of it. And we sometimes went on that. The idea, like, you know, when they change a voice performance for some reason, that what's the case of somebody coming in to step in the shoes that way, and you're always going to be prepared.
It's hard.
That's true. So, I mean, and maybe also because of that case, because there were a couple of the voice performers, because I know Susan Roman that carried over, as well as, I know you mentioned her when we did Streets of Rage, Katie Griffin, who voiced Raye. At first I hated her, but now I heard your take on it, but now it's grown on me. I mean, maybe that's also the thing, like, you hear it enough and it kind of gets to that perspective, and you understand, like, wait a minute, what's the, you know, take that's coming to it. I guess maybe when we really think about it with Serena as a character, where S went, at that point she wasn't necessarily, you know, the nervous, you know, klutzy girl that she started as in the beginning of the series. So maybe it makes sense, the idea of, like, that growth, although maybe it was a little more. The idea was good, but honestly the voice was still a bit iffy. You know, and I get that too as well, because, you know, because you have multiple, like, voice performances, you're going to compare them. We've talked that with Sonic the Hedgehog. We've talked about other games where it's like, hey, you'll have a change in voice, or television or something, you'll have a change in voice, and it sounds different. And, like, question is, like, when does it become a case where it's not bad, it's just different, or when it's just different and not very good?
No,
while I'm walking down the street and trying to see, you know, I should probably go home, because honestly, the stuff with the battle thing here is not going to be. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do a resurrection. Who?
Linda Valentine. She's in a lot of things. Arthur,
really?
Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, there's a new take on Inspector Gadget, I believe, from a couple years ago. I think she was in.
She's got tons of 7 episodes of something else.
That's been. I'll tell you, that's the fascinating thing. And I remember doing that when we were doing Mega Man Legends, and a lot of the other games we do. Anytime we have voice acting. I think it's become a rule that way. In fact, ElecVerse, you made that happen when we did Metal Gear Solid. Not least of which because Metal Gear Solid puts the names of the voice performers on screen. Yeah. But just because I said, you know what, let's talk about the voice performers. Let's talk about some of the other stuff we've done, which can make some interesting things. It can also make some really dark things that we found with Rob Smith, with Teasel Bond from the other one, as far as the idea of him being convicted of child pornography. But I mean, as I said, we'll go in the guts of gaming. We'll go into that and say, like, all right, fine, let's get a full picture. Honestly, kind of like Ron Drummond as Sonic, though I never really hated him. The idea of... And it's funny, because I know there are people like, hey, they don't like the idea of Sonic with a voice at all, really. Yeah. But just the question of... who is the best take on that character? Because actually, it's interesting. Sonic the Hedgehog's voice performer has been the same in Japan ever since Sonic Adventure. It's never changed. For the US, it's changed multiple times. It changed Ron Drummond, who was for Sonic Adventure. It was Jason Griffith, well, I know ElecVerse, I think you said yours, your favorite, who was for Shadow the Hedgehog and also was in the Sonic X anime, and then they carried for a bunch of the games. And then it was Roger Craig Smith, who's in the games now since Sonic Colors, and then also in the movie, and the movie sequel's out in 2 weeks. It's the guy from Parks and Rec, I'm trying to remember his name, Ben Schwartz.
Oh.
Okay, now I remember his name. It's Ben Schwartz, who was him in the first one and is going to be in the second one, and also...
Is any good?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good as far as like what he's doing with Sonic. It's a different take than
Yeah.
a lot of the other performances, really. But it's also interesting, like, hey, wait a second, they didn't go to Roger Craig Smith for that. Actually, Tails is in the new movie, the new one that's coming out. It is the same voice performer who is Tails in the games now, Colleen O'Shaughnessy. Okay. And then it was, for Knuckles, they also got somebody else famous. It was Idris Elba from the Suicide Squad and from Luther and from other stuff. Which is, I've heard him in the trailer. It's an interesting take as far as Knuckles is concerned. That's another one as far as Knuckles with some of the other voices that he's had as far as the games. Yeah. And then also, like, the anime, because the Sonic X was Dan Green. It was Scott Dreer for Sonic Heroes when we played that. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to remember who it is recently as far as Knuckles, but for the movie they got Idris Elba for that.
That's really a different choice.
It is a different choice, although from what I'm seeing of the trailers of that, both the one that came out after the Super Bowl and the first trailer we saw, I was like, it is an interesting take as far as like what they're doing with Knuckles, as far as the character. And in 2 weeks we'll get a sense of that. I mean, Nocturne and I are going to go see that before we do our show on the 23rd, because I'll say this, I have the schedule for the rest of the month, for next month, mapped out now. I wasn't sure about a couple things. We'll go on that more at the end of the show, but one of the things that Nocturne and I are going to do is... Actually, before I go into that, I'll read this. It's Junichi Kanemaru, who voiced Sonic, I guess, or it's pronounced Dreyer. Oh, Dreyer. I keep forgetting. I keep pronouncing it as Scott Dreer, but it was like Scott Dreyer. Okay, sorry. I always make that mistake. Thank you for fixing me on that one. I'll make sure not to do it when we do Sonic Adventure 2. At some point, we'll definitely do Sonic Adventure 2. But yeah, Nocturne and I, we're going to be doing a co-op run of Sonic 3 and Knuckles in a couple weeks. Which sounds like, well, we've done that game before. Well, fine. We didn't do it the way we've done it before. And there is something unique we're going to do on that. I'm going to keep that a little bit a surprise. Only she and I know how we're handling that. But on the 23rd, you want to see how we handle that. Alright, so yeah, we got home. Oh, we're safe. Yeah, nothing's changed here. Yeah, outside there's just invisible demons. But yeah, okay, fine. Sammy's not in good shape. He's running down the hallway. Or Shingo, as it's called from Japan. Oh yeah, there's like a Dementor, like a Death, like Scythe Reaper guy going, or Yoma, who's gonna try and kill our brother. Yeah, no, Serena does get annoyed with Sammy on the show. It's like, you'd think like, well, she'd be fine with him be dropping dead. It was like, yeah, no, I don't think she's that, cold-hearted. Alright, let's save. Since we're gonna go into a battle for this. Which shouldn't be too bad, but I just want to at least have my stuff set for the purpose of that.
Couldn't find the other name.
Of who?
That ElecVerse mentioned there.
Junichi Kanemaru. Okay, he's like, look, I'm not having her on the show to look up the stuff while I'm going. I really am not. I hope, don't take that as a perspective, like, that's what you're doing. That's not why you're not on the show. But as I said, it's also, I guess maybe that's the benefit that way. It's like, fine. Sammy's in the corner. Yeah, don't interfere. Yeah, I'm interfering, because, yeah, her parents would kill... Yeah, her parents would kill us if anything happened to him. This Carini Green.
Ooh.
No, I wonder if that's supposed to be like Cabrini Green. That'd be a dark take. It was like, well, whatever. Alright, fine, let's kill him. Yeah, well, fine. That's usually what you do in an RPG, a lot of cases. Like, hey, you see a demon or something, yeah, just destroy him. Alright, fine. Well, Death Reborn... Oh, wait. I'm pulling Saturn. She doesn't have a whole lot of connections with other people. Which is weird. You think, like, wait a second, she'd connect with everybody else. Also, one other thing I'll get into is, you have attacks that are hitting... I'll go back to, go back here. Single and multiple. You do have attacks that go for multiple targets or single targets. Usually the single target ones will hit single targets harder than multiple attacks. So if you can use single attacks for that, or like, group attacks like that, you want to try and use those usually.
Ooh.
Yeah, Spiral Heart Attack is going to be a nice one. Yeah, they're deep shaking. Yeah, just show their bond as we go along. So you have the electric, sword thing with the water, and then the ribbons.
Still there.
There's one battle I am dreading coming up later that's going to be even worse. And I have to fight alone, because there's a period of this game we're running into where we're not really having much of a party except with one person. And there's 4 parts of that. We might be able to get through most of that tonight. Maybe.
Look at this.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, just keep killing them. Yeah. Yo, right. She runs Earth attacks. That's right. I forgot about that.
It's a submarine. Oh, I like that.
You are getting also like the nice particle effects as well. I guess what this is doing as far as the Super Famicom or Super Nintendo. Fine, same thing. Super Famicom is Super Nintendo in Japan because it was family computer for the NES for them. So that was why it went. Yeah, let's just punch him. Or kick him.
Yay.
There you go, got him. Alright. Yeah, you do get that jump up thing with it. Yeah, there's one boss that's even worse with that coming up later. Alright, thank you, Sailor Moon. Yeah, she's, I guess, trying to not blow her cover. And he's wondering what Gata Gata is. Anyway, they want to know where the Gunzaicho is. Or the Ginzusho. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that. So that's fine, we can go to that. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna say, you know, that's fine, we're gonna walk down the street. And, you know, how much money do I have? Do I have enough to... Okay, I have enough to buy a couple of things. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to see... Oh, right, I can't. Yeah, I got a message from Luna. Let's have a little communicator thing. We have to go to the shrine. I think we... Oh, no. Okay, I can still walk there, perfect. But we're still gonna run into battles even though I'm Serena.
Are you?
So I'm instantly transformed to this. You know what? Fine. We're gonna run away because right now, all of these... It's not gonna matter for all these characters to be getting level up with them. By the way, when you run away successfully, you'll have the Mode 7 Moon go there. And keep going. I do want to go to the shop quickly. And I'm gonna use that trick of just doing the, you know, X to go in the menu so I don't... You know, I basically could stop the battles from happening. So if you don't want to get into random battles, just do this. Run for a few seconds and hit X to go in the menu. It'll reset it.
Oh, wow.
Interesting enough, I remember I tried this with Skies of Arcadia. I thought, oh, you can do that, but no, you can't. Well, fine. If you run, in some cases, yeah, you'll go on. It's not bad with the frequency you run into the random battles, I'll say that. It's not like every 2 steps you're, you know, getting hit with something. Yeah. I mean, if you ever played some of the early Final Fantasy games, or Jaws on NES, God forbid, yeah, you'll run into that all the time. And it's really annoying. But in this case, like, I'm avoiding it. Actually, on Skies of Arcadia, and whenever we do that game, eventually... It is another RPG, I don't know if you ever played that.
No.
With that one, you actually hear the disc grinding of the Dreamcast to give you a sense of, like, where the battle is coming. Like, you're like, I thought, like, oh, I'll go in the menu, I can avoid it. But as soon as I come out, like, no, I'll go in the battle. Alright, look at this manga together. Okay, so this is the bookstore. Actually, I wasn't in here. What can I buy from here? I can buy a girl's manga and somehow that recovers my health. Or I can buy this and get, EP. You know what? I'm gonna go to where I said the convenience store, and I'll go to the jewelry shop. I just have to find where... Okay, now that's the... Oh, wait, this is here, because I do want to go here to get the... What is it? Okay, I'll talk to her. I want to get the manicures. I want to get as many of these as I can. They give you a boost to your attack, and there's a part coming up later that... I'm gonna want to have that. In one of the later translations of this game, they let you buy manicures at that shop. They don't in this version, so I want to get them now. This is the last time I'm going to be actually at my town. For quite a bit of time, we're going to be kind of going all across the world as it is. You'll see in just a second. But, fine, we'll get into a battle right outside seeing Molly. So yeah, like, you know, fine, well, you know, let's kill them, why not? By the way, this is what I was meant about memory. It puts my memory on the last thing I did. So, like, yeah, I started running. So, like, fine, I'll just put that on attack, so we'll just kill him. And since we're feasibly leveled up more, we should be able to kill him quicker, I hope. Well, feasibly. I mean, they're not doing much damage to me, and they don't start doing stuff with status for a while, so I think we should be good. Because they can do stuff like poison, you can do enchantment on you, they can do turn you into stone, which is the worst one. Because if you put turn into stone, you can't move at all, and if your entire party's turned into stone, it doesn't wear off, it's an instant game over. If you get a game over, by the way, you go back to the last save. Which is why I also want to save a lot.
Like Doctor Who episode in The Lion, The Witch and the Wardrobe and the Turned to Stone.
Oh! Okay, that's a different reference. And that's good, because as soon as you're mentioning that, when I put this in the YouTube site version, I'll put a picture of what that is. I just remembered Sailor Moon took some inspiration from Super Sentai. Yeah! Which also was the basis for Power Rangers, brought Power Rangers up. At some point, I gotta get one of those Power Rangers games, we'll do one of them. But that would make sense, because in a lot of ways, I mean... Especially all the enemy designs we run into, some of those things, you get the sense like it was pulling like from like the Super Sentai shows, which that was then the precursor of Power Rangers was. Alright, I want to see if I can get some accessories of some sort. Let's see. I can afford a bracelet.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, I think I can afford the bracelet. You know what? I'll get one of those because I want to at least have my attack up. I think that's how I'm going to run this to start. I'm just going to boost my attack to start, especially with who we're going to be running with next. You know, at this point, we did enough. We're just going to take a walk to the temple. Or not. Fine. We're going to run out. Fine. I'll run from this battle, but when we get to the next part of this, we're going to not run at all. I'm going to fight every single battle. We do get to enjoy more of the music. I want a crossover of Super Sentai and Sailor Moon, damn it. Which is an interesting case. I guess you'd probably have to talk to whoever's owning the license on Power Rangers now. And I guess, I mean, it's Viz for the US for Sailor Moon, which would be an interesting case to that as well. And yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. All right. Oh wait, I keep forgetting there's a dead end of the street. You have to go to the right street up at the top over there, while avoiding the random encounters. All right, fine. We're not gonna avoid this one. No, but I get that idea. We've mentioned that before. The idea of the mix of enterprises.
Yeah, I like that idea.
But also, it's the idea of like thinking through that perspective as well. Yeah, if you go to the right here, this is the way to the shrine. Yeah, get used to this, because as I said, it's not, it could be worse as far as other RPGs. Right now, it's like, yeah, fine. Yeah, never running for a real fight, yeah, we're doing that all the time now. So like, yeah, we're kind of, ruining the meaning of the song. But by the way, one other thing is when you go to a certain area like this, the battles turn off. So yeah, when up here, we're fine. Also, yeah, you still have the crows that Raye has. And we can still talk to Grandpa, yeah, saying, Chad works really hard. Yeah, and then he also rings the bell. Actually, let me do this again. Oh, you get money for doing that. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, okay, at least it's not like on the TV show where, yeah, Grandpa filled it with water, and yeah, it doused Chad over here. Yeah, it'll be a glorious crossover, I agree with that. Yeah, nice weather we're having. He's like, whoa. Yeah, not now, Chad. That's what Raye is saying. So, like, yeah, we're gonna not now him, but I'm also gonna save. Because, yeah, we're doing okay as far as this so far. It's just that the next part of this, because if you ever played Final Fantasy VI before, this next part's gonna be a little familiar to you. We'll get into that. Yeah, I all of a sudden just transformed, and, alright. So, yeah, there is Luna and Artemis as well.
Artemis, yay.
We've been waiting for you, Sailor Moon. What do you know about the enemy? Yeah, so yeah, Artemis does have the information. He has the connections that way, as we know. Looked at some information. Oh, he looked at some information in the Crystal Palace's computer. Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the voice performer that was him. I looked it up today, but I didn't. That's the one I didn't write down.
I want to find it.
Oh, no, Rina Romano was Darien later. Never mind. Okay, for Artemis, okay. For the Deke dub specifically, appears the enemy arrived from the future. But the Black Moon, yeah, they're beyond the time of the Black Moon, and they have the power to manipulate time, using time-space door to get here.
Johnny Young Bosch, Ron Rubin on the English dub.
Rob Rubin, I think it was, for the first dub voice.
There it is, on the English
that looks familiar, because I was looking up earlier.
And Yoshiro Takato is the Japanese voice.
Awesome. Alright, thank you. Yeah, I mean, Sentai and Card Rider crossover all the time, and sometimes Metal Heroes does. Yeah, that's a point, because, yeah, honestly, I've not necessarily followed a lot of the Sentai series like those that much, but you're right, they did sometimes cross over. You mentioned, I know there's a different context you're mentioning with Final Fantasy X with Godzilla. I know Godzilla crossed over, the Toei Godzilla crossed over all the time. So, fair enough, and I guess with Japan maybe, but I mean, it's been a while. I don't know so if, like, that's the idea the way they do, but alright, fine. Artemis looking through the door, and it's like, well, okay, we have our view into what's going on. Yeah, there's Sin again.
Okay.
Yeah, the computer's making some strange sounds, though. The computer must be broken. Yeah, remember this is running on the 90s logic of computer. Yeah, but Luna and Artemis are fighting over the controls as usual. Yeah, that's really clever, Luna. It's interesting yang to the yin of Luna. Luna's so, uptight and, controlling of everything, specifically, but, he's gonna sort of, I guess, maybe get her loose. To a certain extent.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the opposite Sin. Oh, fine, they're going with the opposite Senshi that way. Alright, there's something weird about this. Yeah, one of the Senshi changes destiny. I'll kill you annoying Sailor Scouts. I'll rule her destiny or hell destiny as far as the translation more specifically. Yeah, she has Sailor Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Venus. Okay, no, I'm thinking ahead. There's one other thing we gotta do. So actually me fighting was probably a good thing. Well, Ace or any other 4 scouts back, come to the junior high school. Alright, so yeah, it's gonna be a trap, but we gotta go.
It's a trap?
And Rini, potentially. Yeah, she's catching on, specifically. But then again, also, by the logic of the cartoon, she was feasibly able to tie a clock onto her back in one of the episodes. Actually, the Sailor Moon Abridged goes into that. I think Amy says, I'm going to say this because everybody else is going to ask this question. How the hell did you tie that clock to your back? And then she says, quiet, Amy. She says, quiet, Amy. I can't hear you over the plot hole. Yeah, that's how funny and, into it, like, that Megami 33 Sailor Moon Abridged is. I'll link to that. I absolutely link to that. Because that is hilarious. It's this... It is real. It has a lot of fun with the ideas of it, while also kind of telling the story of the first couple seasons of this pretty well, honestly. So it's not missing a lot, but if you've seen a lot of it, or it's like the little Karibo stuff of like Dragon Ball Z Abridged that does that. Because like the Abridged series will sometimes do that. Especially the really good ones like those two.
Yeah.
A couple of the Pokemon Abridged did this as well. They'll be on top of the idea of loving the series so much, but also have some interesting, funny things to say about like differences between the dubbing. Feasibly, if they got far on that, the idea of like the cousin case of Uranus and Neptune, they probably would have a ball running that, like taking the piss out of that completely, I would think, or making some kind of the satire on that. But on top of the idea, like, hey, absolutely loving the idea of like loving Sailor Moon as an enterprise. But all right, yeah, we're going. Yeah, but she doesn't care feasibly. Well, to be fair, look, there's a reason they don't necessarily care as much because they came later. They don't technically have the bonds with Mercury, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter that Sailor Moon has, which makes sense. Totally. But it's like, well, Sailor Moon's like, yeah, I'm in charge. I'm the leader of this group. The show's named after me. We're going after my friends and saving them, as well as saving the game. But the point is like, look, it's not that my other assistants are, evil people necessarily. It's just that it's different to like the skin they have in this game feasibly, or how they're having it anyway. Right. And so it's like, fine. If Sailor Moon's saying, we're gonna go save my friends, damn it, we're gonna go save our friends, and they won't argue. Or fine, they'll go along with it, they're not gonna complain about it.
That's the one I don't like, the one at the top.
Oh, I'm trying to remember what the name of that thing is. Its name came up, I guess it looks almost like the doll case, like the wooden doll.
Yes, it does.
Or I think there was one boss we had in Gunstar Heroes, when we played that a few months ago, that kind of looked like that, as far as it, but I mean, it goes to, I think when you're mentioning the idea, like, I'm trying to remember who it was mentioning this. Oh no, it's the Crochet Nerd who I work with and will be on when we do Majora's Mask and a couple of games this year. He was saying to me just the idea of like the creepy doll always gets him, shaking as far as like just that weird case of just something setting off as far as like a horror vibe. And I mean, to be fair, a lot of the demon cases, I guess, reflect that for Sailor Moon because they come from another dimension, sort of.
Yep, that's right.
So I guess that makes some sense.
That one, though, with the pieces not attached together.
Yeah, I mean, wait till we play, trying to think of this. Well, I mean, we have another opposite case of that, like if you ever played Rayman, where Rayman is a case where it's a character where he doesn't have arms or legs, but that doesn't necessarily look weird. And I have to do Rayman again at some point. It's Sailor Mars, yes, they portray Sailor Mars as a crazy bitch. Yes, they do. I remember that. And they do have some fun with that idea as far as that, like, she's basically almost potentially suicidal. She's saying, like, we're going on the ship with, that Serena wants to go on. In the actual anime, they go on it. Or she sneaks on as opposed to her going with the ticket. She's like, I hope you hit it. Oh, you have a link to it. Awesome. I will put that in for sure. She's like, I hope the boat hits an iceberg. She says, I hope we do. The icy water of death will be my sanctuary. Oh, wow. And it is pretty funny as far as that, or even the idea of like how she eventually will kind of call out the potential of Mars this way. It's like, you're just so emo. And this was the 2000s when this was made. Wow. So then they're kind of like taking off that perspective of it. But it was like, yeah, you know what? That's true, but it also is very funny, but it doesn't seem like it's completely, weird to that, only because of the idea that, well, we'll see with Sailor Mars later. Sailor Mars can kick ass and take names with the best of them as far as what she'll do. She'll get into it that way. She'll burn everything to death, as because she's all about the fire. So, in that case, it's not, because I got this with Protorova on something. I'm trying to remember what Abridged series it was he was talking about. I'll ask him when we play Ocarina of Time in a few weeks. He was saying it was a Abridged take on some show that he knows, but unlike some of the better ones I mentioned, it goes so far off of what the Enterprise is, it's a massive turnoff to him. And I guess it goes to the idea of, like, what's the comedic thing? Like, is it something if it's so far removed that you don't recognize it anymore, that it kind of loses it?
Yeah.
Well, not what the value is, to its extent, but also it seems like it has to work on a different level. It has to work on its own while you're in the sense of, wait a minute, is this how a character would act? Whereas with Raye, I can kind of get that. I mean, Raye will push herself onto Serena as need be. I mean, she'll, you know, attack her if she needs to do. And then, in fact, I remember with the case with her grandfather, you know, fall off the roof. Serena kind of stepped in that after she said that, and she pushed it down. I was like, I figured it out. You have the meatballs on the outside to go with the spaghetti on the inside. He pushes her down. She starts crying, and then even, you know, Lita and Amy are saying to her, like, to apologize to her, is like, because then she'll stop that awful crying. And he's like, but even, you know, even Mercury kind of stands up and is like, she's had enough. It's like, fine, be that way, brats. I'm sick of having to break up your pre-adolescent fights, which is true because Mercury always does do that. So that's not out of keeping with the character as far as how the Abridged does it. So that goes to the idea of like, hey, you know, it seems like it's in keeping that way.
Yeah, that's good. That's important.
Well, it can be important, but you know, it can be funny either way. Where's the emergency? It's upstairs. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, we're at the wrong. Oh wait, I went to the wrong place. We have to go to school. Okay, I was thinking ahead, or thinking backwards because we went to the school already. Fine, we're gonna take our run. We're just gonna run down the street. Also, I do think the thing resets for the battles when you come out here. All right, fine. Or what happened? Oh right. Right, it goes into a cutscene of sorts when I hit that. At first it looked like the game froze. Like, I don't think it froze. This game is not buggy, I'll say that. From what I understand, I don't think this is a buggy game. I mean, as far as, like, glitches.
Yeah.
Alright, so, only Lady Serenity is protected by crystal. Yeah, Lady's held in her hands. Oh, wait, no, because there's Queen Serenity. Wait, oh, right, because Raye is Lady Serenity, right, because, yeah, there's Raye.
Oh, there's...
Yeah, there you get the shot of Crystal Tokyo. You do get, like, that Eiffel Tower thingy from the show. But, alright, fine, we're going in here.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing about the school. The scouts are in the rooms here, in the classrooms. We have to find all 4 of them and then also get Raye and fight them off. But also one of the rooms, like the room next door that has a recovery I can go to. But this is also showing what every character's dreams are. So this is basically the ideas, yeah. Dr. Mizuno, so yeah, there's Amy. She's a pediatrician. I guess that's the idea of what Amy wants to be, which makes sense given what she was studying as far as the show. No, nothing at all. Dr. Mizuno. Yeah, so yeah. Alright, so yeah, it's the phone. Wrong, what's wrong? Of course I'm playing early today. This is her anniversary. I guess the thought is she does want to be married to Greg. That's the idea. Yeah, Senator Goons remind me of the Starlights with what they're wearing. Yeah, I almost wonder maybe they had that on their minds, potentially, on that one. If you get Trudy, you have to face me first. Yeah, whenever we do this, we see their dreams, because the idea is that if they're kept in their dreams too much, they'll die, apparently. Yeah, we have Marmalade.
Oh, there, okay.
So yeah, we gotta kill her. Somehow.
Wow, she's cool.
I'm trying to think how I should go about this. I guess I could use the Death Reborn. Let's run... yeah, let's do the Deep Shake. For Moon, let's do, Inspire Revolution is health, recover... Oh, I think it's... You know what? Let's do that. Because I'm curious about what that is.
She's cool.
I'll do the Deep Shaking. Well, the design, and that also goes to the perspective, like, aspects of the show, because I think there's a character they fought on the show.
It is, yeah.
Okay, no, that's a health recovery. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I knew what that was. Which is fitting for that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, and I can double up, by the way, on the Deep Shaking. I did that. Basically, as long as you have enough crystals to run that twice for both of the scouts, they're connected with that link, you can do it.
What are the numbers that are going on?
I mean, when I hit them?
Yeah.
That's damage. So basically, whenever I do damage, you'll have numbers, and depending on more damage, if it says miss, I miss.
Okay.
I hope that Toxic Miss doesn't hit. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think it's appropriate for the bad guys. Yeah, I get that. Or bad boys? Okay, yeah, I think that's right. Alright. So basically, as long as I'm doing damage to that could be good to that, but like, if I take too much damage, my HP gets to nothing, I'm dead. But when I kill her, fine, I miss. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be having, you know, Saturn out that way, or I should just be, you know, hitting everything with magic. You know, let's do that. Yeah, we'll try dusting her as well. I keep saying it that way, but as I said, when this turns on in my brain, it's not turning off. Maybe that's the idea of what a permanent Sailor Moon really had to me, even though I haven't watched it in a while.
Although, to be fair, I saw we have Hulu, and so I saw that...
It's on there?
Yeah, I saw something, and I was like not a commercial, but kind of like a thing for it, and I thought, wow, I'll have to watch it again.
Yeah, I'll boot up Hulu at some point. I'll definitely take a look at that, because I know there's also the different translation outside of, I guess the one we initially had to start in the later seasons, and the Sailor Moon Crystal, which I've heard really good things about, which is, I think, 2014. I think it was, like, remaking the original show, and I think it was, like, kind of going off a different take. Alright, yeah, I'm running out of energy and of, some of my scouts, so I need to... Yeah, I'll try the Death Reborn. She's out of juice, so I'll just punch things. I'll try dusting her again, and... do I have any... I don't have enough to hit anything for that, so I guess I'll just have to punch her. Yeah, thank God that is miss. Oh, it didn't miss. She's poisoned, by the way. That's what that ball of goop over her head is, and why her sprite went down. She'll keep losing health each turn until I either recover her or she dies, and I don't know if I have any items I can help with that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're not using those manicures until later. But the good news is that after I kill her, or her over there, I can go get myself recovered. Actually, all the time in Japan, the villains are portrayed by adult film stars. Yeah, I think I remember that.
Really?
To a certain extent. I mean, I think he's got a point to that. As far as, like, what's the perspective? I don't know if that's supposed to be a message about anything, although I know Japan, I guess, is maybe more, I guess, sexually open. She's dead, finally. Yeah, get used to that. There's a battle we're going to run into that I'm nervous as anything over that. I hope I can avoid that. But all right, we saved Mercury. She's good.
That was a long one.
Yeah, there's a worse one coming up. And that's why I bought those manicures. I'm not going to the battle without it.
Okay.
If I can get... And it's actually... I'm going to be with her alone, and we'll explain why in a little bit. And actually, Sailor Mercury is not necessarily that strong attack-wise, which makes sense. She's more about the, you know, the magic she does, usually. So that makes sense as far as... Yeah, go in here. I can get a full recovery in my health. So yeah, come into this guy over in the infirmary anytime you need to. And there is a Sailor Scout on each floor. So, in each case, just keep going up the floors till I find the classroom they're in. Alright, there's Raye. But I need to go the other way to talk to the not the mentor. Do you really want to help, Raye? I could say no.
You could say
Do
no.
you want me to say no? It's up to you.
I don't know. You want help, though? Don't you?
Well, we can go... Well, we'll go to the U.S. continuity, or, like, I guess, Serena's mad at... Okay, well, actually... You know, I'll say no because they give me a reason to... Don't tell lies. You really want to beat me up, don't you? I can't let you do that.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, so we fight him anyway. Alright, so it's like the Super Mario RPG thing. Actually, it's kind of good I said no now just because actually there's something that's coming up for it. Actually, I probably should change my formation. Alright, let's just, again, just kill her. Or just pull out the single magic I can do. Although, yeah, she only has multiple target hits. I guess, you know what? I guess what I could do is... I'll have to see how much money I have. I don't want to use those manicures, but I also do want to get through this quicker. You know, alright, fine. We'll try the physical attacks. Usually do want to run the magic, because the idea is this. You want to run the magic to start, and then if you have items to recover your magic, you could do that to keep the trend going, or just do physical attacks. Because, okay, fine. In this case, she's not too bad as far as, like, what she's doing to me. At least not right now. It's just that, yeah, you're seeing I'm only doing single-digit numbers.
Yeah.
And part of that does have to do with my formation. In fact, when I get out of this battle, I'm gonna change that because... And I didn't know this one was doing... I didn't remember this one was doing the test. I was saying, why am I not doing a lot of damage on these enemies? Why am I doing, like, 2 damage?
Because she's in the wrong spot.
I guess so, and I gotta play around with that. At least that was the case for Sentai, as explained in this video by Ricky Lehman, who discussed reviews for Sentai and Power Rangers. Okay. Alright, I'll take a look at that, and I'll definitely put that in the link list that we have. I do love that whenever I do the edits each week. Yeah. It's like, anytime that either ElecVerse or anybody else in chat mentions something, or has a link to something, or I say, like, hey, there's something I'm putting in, or something a guest says, I'll put a link to that. Actually, you know what? I did that when we did Nights, where it's like, hey, or Christmas Nights. We said you had the Commedia dell'arte for that. I said, like, let me put links to that. I think you gave me some stuff for the edit, so I appreciate the perspective of that. You know what? Fine. I can just pretty much brute force this one now and just, you know, just hit her. But I'm still not doing much damage, and unlike something like Super Mario RPG, I don't have a magic attack where we can tell, like, where is the damage coming. But, you know, let's see. I can do a deep shake. No, I don't want to do the Spiral Evolution, because that's for, actually, you know, I keep forgetting to put the power on them. All right, that's that. Actually, do I have enough to do? Oh, no, I have one for the deep shaking, or, because I need 2 for that. Yeah, let's try dusting her. Well, she'll die eventually, it's just that The poisons... Okay, there we go. That helped, but I don't have a whole lot of magic left. Actually, the one thing I can do, I can show this. I'll use one of my items. Let's use the Nakiyoshi. I'll use that on... Actually, let's get Neptune and Uranus set up because they're running that attack. As long as I run that, I can be set. So, actually, I'll use this whole turn to just use these. I'll buy more later. Just give both of them the recovery of the EP, and then we can get those attacks going, because you saw it did way more damage.
Yeah.
So if I can just get this out of the way, yeah, just give them crystals. So yeah, there's 2 crystals. There's 2 crystals for me. Yeah, we're just focusing on them, because for the next run there, I can just run the attacks this way. So yeah, you use the Death Reborn, that's fine. This will do the Deep Shake. You try dusting them again, and yeah, we'll Deep Shake. Alright, there we go. This should probably take her out, I think. Yeah, there's a battle, you're gonna be begging to see that. But I can't use League attacks because it's a single character. Alright, she's gone, thank God. Thank God. And she leveled up. Yeah, so good news as far as the level up. That's what you run into sometimes with RPGs as far as it. Alright. So Mars, we want to get a sense of that. We're seeing what her dream is.
Yeah.
And this is why it made sense I said no, actually. Yeah, because what happened in the show before, you know, Darien and Serena knew who they were, Raye wanted to be with Darien, and now, at this point, she's seeing this dream of this, yeah. You've always loved me, Chiba Marmaru, so yeah, like, you always loved me, Darien, but, yeah. Sailor Moon probably wants to kill her on the back of seeing this. But this is her dream, her thought of that. Yeah, you're screaming Raye. Yeah, that is Serena screaming that.
Uh-oh.
And she said, like, why are you saying the name of my boyfriend / future husband? Yeah, what were you dreaming about? Alright, yeah, she kind of just fell down. I was like, yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, they're like, yeah, well, okay, fine, we'll be set to that. Okay. Before I do anything, and before I go do the recovery, let's get the other links together. I didn't have them, so let's see. Spiral Shaking, that, and that's all I think I can do right now. So let me change the formation on top of that. Let's change this a little. I could put them in a cluster, so I'll have more of a thing to that. You know what, I'll run cluster. I'll put Sailor Moon in the back, because I think she's at highest level. That's fine, that's fine. You know what, I'll have Uranus and Neptune in front. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I was gonna go down to the infirmary to get myself recovered. Oh, fine. Yeah, I could violate that completely. Just hold that LR button and hold B button. Yeah, I can run the halls. No one's gonna have problems with that. So there's my case of that. All right. So next up, we had Mercury and Mars taken care of. Next up is Venus. Or not Venus. I keep saying Venus next, but no, it's Jupiter's. Yeah, no, Dag. I wanted the other moon of Jupiter. Alright, there is Jupiter. So let's take care of this. Actually, this is where it gets kind of a little funny on top of the last one. Don't intrude. Girls' dreams have come true. I made dreams too. Getting with that boy you like. Yeah, they're realizing, yeah, beautiful clothes to wear. Yeah, that one's getting lost in thought. We're just gonna push Lita's body away. Yeah, keep talking, my friend. I kind of hate the plot point was dropped, or I kind of hate that plot point was dropped because it could have been a character for Raye and Serena. The idea of what? That, perspective, like, the love triangle idea of Darien.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe because, to be fair, the anime does go into this in the idea that...
Character development, he's saying. Yeah,
well, the character, yeah, it's true. I mean, they sort of have that before, but I mean, okay, fine. Initially, Serena doesn't care, because, like, hey, I hate Darien. You go with him, I don't care. But, alright, that's Jarcock, by the way, we gotta kill him. But anyway, we'll run the deep shaking again, and also we'll run the new stuff I have, somewhere. Which is the spiral shaking. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, okay, to go to that, then, I mean... That's true, although I think they do kind of... It's not that they ignore that as far as, you know, the show, because, like, I think the point when it's revealed that Darien is Tuxedo Mask to Serena specifically, they do indicate the idea of Raye understands that, okay, the destiny's there and she's not going to get in the way of that, but I also know what you're saying, the idea of would they necessarily, fight for the purpose that actually that kind of happens with Serena and Lita to a certain extent. I mentioned the one episode, I think it's Too Many Boyfriends is the name of it, I think. Basically the idea that they find out that Andrew has a girlfriend, she's going away, and they want to, date him. But the idea is, like, they kind of have to sort of fight over that a little, to a certain extent, of the idea is, like, hey, you're going over there to, cook for him, because, Lita's good at cooking, Serena's not, or she can't even make toast effectively. No, it's either that or she can't draw stick figures well. But alright, here's Lita's dream. Well, fine, she kind of emphasized this as we played, which is the idea that she wants to be with somebody. Yeah, and the idea is, like, she was thrown out of her old school for fighting, feasibly as far as the US continuity was concerned, but yeah, this guy who kind of likes her, who I think was a student of the school, I think. I don't remember on that one, honestly. Alright, so... But of course, yeah, he's also saying, like, yeah, she's good at cooking, so yeah, homemade bento box, which is something she does bring along often. Which also one who's, like, really angry eventually, like, hey, if that's something goes badly. In fact, yeah, actually, Sailor Moon and Jupiter were at their throats a little bit initially, because, like, hey, how'd your date go with him? It didn't go well. And she's like, yeah, just leave me alone, you pest. Alright, fine. She's just tired, so she can rest there. So before we take care of Venus and get Raye back, we're gonna go recover again. Okay, yeah, see, you saw it went much smoother there because I had the formation right. But I guess sometimes you want to change that formation up, I guess, because you don't want to get yourself totally destroyed, but in some cases it's not. It's a mechanic that feasibly could have been better implemented than it is, because it also, as I mentioned, it's also something that I could feasibly get walled. Alright. Yeah, if you go to a floor, by the way, that has tried to go past the floor that has a Sailor Scout on it, you get that message. So, like, yeah, you gotta find him. In fact, there is Venus. Alright, this child's gonna live in a dream world forever. Let her be. Oh, that's, okay, no, that's not Amy. It looks like Amy, it's not her. Hikaru, which I believe is, one of the people at the school, I think. Alright, who are you chasing after this time? And this time it's true love. Okay, so like with Lita, she wants to be in a relationship with Minami from the soccer club. I believe there's an episode of the show that goes into him, I think. Or maybe it's in the manga. You give him the what?
Hikaru Sarai was a character only appeared in code name Sailor V.
Yeah, because initially she was Sailor V, and then she came in later. It's like, oh, by the way, I'm Sailor Venus.
Yeah.
I know my story, whereas everybody else, they had to find out they were the Sailor Scouts.
Right.
So, which was an interesting case. I mean, that's kind of a unique one, really, as far as the main, or the inner Senshi, specifically. So, I guess that's the idea, and then also the thing, maybe also because she had Artemis with her, so maybe
right.
Artemis probably gave her the hookup. That's probably what happened, really. Well, then again, Luna gave Serena the hookup anyway. Yeah, don't die, Venus.
Uh-oh.
I said not to disturb her. And I said, yeah, I'm doing what I want.
Yep.
Alright, but yeah, we can destroy him fine, so it's fine. Oh, wait. Well, yeah, we'll do the deep shaking, spiral shaking, also the deep shaking, and yeah, because I only have health recovery, unfortunately, with her. Dude, there were. Alright, that's fascination. I think that if that didn't miss, I believe that gives you a that's either confusion or it's I think it's confusion. It's been a while since I played this and saw those effects, because those effects rarely happen when they do those attacks. It's based on your evade points or your evade skill. But when those hit, my god, they're nasty. Oh, Jesus. Right there, I just get hit with 40 points of damage. That's fine. 50 for her, but like, yeah, that also gets us sense, like, yeah. And it goes to one thing, I guess we sort of mentioned this with other games, or other RPGs, which is that you need to keep your levels up. This is not necessarily a game you have to grind horribly as far as like, oh yeah, if I don't do well, I'm gonna be screwed. Although there's one point coming up, I'm gonna want to do that. Okay, so Rini's on the roof. Let's go help her. Yeah, Ochibi Usa, which is, yeah, pure Japanese name. Basically Mini Moon, pretty much. Or Mini Serena, sort of. Or Mini Usagi.
And there's Shiba Maruda?
Yeah, I think that was,
that's Tuxedo
Matt. Yeah, Tuxedo Matt's Darien, yeah.
Just...
Well, we'll see. There's a lot to take care of, but then again, see the thing, you followed that show as it was, and you're like, oh, these are coming up. Yeah, here's Sin again. Yeah, Rini's safe for now. She's dreaming and realize what's happening to her. She have a good destiny, and we will too. Want to help her? Hand over the Ginzui show.
Ooh.
Yeah, Solomon, don't do it. Don't give it to them. Make her dream until we get what we want, and then she'll die from that, by the way, if she keeps dreaming. Her happiness is only in her imagination, and I guess that's going to overtake her. Yeah, they can try to scare us to give it to her. Don't let them trick you. Yeah, but I'm giving it to her anyway, because, look... Oh, well, also, here's the other thing. Rini's Serena's daughter, so...
Oh,
I
okay.
probably... That probably makes sense, I guess.
Huh? What?
Yeah, they're so like, yeah, what the hell's wrong with you? Although, to be fair, it's like, she will sometimes do that. Like, she tried... she did that with Soy Sight, but then also that's something else happened. But give back Rini. Alright, that's the right solution to the problem. Alright, so she's tossing her body over to me. Now hand over this... Oh!
Shoot.
But, yeah, what does that mean? The rose?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Tuxedo Mask.
That's right.
Or as, the Sailor Abridged went into, I'm an intimidating figure on a park bench. It's wrong to play around with young girls' dreams like that. You're such a cold heart. Apologize. Yeah, there is Tuxedo Mask.
Yay.
Or Tuxedo Common, as she's known in Japan.
Okay.
And they put the Sama
There's
thing,
the
because I know...
flower. Yeah.
Also, yeah, the Sama thing, by the way, that is in Japanese culture, that they'll sometimes say a name of someone, and they'll add, like, the Sama to it. I think there's a connotation specifically. Or, we'll see when we do Shenmue, because they actually have them in the dialogue where they'll say, like, me work for Landi-sama, that's my dream. And we'll do that when we do Shenmue. At some point, we'll do Shenmue. I'm thinking next year we'll do that, because we got a stack plate on things. I don't know if I want to count those one of the RPGs. I'm going to just do that itself.
Don't give the enemy the guinea.
Yeah, let's don't give it to him. Rini, she's fine. She's protected by the power of this crystal. Yeah, that's true. Also, we have her. We could take her and run away.
Right.
But then again, they could also cause trouble. But why do they want it? Changing the way of the world is difficult. They'll change the fate of the planet, and because we want to control the future. Yeah, they keep saying the same things. That's the one thing. Our common is mask in Japanese, I believe. Okay, so that makes sense. So basically, it is Tuxedo Mask. It's just Tuxedo Mask with the Japanese name for what mask is. So feasibly then for the US translation, they said, like, okay, that's actually what it is. We'll just change it to that. Alright. Control future, yes. Okay, fine. This is the reason why, in this case, she keeps repeating things. They're kind of playing mind games with her.
Okay.
They made us imagine things.
Ooh.
And let's see about that. Actually, yeah, they're imagining, I guess, yeah, fine. They're fine. Look, the continuity, they're gonna be married anyway, so it's not necessarily a stretch. Yeah, today is Rini's birthday. So I guess as far as their existences, they're gonna be living this way. Although then again, remember, they're in the Moon Kingdom later, so it's like with her as Queen Serenity and him as trying to remember how that went. But they're connected that way. Okay, so oh yeah. She always forgets this. I don't know how the hell you forget that, but okay. So yeah, the kiss. I'll go now. See, that also makes maybe a more disturbing subtext of the idea is like, I always forget that part. That means like, wait a minute, there might be trouble in paradise, but I don't think this Enterprise necessarily goes into something like that. I mean, the only trouble in paradise that happens is that Tuxedo Mask or Darian's taken away by Beryl or the villains, and then it's like, oh, we gotta get him back. Or Rini gonna take away. In fact, there is Rini right there. You tricked those two. Wake up, Sailor Moon. Wake up, Tuxedo Mask. And we need you. Alright, so what are they gonna do? Die, princess, die, bastards. Yeah, this also goes to the idea of, like, in Japan, as I said, it's more for teenagers, so you do have that. That would be the case. This would probably be like a... Well, actually, this juncture... No, this would be a teen-rated game if they're gonna have a rating on this. Please die now. I like how she's, you know, being really, you know, polite about it, saying, like, yeah, just please die, as opposed to just die, just, like, making a declarative statement, but yeah. Yeah, Tuxedo Mask decides to get in the way of that just to protect his daughter. Tuxedo Mask, you okay? Big mistake. Oh! That's the other thing, yeah, she got stabbed in the back again. Yeah, Sailor Saturn that way. And it also goes to the idea of, like, the connection that Rini and Sailor Saturn have. Yeah, so Sailor Saturn cannot catch a break, but remember, like, she always comes out of it eventually. But alright, so here he is. He's in bad shape. And they're kind of having their regrets. But yeah, no, Neptune and Neptune and Uranus are saying like, no, they're not gonna. Yeah, don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it in the sense like you're not to blame.
Right.
Now what happens happening now? Yeah, we're getting our revenge. Eventually. Though our numbers are now limited, we must continue. Haruka, what do you think? It's hopeless. It's hopeless to continue. We're failures of protecting the king. And I think that's the idea of what, Neptune and Uranus were, because I think the idea is like they're protecting, the king of the Moon Kingdom. I think that's when they came in to the show. I think that was the idea of like what their backstory was or where they would be, because everybody here connects to the Moon Kingdom as far as the 30th century take it is.
Okay.
But anyway, how's Ataru doing as well? Black light's worn off, she's getting better, but for the time being, she's at the hospital. Yeah, Ray's trying to understand the idea of the enemy, and Greg's prediction's coming true, as is the case, because, yeah, Greg can see the future. Sorry, Serena, I fell right in the enemy's trap. How so? What could we possibly have done to prevent it? Well... What was that flashing? Yeah, we talked about, Nephlite, Jedi, Zoisite, and Malachite. Yeah, they're there. Yeah, the guardian soldiers of King Endymion, which you mentioned.
Right.
Endymion, yeah, you mentioned that. The manga goes into this specifically as far as those 4 characters being the soldiers of the king.
Right.
Now they're protecting the prince. Are you guys Queen Barrel's goons? They were. Yeah, there is Nephlite, in fact. Or Maxfield Stanton as, or as Molly knew him as. Did serve as generals under Queen Beryl for a while. Originally followers of the Prince of the Earth. Now return to serve a former master once again. Why have you appeared like this? Yeah, perhaps with Darien. Yeah, in fact, there's Zoisite. Yeah, also that's the other deal, because remember, Zoisite, as I mentioned, is male for the Japanese continuity, for the US, female. You can feasibly get either way looking at it, so it's like, I get that idea regardless, but like, there you go. Zoisite is male as far as the continuity this is concerned, but there you go. The reason for the Masters' inactivity is negative energy, which they know all about, because remember, what was all they were always going for? They need to get the energy. It was always like, get the energy out. Alright, so what are you guys doing here? Yes, there's Jedi. Master's condition is quite abnormal. Perhaps the enemy is in possession of negative energy. Perhaps in large quantities. And there's Malachite again. We have force upon the opposite side of positive energy. When that's out of the way, it will turn to normal. How can we do that? We need the Shinno Ishi's power, which is, I believe, a combination of each of their specific stones. Yeah, this is a stone of pure Kage, or darkness as they're calling it here. Combination of He, lightness, and Kage, darkness stones. The 2 elements return to their original stones, but never happens by itself. Our He power is inside of other stones sleeping somewhere on Earth. They carry our power in all of it, and yeah, we have to go all around to find where they're. His is in Nepal. Jedi's is in Nepal. Nephlite's is in Canada. Zoisite's is in Switzerland. She seems to really like Switzerland based upon that heart there. And Malachite's is in Turkey. We have to go to these places and get the stones back. With Master's Rose's crystal, the bar is Wishu. Into Japan, so basically it's here, because they're set in Japan.
Right.
Although, of course...
They're traveling around, too.
Yeah. And as I said, like with Final Fantasy VI, there's a part in Final Fantasy VI where you have the party members that are going off on their own. Oh, that's what's going to happen here. We're splitting up. When they're brought back together, the Masters become healthy. Please find them. Alright, so we got the evil stones, the Kage stones for Zoisite, Jedites, Nephlite or Nephrite, and of Kunzite or Malachite. So now we gotta get the good ones that are around Earth to, counteract with these. Mitru and Haraka, search for them is a job for the Inner Senshi, so like, yeah, we're gonna be taken from here. We'll see them probably next month. Please get the stones. Look for the Barazuishu and the enemy's hideout while you guys are busy. Alright, so yeah, Amy's going to Switzerland, Ray's going to Nepal, Lita's going to Canada, which is fitting, I guess, given the idea of like a lot of Canadian voice performers.
That's right.
And Turkey for Mina. And Serena, you're staying home. Although to be fair, she's staying home for a reason because they give her a reason, which is that You know, Hotaru and Darien need to be cared for.
She's gonna nurse him.
Yeah. Also, technically, she has a daughter to look after because of Rini. We can also assume there's, like, all these weird adventures of, like, them going on. Because, yeah, Rini might be Serena's daughter, but, yeah, she can, you know, dish it right back as far as, like, them getting into fights. I guess, honestly, to go back to what you're saying, like, as far as the character development of Raye and Serena with Darien, honestly, you kind of got that with Rini and Serena differently. I mean, they both had their reasons for their attraction with Darien, although in a lot of cases, they really got each other's throats even more. Although also later on, it's not until later they found out, oh yeah, we're family. Okay, so yeah, Serena's power of love will revive him. We'll see. Thank you. Now we have to go and come back. We can all go have some crepes. Which I think is something for Japan. The stones are kind of like the Zeo crystals. Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, Rini was overhearing, so she's going to try and help out as well. Yeah, so off she runs. Yeah, I believe this is... Yeah, oh no, this is Darien's apartment building. Oh, right, the Zeo crystals for Power Rangers Zeo, right. I heard that, I was thinking, like, that's what that is, right? I don't have as much of a knowledge on the Power Rangers stuff, even Zeo, as other things. And there are a couple games based on Zeo. There's one on Super Nintendo, it's actually a Mario Kart clone, interesting enough. I hear it's not that great, but alright. This is the end, by the way, of the first chapter. And every time you get to a new chapter, regardless of where you are, Luna's gonna come out and she's like, yeah, let's do save.
Right, to remind people to save.
Yeah, also the good news, like, hey, there you go. So we're on chapter 10, or page 10. Yeah, we're gonna start with Mercury. We're going to Switzerland. Before I do anything, I'm changing my formation. We're putting her in arrow. I'm gonna put her as far in front as I can. I need her to dish out damage. She's not necessarily that strong. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there you go. That's the basically looking one furthest to the left, as far as where it is. So I want to put her there. She's a level 6. I want to fight everything I run into. I do have some items for things. I have these manicures. I'm holding them for a very specific reason.
Yeah, you said.
And, you know, I'll put the accessories I have on, because I did buy the bracelet. So I at least get her to hit harder a little bit. And there'll be a shop we're going, so we'll be able to handle that way. Alright, so we were in Switzerland. Yeah, Europe's tallest mountain, which is... probably... Yeah, alright, so yeah, I guess Zoisite's Heystone is here. Alright, as I said, when you see the screen go fading that way, you get chapter change. Alright, we're searching the stones, we're running to Sailor Mercury's take. Yeah, but the Death Dealer guys, or the Yomas, are here. I can't do it all by myself. Yeah, but she's not watching where she's going, she fell off the mountain. Or it's like... Elbrus. Okay, so I guess she's Mount Elbrus then. Thank you for letting that. Yeah, she fell off the mountain. She pulled a Wile E. Coyote, I guess. Fitting, because that was the new episode of Console Wars today that dropped for the Roadrunner Wile E. Coyote things.
Mont Blanc. Oh, they said this one says Mont Blanc.
So that's what it is?
Yeah, it might be Mont Blanc.
Okay,
yeah,
Mont Blanc
it's
then.
in the Alps in Western Europe.
Okay. The Rangers split the crystal to 5 pieces, set them across time, tied their heritage, and kept them from Master Vile. Alright, so then maybe that was what they were going on with this. Alright, so... yeah, we fell down, we're getting hurt. This also gonna be a preview to when we do Lunar Silver Star Story complete eventually. Because we gotta start there. But yeah, this is Hans. Yeah, she's saying, well, what's going on? I gotta get her some help.
No, it says Elbrus.
Yeah, you're feasibly learning something on this program. Alright, so I am in the house. Well, fine. I'm in Hans's house. Yeah, Hans came by. He saw that I fell underneath the glacier. He's like a glacier town, from what I understand. Alright, we're Sailor Mercury. This is Canis Village, by the way. It's underneath the glacier. 200 years they've been living underneath it. So basically there's like a colony under here, I guess. The first choose to come here in years. Please don't strain yourself. I've been in enough trouble, though I shouldn't impose. Yeah, we're here for Zoisite's crystal, and we have to get that happening. That's the whole point of all of these, you know, scout, or separated scout sections. But also, yeah, we have to get the crystal, and we're only on our own. We don't have anybody else. So if she goes down in battle, that's it.
Oh, brother.
Alright, you alright? Please don't be unreasonable. Yeah, that is Hans' mother. We're gonna deal with that a little later. Yeah, we'll go in here. You ever hear this nice kind of crystallized music with some nice bass going on? for the soundtrack. But yeah, sometimes in some RPGs you can kind of talk things and get some stuff. This one, not as much. So I was like, yeah, it's fine. We'll just walk along and it should be fine. Alright, so I say it's Kage Stone is glimmering. So I guess that's the radar that way of getting a sense of where it is. But it's not going to say, like, oh, go here. So it's not a gameplay perspective. It's more for story.
Oh, a cave.
Yeah, the cave should be somewhere near the village, feasibly. Well, I guess we got lucky. If you go east from this village, you find Ondeg Village. We'll go over there. Also go to the stores here and go in the other houses to talk to people. You just go into anyone's house you feel like. Yeah, that's Link's case with The Legend of Zelda as far as that. And actually, one of the only Zelda games that goes in that really is, Link's Awakening. Are you lost? Yeah, I've never been here. Go to Hans's house? Yeah, I did. Did you meet Schwartz? No, I haven't met him. So I was making medicine in the cave, so you can meet him there.
She needs to find the cave.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find the cave, or find that cave specifically as we're going into the bar.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, my brother negative takes me anywhere. Yeah, in a lot of cases, as far as like the dialogue in this game is mostly gonna be a lot of flavor text, but still, you get some different stuff like, hey, the annoyance of brothers and things like that. You say that before sister left, you were the same as us. So, okay, so there's the three brothers in town. And I think that's really, I guess, when you really think about it, the idea of what a lot of RPGs tend to be. The idea, like, you're going around town, talking to people. I guess it's giving an idea of maybe the local color. And then when is it going to be a case where it's going to be more interesting than in other cases. All right, this is a shop, by the way. You see that little, vial on the outside? That means this case. All right, I want to buy some stuff on here. I'll buy another bracelet. And I'll buy it. Wait, can I buy... Oh, no, there's a... Oh, no, I'll buy a pearl earring. And then I'll buy, I have a couple of these bath medics, but I want to buy a couple of these. This will recover me from any status abnormality.
Should you try to spend as much as you have, or you have to save some money?
Well, that's a good question, because in a lot of RPGs, sometimes the question is like, hey, if you spend your money willy-nilly, you could be in a case where you're going to be screwed.
Yeah.
In the case of this part of the game, what I want to do is I want to make sure I have enough items for certain things. So in this case, I want to buy as much as I can. And when I kill enemies, I also do get items. I can also sell.
More,
I can get more money, but I can also get more items. Also, you do have a long list of items. I have 8 pages, so at least I don't. You're not gonna run out too much. Okay. You'll just sell other items if you want to. Okay. That's fine. Okay. But you're right as far as it, because sometimes the question like how should you? Well, how should you handle it? And also, a lot of RPGs, when is money going to be a concern?
Exactly. What are they?
So that's definitely an interesting case of that, and I guess that's also why I'm glad we're doing the RPGs specifically, just because at least it's painting a picture more of, I guess, what are different RPGs doing in terms of how their gameplay is operating, and also what are they doing in terms of certain mechanics. Like, okay, fine, a lot of them are going to be battles. A lot of cases you're going to have cases where you're managing money. But what do you necessarily need to do with that money, and how do you want to manage that?
Because I wasn't sure if you lost money in some things if you battled, right? So I don't know if you can take stuff away.
I guess the question to you then, what is your experience as far as role-playing games specifically? Not much.
No, that's why.
As far as what, because I guess the question like there's other genres maybe you go to more than that, which is fair because I know I've had people on the show like, hey, they'll go into certain things. Actually, Protorov is the one who's big into RPGs generally. In fact, he's gonna be doing stuff with Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, and also Crochet Nerd.
The only
he's doing
one I do is Mario.
The Mario RPG, and Kingdom Hearts, I guess to a certain extent as well. Actually, in all honesty, it's interesting. I guess we're doing this one next after those two. All right, this is Canis Village. We can't leave, by the way.
The cave.
Yeah, there's the cave, but we're getting called.
Yeah.
You can't leave. The area outside here is full of monsters.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but he doesn't know he doesn't know he's talking to. Yeah, we're Sailor Mercury though. We can handle this. We just toss our water, our mercury bubbles out, and it dies feasibly. But all right, the way to get out of here, you have to do that. And I was mentioning Hans's mother, who's in the bed over there. She's dying. We gotta take care of that. We gotta help her. She'll be fine if we can do stuff. Fine. She's not dying. She's really, really sick. And so now he wants to take care of his mom. Damn, every day she gets worse. So, we can help that. Yeah, because you're saying, like, Schwartz, who is in the cave, her condition isn't good. Someone has to go to Endig Village. I need someone to go get the doctor for Mother. Alright. Wait, maybe I can do it. So there we go. That's just how we're getting out of the, how we're getting out of the village. I guess that's another thing also with a lot of RPGs. Some cases you'll have to get a sense of, you have to sometimes talk to a specific character in order to make something happen. And certain RPGs do that better than others. Sometimes you're like running around like, hey, if you don't talk that one person, like you can't progress.
Oh.
This game admittedly doesn't do that badly, so it gives you a sense of like, okay, what do I need to do? Where do I need to go? It's like, hey, you can't leave because it's dangerous. Like, okay, it's Hans saying. It gives me a sense of, okay, someone with Hans. We passed by his mother, who's not looking good, so maybe that's an indication. And so that's what we're gonna do. He's saying like, no, don't do it. But yeah, we need Dr. Schwartz. No other medicines will work. He has to make a special medicine, which is the only way. Yeah, she's saying, I guess she's lying, like we bought it in town. We didn't buy anything like that in town. We bought stuff for ourselves. Alright, the point is that we do need to go see, Schwartz, and he's in the cave, so we're gonna go find him. Alright, where is the village? It's the east of here. Are you gonna fetch Dr. Schwartz? Yes. And so basically she feels the connection, I guess, to him in the sense of, you helped me out when I, fell off the mountain. And amazingly lived, by the way. So, like, yeah, there you go. But be careful. Yeah, that's fine. We can be careful. Also, one thing I do is get my accessories set. So I do want to put the bracelet on. And no, fine. I want to put the bracelet on, and then I want to put the protection earring. Because I want to get my stats up specifically. I want my attack high enough, and also my defense set that way.
So those numbers, when you use that, that's the numbers that go on to the...
The enemies, well, they'll determine the numbers more. So let me take, actually, if I take this off, yeah, my attack went down to 19 for taking off that bracelet, 14 for taking that off, and then for my defense, it went down to 15. So basically, oh wait, no, I combined these two. So basically, the idea is that you're basically wanting to increase your stats so that you'll hit harder or take less damage. Also, speed, where basically you'll run faster, you'll move faster before your enemies in battle, and evade, which is very useful for the purpose of when they're running attacks, specifically the stuff for status. Which is also why I bought all those protective drops. What were those things? Right. The Bathmetics. I bought as many of those as I could, and I'll come back and probably buy more. Because it will recover any stats abnormality. They cost more, though, because as I mentioned, this game separates out the items for that. Like, certain things will be specific for certain things. I know there's a boss that's going to run poison.
Oh.
And I don't know if there's a specific item that they sell here. But yeah, we're running into battles. I'm fighting everything I run into here.
Look, you're fighting a man in shining armor.
Yeah, that's true, but remember, yeah, we just get our Mercury bubbles. Blast!
With armor?
Yeah, but yeah, that's the other thing. I gotta be careful, because I am, even though I'm in front, as far as how I have myself set. Okay, there we go. Yeah, just punch her in the face. Okay, punch her in the face. Alright, fine. That's part of the reason why I put my attack up, but... Okay, fine, punching. That being said, don't think that I'm ready. I'm not ready for the final boss here, which is Nabu, one of the opposite senshi. But basically, I want to get my levels up as much as I can, so that I can take the hits to start. I want to get my levels up enough before I get to that, so that for that boss, I'll be ready for my attacks, and I also have my magic ready to go. So at this point, anytime I'm running into a battle, I'll get random battles like this, but yeah, everything's gonna die. So yeah, while this is going, feel free to go into stuff. What's up?
You're gonna. Now you have enough to fight them, right?
I do. Fine, in that case I do.
Yeah.
But despite the fact I'm doing a lot of damage on them, the other cases when I run into bosses, the boss will have higher stats usually. So when I get in that case, I'll sometimes get myself. I won't be hitting them for almost 100 points of damage with them because their stats will be higher. And my levels are not up enough, I'll be in trouble. Yeah, that's what I'd love to see.
That's high.
I'd love to see that when I go to that boss, but I'm not... Because here's the thing. I'll say this, like... Because this is a concept... Well, and also, chat, let me know about this as well for RPGs. Because honestly, we haven't really had an RPG that made sense to kind of bring this up yet, but... Let's talk level grind. A concept of RPGs a lot of times that, hey, you're going to start very weak, and I mentioned when we got some of the Sailor Scouts to start, they were at level 1. I'm going to run into that more. But in that case, is the question of you want to have your levels up. You need to have your levels up enough so you won't get one-shotted by something. Because that could happen, feasibly. Right. So the question is, like, with a lot of RPGs, you'll sometimes get a sense, like, how much do you have to run around, battling everything you see to get those levels up? Now, some cases, like, especially really early RPGs, like Final Fantasy 1, the one on NES, the original. Not even the remakes that came out later on, like, PlayStation and Game Boy Advance and Wonder Swan, where they would change that. A lot of cases, you pretty much had to grind really specifically early on. Otherwise, if you just went through, it's like, I could just go to the next town and be okay for the battles, maybe. But it's like, hey, if I get into a case where I'm going to be running into a boss, the boss here, even with the way I have my formation set up, I could punch him, I could do like 2 points of damage. and he has health bar in like 400.
Okay.
So like, okay, I get this stuff. Hey, it's the monster of the skiing episode. Yeah, you're right. And I mentioned the skiing episode before, and yeah, that is the thing about the enemies here is they are coming from aspects of the show. So yeah, basically just kill everything, pretty much, and see the nods to the episodes of the show. And that's the thing. I think every enemy in the show or in this game, all the regular enemies are based on enemies from the television show. Oh, you're right, Breezer. Yeah, that is the enemy that we ran into when they went skiing with Chad. So yeah, we mentioned that before, so that makes sense. Yeah, thankfully. But as I said, I just want to get my levels up. But here's the thing: I'm not necessarily grinding so much.
No.
I mean, okay, let me explain. Let me rephrase that. I'm walking around knowing I'm running into random battles. The thing is, I'm not trying to avoid them, necessarily. This is Antique Village.
That's where you needed to go, right?
This is, yes.
Get
To
the
come from
doctor.
Canis, yeah, we'll have to see where the doctor is. Yeah, so, let's see. Yeah, I went to Dr. Schwartz's place to get some meds. Actually, I didn't go there yet. It's really great stuff. Okay, so let's find where he lives. It seems you caught a cold. You should go see the doctor. Have I? Yeah, I'm fine. I guess he could maybe tell looking at me. He's a good person. He's a steady hand. Yeah, but he has questions about his character. Yeah, we're gonna get into that a little bit later. But alright, we don't see many guests here. Yeah, good point. About kidding there. All play outside. Well, okay, fine. Outside the glacier, I guess, right?
Oh, right.
I guess they're all underneath. Do they necessarily get in that case like it's a cabin fever case?
Maybe so.
Maybe, I don't know. My mom's a collector of accessories. I think you can buy accessories from her. Girls wear accessories, right? Yep. If I were a girl, I could wear accessories. Wait.
What is...
Wait, what? If I were a girl, I could wear accessories. Oh, maybe. Oh, because she's a mother. She's a woman. So I guess the idea is like maybe she's too old. Because like, wait a minute. No, is that? I didn't think it was a case of, like that was a guy there. I don't think. It was like a case of a translation off. I'm a little busy right now. I'll do it later. Or do what later? Also, I'm going to the house's pizza. There might be a what was it? A treasure box. But honestly, the treasure boxes are more rare than I thought that they were.
The doctor.
Yeah, I think we're here. This child should go see the doctor up north, but he's away. Up north, huh? He's away. Okay, so yeah, he's not here. So we have to go. She mentioned go up north. So we have to go up north and find him. And so what we're gonna do is do that. So I get okay. It was sort of okay, fine. I guess it was maybe a waste of time coming here. It was like, hey, we have to come here to get a sense of that.
Where he was. Yeah.
I think. Yeah, you were look different. Does everyone in your village look like you?
Oh,
Yeah. Well, he's not wrong. Everyone does look like us. I mean, what? I guess that's the idea. Like, we have the sailor outfits. We have like the Japanese schoolgirl outfit cases of what Sailor Moon and Serena and everybody have on them. Fine, Sailor Moon and Serena are the same person, so fair enough. But point is that idea of like Japan, because we're coming from Japan, we're in Switzerland. The idea, we have to go find the medicines. All right, so we have to leave the village. We came here, and we'll just walk up north. So we do have to go up north. I do want to check what my level is. Okay, I'm level 8. We're gonna just keep walking. I'll just keep going. And we'll keep the conversation going. Because as I said, I think that's been really what I've liked about the idea of what this has really become.
Yeah.
And also, I guess, diving deep into this anime, specifically this universe anyway. And also, I guess talking more about genre, really. Because, as I said, you have not played many RPGs.
No.
But also just the idea of, like, alright, how to kind of contextualize that with other RPGs we played so far for the show. Because, I mean, that is an interesting thing for this, I guess the idea of, as I said, being to a case like, in the worst cases of games, you could feasibly get walled or killed really quickly based around this. And honestly, this game is a case of that. In fact, this boss we're going to fight, the final boss that's here, is a big case of that. So I want to avoid that.
Uh-oh.
Also, that is way down. We're not going that way yet.
Is there always a quest? Because you're a quest to find medicine now.
Yeah.
There's always
Yeah,
a quest.
basically, I mean, in a lot of ways, when you really think about it, with, like, early RPGs like this, a lot of ways you're kind of going from one place to another for different story reasons when you really think about it, I guess, as far as a gameplay perspective. And you're getting in battles, or exploring aspects of the world, and finding things. So, in that way, I guess it's really... I guess that was... I mean, I think more than anything, it's really kind of getting into the perspective of the world and the characters. I guess that, I guess, when you think about it, is an interesting thing with RPGs, really. As far as the idea of, like, okay, it's not something you necessarily have to be in a Twitch case of, you know, hitting buttons quickly, but although then you have something like Super Mario RPG that blurs the lines of those two things. Alright, there's Sapphire Earrings, which I believe this is an accessory that can help me a little more. I just have to see what it's doing. It's attack up specific for Sailor Mercury, but I don't know if it's doing more. Actually, yeah, no, it's also increasing my defense, so let's do that. And that's the other thing, finding new items so you can kind of make yourself go better and be more effective at fighting. But as I was saying, like, with an RPG, really, in some cases, kind of something you can kind of sit back with to a certain degree and kind of just focus on, like, the strategy case a little bit. But then you have stuff, like, as I mentioned, like Super Mario RPG, and we played Kingdom Hearts, which is kind of more action-based, is kind of more... yeah, there we go with more demons. Yeah, we're seeing more of the demons that way. I'm trying to remember what those couple are. Yeah, the other thing I could also do is I could just use my... I can't use my links, I can't use my formation case. But we could use our other magic. Yeah, you want to use the Mercury Aqua Mirage for these guys to start. Yeah, boom,
Ooh,
there you go.
Fantastic. That's the highest I've ever seen.
Yeah, if I can get that on the boss we're running in, that'll be nice, but I don't think it's going to be a guarantee.
That's alright, though.
Well, no, I'm just nervous because, as I said, I was doing the test play on this. I didn't remember the thing with the manicures. I also was like, wait a second, why am I getting to a case where I'm going to get myself killed? Yeah, but they can hurt a lot, too.
Yeah.
So as long as I could, kill them quickly and also get my level up. Yeah, there you go. As soon as I see a level up, that's what I'm happy to see. See my HP increase, my attack increase, my defense, speed, and evasion.
EP?
That is my energy for or my EP is what powers my magic, and that recovers anytime I come out of a battle. In fact, I'll show that.
Okay.
So like right there, those crystals I have 12 of them.
Oh,
that's the max you can have.
that.
So I use 4 of them for the Mercury Aqua Mirage. After I get punched in the face. So yeah, I'm down there, and that hits that. They die, but even though I beat even though I didn't get a recovery coming out, my EP is recovered completely coming battle. My HP is not. My health is not recovered.
Okay.
So in that case, I have to either use an item or I have to. I got tons of orange juice. Let me just drink some orange juice. There you go. It covers 10 HP a pop. Because I always want to have my. If I'm going to be using items, I want to wait on some of the ones that recover more health.
Okay.
So that really, honestly, and we've seen this with the other RPGs we've done, and a lot of the other RPGs we played, kind of is really going into what's the strategy of what you want to do. And in some cases, you're right about this. It's not always obvious, depending on the RPG you're playing, what the best strategy is going to be.
Yeah.
So I think above anything else, really, it's going to be, and this is going to be the interesting thing with the RPGs that we're doing down the road, which of the ones I know we have scheduled specifically are going to be, after this one, Shadow Hearts. We also have Lunar Silver Sorcery complete. We'll do the other stuff with Kingdom Hearts and the other Mario RPGs as well, on top of other things. But just that idea of understanding what the mechanics of the game are doing and what do I need to do for anybody playing, need to do for the purpose of being successful. But yeah, here's Dr. Schwartz, and then we're also going to get into something with this. Well, sort of, we'll see.
Ooh.
Well, okay, so yeah, he's busy at work, but he's not listening to us. Of course, it goes to the idea, like, Amy is soft-spoken, and actually the Sailor Moon Abridged by Megami 33 goes into that, saying, like, she speaks really softly. It's just like, that's nice. Like, the nervous case, but even then she has, like, her limits. She'll say something like that. And she'll, like, come out and say, like, yeah, hey, what's up? I'm here. I need help. Shouty Dr. Schwartz? Yes, I am. How'd you get here? There's so many monsters around here. But, yeah, this is where we're gonna get into some stuff with this.
There's a heart there.
Yeah, because let's talk about another difference between the Japanese and the American versions. As I said, we mentioned the thing with Sailor Uranus and Neptune as far as that perspective. We mentioned the idea of, I guess, some of the relationships going on. Well, like with Molly, the idea she initially had a crush on Nephlite, who was known as Maxfield Stanton. That was his cover name.
Don't tell me Dr. Schwartz has a crush.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
But it also goes to the other thing, which is that some of that was more muted when it came over here for the Deke dub anyway.
Right.
And so basically part of that was that, alright, it's going into a difference of one thing, which is, yeah, let's go into this. Let's talk about the age of consent differences, because remember, here's the thing about Japan. The age of consent there is, I think it's 16, 15, about, I think. I'm trying to remember that, or maybe it's 14. Because the perspective, actually, before I go into this next, is that, I don't know if you're familiar with the song One Week by the Bare Naked Ladies. They did actually reference Sailor Moon in it, saying Sailor Moon that has the boom anime babes that make me think the wrong thing. So the idea of, like, yeah, the sexualization, potentially, of Sailor Moon as it is, it's 13, ElecVerse is saying. Is that right?
13, yes.
It is,
13.
okay. Okay, so, and there are a lot of people saying, like, hey, they didn't know that. Like, hey, they're in high school. So, okay, there you go. So, and to be fair, a lot of anime sometimes goes in this perspective. Like, maybe this is the different take. Because we're saying, like, hey, maybe Japan was forward-thinking when it came to same-sex relationships. Maybe, okay, maybe not, maybe so, depending on what you're looking at. The other way, like, what do they consider the consent age? Which, again, goes back to what we said with Mega Man Legends with Rob Smith, although that was a different case, because that was not, like, a case like this, even. Well, alright, fine, let's say this. Or if you've ever seen Dragon Ball Z Master Roshi, they do that as well. Although they go on that much more explicitly in the Japanese version, or emphasize that more. And only consent, or it's an age 13 consent, and can only consent of the 13-year-old. Okay. So, basically the idea is, I mean...
Wow.
The perspective, I guess, teenagers in love, feasibly, if you want to look at it that way. Although this is different, because Dr. Schwartz is asking how old is Amy. Amy's 15. Excellent, I'm gonna be 60 this year. Which goes to the perspective I mentioned, like, with Master Roshi, with Dragon Ball Z. So, yeah, she's like, what's going on here? But, yeah, she's also asking, he's getting very personal with the questions, like, what's my age? He's literally 4 times older than I am. What's my birthday? It's September 10th. So, given this, that would also mean if this is 1995, then Amy was born in 1980. So, actually, at this point, if you were going to take actual growth of character to this, Amy would be 42 this year, which is interesting. The idea that, you know, Amy's all grown up, so maybe she is the pediatrician married to Greg. But alright, so yeah, she's born on September 10th. So then my pretty, yeah, here we go. You're a Virgo and the Virgin. Yeah, there you go. So that's the perspective. Yeah, she kind of doesn't know what to say about that. Not to mention that he's like, do you have a boyfriend? Which is true, she does. She can actually pull the Greg card out and say, like, no, I'm with Greg. Yeah, there you go. In fact, she's saying that right now. But that's not why she's here. She's here for the medicine. I'm sorry. I tend to go a little crazy over cute girls like yourself.
Oh my gosh, so weird.
Yeah, what a pervert. So yeah, the idea is like, hey, even she's picking up on this perspective to that. I mean, as I said, this is a different take as far as like the cultural thing on one hand, and for the US for Sailor Moon, that never really came up. As I said, the only take really was one week by the Bare Naked Ladies. There's a lyric in that indicates that. Thought saying made me think the wrong thing. So actually, they pretty much were one of the first people in the US that I can think of that kind of specifically came out and said, by the way, they're underage, although fine, they're underage for the US, because US it's 18 as far as age of consent. For Japan, it's not, as far as that. It was like, okay, that different cultural perspective, and I love that we're getting into that too. Okay, so, and yeah, what'd you say? Well, nothing, so just gonna, we cut that, but they're like, well, hey, we're here for, you know, the medicine. We need help. Will you visit him? Yeah. But with the monsters around, yeah, we can't, he can't fight. But yeah, he's dealing with Sailor Mercury. We can fight. Yeah, you can come with me. We'll go to Canis together. But apparently he doesn't totally get the memo, because he's like, hey, I'm going on a cute date, or a date with this cute girl. Alright, but there is a treasure chest here that has another sapphire ring. We're gonna go in there and I'm gonna switch it on. Okay, I also... Actually, no, Oh, the sapphire ring. Okay, perfect. There you go. Alright, so actually, we're in good shape as far as our stats, if nothing else, but I do want to get my battles going on. So as we walk through, or walk out, we're going to just fight everything. Okay. Same deal as before. Basically just kill everything, and as I said, we can go into more stuff as what's going on, and I guess, I don't know, you're going into something with the... we were talking about before, or something else?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure... Yeah, I'm looking into that a little, because I think it's not quite... They're trying to change those ages.
So it's kind of a...
this film?
Oh, this...
This game was...
1995.
1995, okay.
So, alright, so...
by year.
Okay. So you're saying that it's been adjusted... I mean, as I said, ElecVerse is saying it's 13. I guess it's 13 now, or was it 13 then?
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
So I guess that's an interesting thing, is like, tracing this, and I guess that's what the interesting thing coming to a game like this 22 years after it came out. And also, I guess, if nothing else, showing this game off because, hey, we didn't get it. We didn't get this in the US, so it makes sense to at least showcase the perspective of, alright, what were we missing? And hey, you like Sailor Moon, you probably would like this. And so in that case, feasibly, for getting this, it basically would be reproduction cartridge, or get it for Super Famicom if you can read Japanese. And, but in that case, it wouldn't be translated. In fact, I remember, Nocturne and I had an interesting time. She has Sega Saturn the way I do. She actually imported... There are a couple games she imported where it didn't matter. She imported a couple of the Mega Man games for that. But also, she imported a couple games based on Slayers, which is an anime that she likes a lot. I've heard of, I've seen a little bit of it. According to what I'm seeing online, it's still 13. I don't know. Are you seeing that too?
Yeah, but I'm now, but I will.
But maybe the thought, like, is it changing?
There was a talk here about them possibly changing something.
For Japan specifically? Okay. Alright, so fine. Let's give him the Mercury Aqua Illusion. At least to vary it up with what we're doing as far as this. But I said, also, maybe this is the other thing, because we've said this before. I've said this before too, which is, look, if we're playing a game, we may be doing the same thing, me walking around and getting caught in battles, random battles all the time. How can we make that interesting? That's the challenge. The challenge, and the answer, I guess, is what we're doing with the show, which is the discussion. Myself, chat, and guests I have on the show. I appreciate that.
So I think we're talking about all different. They have all different years of age of consent. They were saying.
So it's kind of going a little all over the place. Is that what you're saying?
It says Japan's legal age of adulthood dropping by 2 years, but do teens understand? And that was 2021. So dropping by 2 years. So I'm trying to figure out what it was.
15 then, if they were dropping by 2 years, yeah.
Tonight's really.
I mean, as I said, maybe that also goes to the idea, like, you're saying, like, do children understand, but, or youths understand, like, probably not.
Lowering the age of adulthood is to give 18 and 19 years the right to become a Japanese high school graduate at 17.
Okay.
Oh, so I get it's consent for certain things. So it's like whether you can do things like apply for credit cards, it's all those kind of things. And 12, oh, it's interesting. So they go by what's giving them the opportunity to do here. That's an interesting way to think about
actually, it's funny you mention that, because there's a movie that came out a couple years ago called Weathering with You. It's the guy who made Your Name on Unpopular Opinion Time. I don't like Your Name very much. I loved Weathering with You though, but in that movie goes to something very explicit about that, which is it's about a boy who runs away from his home, and he wants to get a job in the city, but he's underage, so like they're not going to give him a job. So what he does is he gets involved with a tabloid writer. He's like, fine, I'll show you the ropes specifically. Yeah. It kind of helps him with like writing his articles. I mean, it's sort of like a tabloid thing. It's kind of, to a certain extent, maybe a mix of a tabloid and a human interest story, because the idea is that he said, like, the concept, like, the Sunshine Girl, the idea, like, it's been raining, like, 2 months straight, and he's like, hey, there's girls who can, bring sun out, perhaps, but then they meet someone who actually can do that. And so it kind of becomes this perspective, like, him and her, this boy and this girl, I think the girl is of an age that way, and basically turn that into a business, pretty much like, hey, I want to have my son's birthday party. It's raining for the past 2 months. I'm sick of that. I want to make sure it's guaranteed to the idea that we have sunny days. Like, can you help us? I'm like, sure. And they're like advertising it online. So then when you're thinking like the consent thing, you're thinking like, well, that means it's sex only. But like, no, not necessarily.
There's a list of all things like, can you get an apartment, sign an apartment lease, that kind of stuff.
Right, and actually, to go back, we were talking about the translation stuff. I remember the 4Kids translation of Ojamajo Doremi went into this, which is actually probably one of the better translations I would say they did. That one in Pokemon, where there's the perspective that they run like the witch's shop for that. Because basically the idea is, like, in that show, you have the girl, Dori, or Doremi for the Japanese take of it. She sees someone who she thinks is a witch, and she says that she's a witch to her face, and that turns her into, like, a toad or a green blob, specifically. Like, yeah, you screwed up, you gotta help me out, you're becoming a apprentice witch for that. But basically the idea is, like, then they start running the shop for that, and then there's a lot of people, like, in school saying, like, hey, you're at a job now, you're, like, they're like even younger than this, like 10, 11, and they're saying like, yeah, what are you doing? They're basically trying to crack down on the idea like you're helping. It's like they come with a cover story of, hey, no, we're helping this old lady here as far as this, we're not getting to pay this way. To also cover up the fact that, hey, they're little witches in training, they have to prevent that, while they're also having to deal with Kanya, as it's known, this witch who always is singing in songs, is coming around. She's like the debt collector, and every time they hear the singing they're like, oh shit, she's gonna, get us in trouble, and like we're gonna be losing our money. Or it's like, then they see something like, oh, they want to buy from her, and then they find like how much it costs. It's like, please give us a discount. That is the discount. It's like, yeah, no way.
Whoa, 877.
Yeah, they're dying now, but as I said, I just gotta kill stuff, so we'll be set for Nabu, that boss we're gonna run into. I don't want to see where my level. Okay, level 12, perfect. As long as I keep going to that, I should be fine. So, okay, here's the thing as far as the level up. This is not a case where, like, certain RPGs, you might have to be in the same area, just walking all around for, like, an hour or so to get yourself built up. In this one, as long as I'm walking along the path as I'm going, I'm going to run random battles anyway. As long as I'm just killing stuff with reckless abandon.
Doesn't matter what...
I'll level up enough. I think this is the other thing. The stats I get for level up. They're going to go, as I level up higher, and any RPG is going to do this, the points it'll take to get up to the next level are going to increase. But with this game, it does keep it well enough so that I believe 99 is the limit for this game as far as level. But at least for this one, you don't get into a sense where you think, like, well, wait a minute. I'm going to have to go for a long time, or I'll only get, like, 1 experience point off of this, you know, soldier guy I'm killing.
I see.
And really, it'll be less as I go along, because I get 9. So at least it goes to that a little bit more. In fact, I'll show this. Let me go in the menu. If I go into status, I can see where am I in my next level. My next level is 864, I think. So as long as I keep going with stuff, my stats will go up, and I can, you know, make that work feasibly. Alright, so I came to town, and I came back and talked to Hans. And since I have Dr. Schwartz, the perfect doctor, with me, yeah, he may be perverted, but hey, he does a good job as far as, you know, the doctor case.
Well, that's what they said. They had a character. He does good medicine, but a character problem.
That's true, right? So the idea, I mean, yeah, he's playing. Well, fine, he's not playing Doctor. He's not playing Doctor one way, and he is in another way. But he's not playing. He knows what he's doing, and that's the thing. Like, he does know what he's doing clearly. Like, she needs some Haliomoss, so yeah, we gotta go get that. He thinks it's a mochi rice cake, which I don't know if it is. It might be. But anyway, it's the only cure. Oh, wait a second. How does he know that? He's in Switzerland. And also, for that matter, why is the shop run in yen? That's the other interesting thing, but either way. Alright, where can we get this? There's a cave behind the lab. We couldn't go to the lab, by the way. If we went through that, he was like, hey, it's too dangerous. We can't go there. And we have to go back to town and help Hans.
Right.
So we're coming back here. We can say, like, okay, let's go get it. Well, to be fair, he doesn't know who Sailor Mercury is. He's saying, like, well, hey, you know what? I'm taking care of my mother. I'm gonna go out there, like, hey, I'll kill anybody who gets in my way if it means, you know, helping her. Like, he doesn't know, so fair enough. I'm not gonna say that. Like, hey, it's no problem with that. He just said, hey, to be fair, Mercury's not necessarily always the fighter when it comes to the Sailor Scouts anyway, so it's not necessarily... Oh, fine. She's more of the statistician, really, when you know, think about it. She's the one who's kind of come up with the plan of what to do, and she'll use the magic that way. But it's not like Raye or Lita will, you know, they'll burn stuff, or they'll use the lightning, or they'll get kicking if they need to do that. So, in that case, like, I get the idea of them thinking, like, hey, you know what, it might be dangerous for you. I mean, hey, he's not wrong, maybe, but then he's like, hey, we're the Sailor Scouts, we can handle that.
That's right.
Alright, so let me see, as far as my items, I want to get more of the ice shards. I also want to get a couple of the bath medics. And I want to see... let's get some chocolate. It's more of a Serena thing, but we'll make a case of that with Amy. Yeah, whoever eats it's going to be something that I can use for the purpose of getting myself up with my stats. Alright, I also do have a little bit of health thing. Let's drink some orange juice. Yeah, because I have 10 of those. They don't recover much health anyway, so I want those bigger ones for when I get into bigger battles. Alright, so let's go walk down the way. And he said we have to go back to where the cave was. So yeah, this is the other thing. Feasibly, we went to the cave, we came back. We kind of have to go back and forth to some degree. Which isn't too bad, really, with this game. There's some RPGs like, hey, you know, you went all this way, and you have to come back, and then you have to do it again.
Yeah.
So, this one honestly doesn't handle it that badly.
Okay.
But it is something that, hey, you will notice that. Which is fine, I guess, for this. And I said, since it's getting me more levels or more experience for Mercury, it's worth doing. And also, here's the other thing about this, because I'll say this also, is like, it's one thing as far as, like, how does grind work necessary for an RPG, but also, does it get boring for me to keep doing the same thing over and over again? I mean, okay, fine, in this case, I can just pull out the Mercury Rocket Mirage and kill him in one hit, but, I mean, I guess there's something to be said about a lot of the RPGs, of where is it really fun to do battles. I mentioned that with Kingdom Hearts, we did that, and also with Super Mario RPG. And I guess also some cases, like, hey, also, with this one, I guess it's more about seeing what attacks you can do, the Link stuff when I have my other scouts with me, and then also just making things happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk down. I have to go the other way. In fact, you know, I'll do that. After I defeat the Breezers. Yeah, it does show the ideas, like, yeah, you know, the magic that the Sailor Scouts have, like, yeah, they're going to take the demons down, and we don't necessarily need Sailor Moon here to dust them. We can do it ourselves. I guess when you really think about it, here's the other thing. We were talking about character development. this game is kind of a great case of character development for these characters that we're seeing in the anime and the manga. And actually, interesting about the making of this, from what I was looking into, is that this was being made when the anime was still not completely set in stone yet, and also the manga.
Oh, really?
So basically, they were kind of getting a sense of, we're writing the story as far as around what the anime was doing with something different, but they also want to try and keep in line with it to a certain extent. And so it was a question like, hey, they wanted to try and go off a little, but also it's like, hey, we're getting a sense like, no, we don't want to necessarily go off, or they're saying like, no, you can't go off. As far as the powers that be, they have a connection with the anime, who, admittedly, from what I understand, also going back to the Deke thing, are very protective of that Enterprise, apparently because they didn't like how the Deke dub turned out, and I get that perspective maybe, although, so that might be why we didn't get games based on this, the games based on this here, but I don't know if that's specifically the reason or not. As I said, Bandai had the license. Bandai did release toys of Sailor Moon here. I remember seeing the commercials of it. I'll try and see if I can link into one. There's probably one on YouTube, like on RetroJunk or on RetroJunk or something. I'll try and dig that out and put in the link list.
So if you're just going around here, it takes you somewhere. You can bump into any. You can go any way you want. It takes you to these things.
The battle, because here's the thing with this one is that with Super Mario RPG we saw that they're enemies on screen. You run into them, and you get into a battle.
But here you run into a wall.
I run into nothing.
You're just walking, and they just take you.
They just appear.
Okay.
Yeah, you just appear. Actually, that's an interesting case because that's where my thing on random battles sometimes comes in, which is that hey, you're not seeing anything. And to be fair, going back earlier into the systems that we've had, like Super NES and Genesis and NES, and before that even, it was probably more of a technological reason, like, hey, they couldn't paint the enemy on screen. But then you had cases where they could, so sometimes the idea of, like, how frequent is that? And also is like, hey, if I move, like, one step, I'm gonna get into a battle.
Right.
In this case, it's not. No. It's not that bad with this one. There's certain RPGs earlier, like, hey, there's a problem with that. And as I said, there's an exploit you can use this game to bypass the random battles altogether if you want. But because of what I know is coming up here, I'm just doing this on my own, so it's like, fine. You're saying the make-up is like, yeah, I'll take every battle I can just for the purpose of this. Not necessarily because I'm like, oh, wasting time of this. Actually, no, the way I'm doing this also is that I can actually get more levels the way I'm doing this because I forgot about something.
Okay.
I did realize this on a test play today when I was looking at this, because we're going to get that moss that we need. And yeah, here we are at the point of where it is.
Oh, right.
Now he's gonna go climb up on the ice wall to try and get it. But there's a choice we have to make, and I'm gonna make a very specific choice based on the hell I had when on my test play. All right, yeah. So he gets stuck that way. So Hans is there. You okay? He'll be fine. Yeah, because Amy is carrying. Amy's like, because as we know from the show, and you know from the show, I guess you'd agree with this. Amy is someone who, like, she's in touch with some of the stuff as far as that, hey, if someone's in trouble, she'll help. Alright, so we got the moss. Could that be? But yeah, the cave opens, so like, wait a second, what's going on here?
Oh, and Hans is coming along.
Yep. Fortunately, can't help me fighting. I wish he could. Yeah, here's the stone of Zoisites. But
it's an earthquake.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, this place isn't caving in, thankfully, so we're all set. Well, the crystal's gone.
Oh no.
Now we have a choice of what we could do.
Jump in the hole.
Yeah, we do have that choice, actually. We could choose to go back to Hans's mother first, or we could say no. We're gonna go get that. If I say no, we'll fall in that hole and we'll go to the battle that's here. I want to avoid that. I want to get my levels up more, so we're gonna. I'm gonna go back to the village. You can do either or.
So see, you're being rewarded for being nice.
Well, I'm being rewarded for being nice, but also, okay. Here's the thing. I could feasibly say like, no, I'll use that exploit and not get into battles. But I'm like, well, I want to do that just because this boss is so hard.
Okay.
Despite it being early in the game, so it's seen from my understanding of this game as a massive difficulty spark, and I forgot about this. I said I played this on the emulator 20 years ago, and I didn't remember. I was like, I don't know how the hell I got through this when I was younger. So,
I don't either know how anyone would get through this.
Well, we'll see. I mean, so far I've been making it look easier, but it's like, I'm just nervous about this part. Because actually, I'm going to make a confession, chat, and I made it to you off screen. For the practice, I've been so insanely busy with everything I've had going on, myself personally, this week, on top of the prep for the show, I've not played past this boss we're playing as far as the practice. So the rest of this is going to be just me pretty much going off, you know, on my own a little. Or until we get to the 5 hours, in which case then we'll stop and we'll come back to this next month, or 3 weeks, as it's going to be. But alright, fine. The song can wait. I have to change another person's destiny first. But why is she saying we're arguing stubborn? We weren't really arguing. I'm saying, like, no, I'm going back. Alright. And so he's grateful, so yeah, let's get going back to the place. So here's the thing. I'm being rewarded more for saying, like, I get more time to level up. That's my reward. It's not like I'm getting another item. Now, certain games, you're right. You could get an item off of making a choice like that. We had that with Super Mario RPG when we did, I'm trying to remember. Well, I know the booster fight we did. That wasn't necessarily a choice we made. It's just that we avoided getting detected, and he gave us an item. He gave us an item, which is actually amazing to get. So I'm glad I did that. So it is a nice reward for that. For the purpose of this one, it's just me being able to have more time to get myself leveled up. Because like I said, I could not battle these things. I can just walk every few seconds, hit the X button, go in the menu, and just say like, yeah, let me reset the timer for the random battles. But for this, I'm not doing it. For this boss specifically coming up, I'm not going to do that. Because I'm very nervous about this part of it. I really am. I'm not going to lie.
Are you?
Yeah, I mean, and that's, I guess, you know what, fine. This is the other thing. I mean, I may as well go into, I mean, you know this. I've mentioned this to you off camera before, and also on camera when you were with Christmas Nights. Fitting gets to another winter case for this. But, I mentioned to you the idea of, like, what am I necessarily doing when it comes to a show like this? It's like, because I'm saying, like, I'm doing something. Count on Mercury to do the right thing. Oh, you're right, because that's part of the line. That's part of the line in the theme song. You're right. Oh, thank you. Oh, so
that's right.
Perfect. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I forgot about that.
Yes.
So yeah, that pays to go into that. Okay, so you're right. Count on Mercury to do the right thing. So yeah, even the lore of the anime is saying like, oh, that's like, yeah, we are. Okay, we're going in line with the anime when we really think about this because okay. First off, we're getting involved with saying, like, no, we don't want to help Raye, because, you know, Serena and Raye get in fights. And Mercury has to always, you know, break the fight up feasibly. Or she has to be the one to remind people of, like, for the Sailor Says segment, they say, like, we did it using teamwork for that. It was like, okay, you're right, so, you know, be in a team with people. And I still remember the Megami 33 joke on that. They did joke on the Sailor Says section saying, like, we did it with using teamwork. He says, that's bullshit! I just love the idea of like how they just completely just kind of play some ideas of that. Or even like kind of joking on the idea of like saying like semi-horrible thing about Sailor Moon. The idea is like, you know, you should absolutely totally judge people on first appearances, whereas they don't say this, whereas the Sailor Says segment for that. And then Luna comes and says, Serena, that's a horrible lesson. But racism is fun.
Oh,
what? So I was like, even Luna's like, okay, no, that's not right. But you're right. So we're making that work. Okay, I guess to go back to the other thing you're saying, because you're saying like, all right, wait a minute, why am I nervous on this? Because I said I'm doing the practice on this game because look, I want to show a little bit of competency to this. Also, because it's a game I've played before, it's just been me trying to get a sense of it. Also, I want to at least have it go. Look, I don't necessarily want to waste a whole lot of time with, you know, struggling exactly. I mean, look, I'll get in cases like that. We've had that happen on the show. And I'm not against that. But I was like, I at least want to try and avoid that when I can, especially this part of it. When I was practicing this a couple days ago, I said, oh shit, what's going on here? Why am I not doing well on this? What's happening? And I said to myself, like, okay, I gotta make sure that I'm not gonna be, you know, caught flat-footed on that. I said, I don't know how I forgot that. All right, fine. What you can do, because here's the thing. It's one of two options. You don't come back to start. You fight that boss, and you come back here, and then he goes in the house, and she leaves.
Right.
But now, we give him the moss, and we get the mother taken care of feasibly.
And that's what you need to do, right?
Well, it happens either way, but for the purpose of what we're doing, it makes sense to this. Or, as you said, Count on Mercury did the right thing. Right. She does. I forgot there was a lyric in the song. I remember the first couple lyrics of the song. I was like, wait a second. The rest of it. Actually, that's another thing that Toonami usually did. They usually cut the intro out. I was like, yeah, I don't remember the theme song. But yeah, when they played it outside of Toonami, very rarely, they would actually have the full theme song. I'm like, oh, okay, now I know what it is. And it was a case where they did change the theme song from the Japanese version to the US, make it more of a poppy sound, but honestly, it's like Pokemon's theme, where people know that Japanese theme, but then with Pokemon, everybody knows the I want to be the very best. And every other version of Pokemon, when they translated that outside of the US, used the US theme song. They didn't use the Japanese one. Although, actually, you know, when we do Pokemon Pinball, we'll hear the Japanese theme, because they do have a 8-bitified version of that. Yeah, at some point, we should do Pokemon Pinball. We should do more portable stuff. In fact, that would be a good one to do that with. Actually, you know what? You know, I think maybe when we do that, because I also have its sequel, Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire on Game Boy Advance, which nobody's played. Pokemon Pinball was a huge hit on Game Boy Color,
I
but
never heard of it.
the sequel, you never heard the sequel?
No.
You probably heard of the original, though,
Yeah.
yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody has, and that's weird. I remember I found it for like $5 years ago. I was like, yeah, people don't want this Pokemon Pinball Ruby Sapphire game, but it's great. I think it's even better than Pokemon Pinball itself is. And it's one of those feasibly that you can get on that Wii U Virtual Console before the shutdown. Yeah, goodbye, Hans. Well, not with the E, but alright. So yeah, we did our duty. We're leaving. And I said, this will also change how the cutscene, I think, at the end of this is going to get. We're going already? Yeah, we have to deal with the crystal case. We stay a while? Unfortunately, we can't. MagicxKnightxPossum can come visit me, but she doesn't want to commit to that necessarily. Which I guess is a sad case of that. Speaking of Toonami 2, I like how they open Sailor Moon with, this one goes out to all the ladies. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, as soon as you said that, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, now I remember that. And fitting because we brought Toonami up last week, or you did, when we talked about their take on Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, which I did watch that, and I was like, oh, that's actually kind of hilarious that way as far as it. So you're right. But you're right, because also the thing with Toonami really is like, remind me of the name of the guy on Toonami, the robot guy who runs it.
Oh.
He's almost like a radio DJ almost that way. So it's like he would do different things for different shows, for Sailor Moon, for Dragon Ball Z, for like Ronin Warriors and other things as well. And so I did like that perspective. You're right as far as that perspective. And actually, the idea that Toonami was so popular that eventually it went away eventually, but then they kind of brought it back. In fact, I think it might be back. Like, there it is with Moltar. Oh, right, from Space Ghost Coast to Coast. They had that connection.
Space Coast.
Yeah, we mentioned that when we did Blastcore a few weeks ago.
Steve Bloom talks Toonami.
Yeah, Steve Bloom did a lot of voice stuff. You're thinking of Tom, thank you. Yeah, I am thinking of Tom.
That's funny.
Who is the Toonami connect. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for indicating that. So yeah, this is
voice Tom, the robotic host.
Yeah, that's Steve Bloom. You're right. We've mentioned Steve Bloom before, because I think there are games we played that have him in it. In fact, I think a couple of the Kingdom Hearts games have him in it somewhere. Or if not that, some other anime we brought up. So that's the other thing as well. Yeah, giving the nod to some of these older things, and I guess the idea of making us realize how much they kind of are part of us, weirdly enough. Because,
Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, Cowboy Bebop, that was another one as well, which was also a popular one as far as, again, being introduced a lot through Toonami and through Adult Swim, or they kind of were correlated to each other to a certain extent. Yeah. Because actually, I'll say that. I mean, because in a lot of ways, I don't know how you were with this, but a lot of my exposure to anime to start really was, a lot of stuff on television, like with Toonami on Cartoon Network, things like that. And then some of the stuff with Adult Swim. I mean, that's how I saw Sailor Moon, that's how I saw Dragon Ball Z. That's how I saw stuff like Cowboy Bebop as well, and the Gundam stuff, and Inuyasha, and other stuff that they put on. Or, I don't know how much of an anime this is, but The Big O, which is actually a really good one. One I don't think I appreciated much at the time, but seeing it years later, I'm like, yeah, this is actually really, really good. Also, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here to... Okay, fine. I don't necessarily need to go in here, because, I'll show this just because of it. And also let me fight some more stuff. Yeah, here's the Tom version. Thank you. Yeah, I'll put a link to that for sure. Okay, so there you go. We'll definitely have the Toonami love. And fitting, we talked about it last week, so it comes up. And that's come up every so often. I like that idea. Yeah. And I'll try to think about this as well, like other games that can kind of tie the Toonami take. I mean, this is one of them. Anytime we do something with Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball of any kind, that'll come up. And I guess, I know there are like games based around Adult Swim as well, but I mentioned a couple. I know there's this Aqua Teen Hunger Force golf game on the PS2. And there's a couple other things as well. Yeah. So at some point, it's like, we can rationalize that talk that way. Look, I'm fine, not rationalize it, just get a sense of like, hey, it makes more sense to have like, hey, let's find a game that some of the stuff is based on. And like, that was my delight finding the Sailor Moon game. Like, hey, this is in Japan, I'd love to have played this. Well, because it was right at the time I was getting the show, or I'd heard it come out. Like, I'd love to have seen this, but I guess here's the thing. At that point, I guess it was too late, because the Super Nintendo was already done in this country, because I got into Sailor Moon and started watching it in 1999 about. So at that juncture, the Super Nintendo had just finished its run. So at that point, it's like, yeah, why would they necessarily release something on Super Nintendo if they thought, like, hey, it wasn't going to sell? Or, I expect, because at that point, it's like, yeah, the Dreamcast was coming out later that year. So at that point, they're like, why would anybody want to play something on a 16-bit system? But then again, if there's a large enough install base or a large enough case of people still buying it. Do you guys have a favorite show on Toonami aside from this one?
Ooh,
good question.
Ooh.
I don't know if I'd necessarily say Sailor Moon is my favorite of those. Also, by the way, let me just show one thing, because, yeah, if I come up here, if we said, no, we're not going back until then, we'd slip down that hole and we'd fight the boss. Come up here, we just go to the hall and it's like, oh, by the way, yeah, we can't go down here. We got to go another way. Yeah, to answer that question as far as the Toonami case, I mean, of the stuff I watched, I mostly watched this and Dragon Ball Z. I know I sometimes caught Reboot every so often. Remember that one? And there's a game based on the PlayStation. I can see if we can get that and play it. I saw it a little bit as far as Reboot. I don't know if I necessarily watched it a lot. I mean, actually, when I'm thinking about it, that kind of was the era was kind of shifting over from some of the stuff on Nickelodeon that I watched a lot, and then actually kind of went more the Toonami way. So it's like, kind of some of the cartoons I was going through when I was growing up, stuff on Nickelodeon, like a lot of the Looney Tunes stuff, and then, I guess, shifting over to, like, the Toonami stuff that was coming around, I guess a lot of the anime things.
Inuyasha. I like Inuyasha.
I was a big one on that one that came around.
Yeah.
We mentioned that before, and there's also games on that one I have, which I know we'll play at some point. I'm trying to think. That's
Ghost in the Shell?
Yeah, well, there's Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex.
That's right.
Yeah, because it was the series that was based on the movie, or the movie was a connection with that. I don't know if I actually watched Standalone Complex that much, but I liked what I saw, and I liked the movie itself. Inuyasha I got into, for sure. I mentioned Big O. I like that one quite a bit. I don't know, what's your take as far as that, ElecVerse, as far as it... I know people really liked Rory and Kenshi. I never saw it that much.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
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 Was that on Toonami?
That was.
It was? Oh, really?
Yes,
I did not know that.
it was. Konami Cross Media and Yu-Gi-Oh, yes.
I did not know it was on
Yes, it
Toonami.
was.
I know it was on Kids WB for a while. Mine was Cyborg 009, my favorite anime of all time. I'm trying to remember that one. I don't know if I've seen that, honestly.
I don't know that I have either.
Or it might have been one of those also that, in some ways, like, maybe because it was like, oh, hey, it was one of the newer ones, and I didn't catch it. Alright, I'll definitely take a look at that, just because I was always, I'm always curious about something different.
What was it again?
Cyborg 009.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I remember, I don't know if this is, okay, there's sort of a Toonami thing. I never really saw this, G-Force, which actually there's a game connected to that, Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. Because it's based on an anime that was over there, and actually was a tie-in for that. And yeah, that was something for that. You should watch it, it's good. Alright, I will definitely take the advice, because I don't know if I've seen it.
Johnny Quest, remember Johnny
I remember Johnny Quest, yeah. Well, both versions of Johnny Quest, because
yeah.
there was the updated version from the 90s, and then there was the original. It's on Crunchyroll. Okay. Yeah, alright, so... I'll look at that. It's funny because a lot of friends I know, or other people mention, other people have been in the chat on this, like Ed Wack and Nikki. They mentioned like, hey, the Crunchyroll take. So I'll definitely take a look at that. Yeah, Cyborg 009. Thank you for the recommendation.
Yeah, I'll look for it too.
Yeah, so that is but that was on Toonami. I guess going back a ways. I did not know that in Yu-Gi-Oh. Because with Yu-Gi-Oh, I knew it was on Kids WB for a while because it was a 4Kids translation, and then a lot of the Kids WB stuff, or a lot of the 4Kids translations went over there. Usually, although, as was mentioned also, I know that some of the Viz stuff was over there, like the Mega Man NT Warrior, because you're mentioning Mega Man Legends and Mega Man Battle Network, and that NT Warrior was the series based on that. I know Nocturne's big one on that. He's big on the Mega Man Battle Network stuff anyway.
Remember Lupin?
Oh, Lupin the 3rd, right.
Lupin the 3rd, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I do, although a funny thing about that one is that I remember I saw the movie based on it, or one of the movies based on it, specifically The Castle of Cagliostro, which was
yeah, we saw that too.
the first one. Oh, you did as well.
Yes.
Which is one of the early films directed by Hayao Miyazaki. Mm-hmm. And like, I don't know if I mentioned that actually on the show that much. And there is a Lupin the 3rd game I could play. It's on the PS2. It's Treasure of the... no, it's not Treasure of the Sorcerer King. It's something. I remember playing it. It was interesting. It does have all the voice performances from the dub, including, we mentioned him before, Christ, what's his name? The voice is Jigen. God, his name is escaping me completely, because we talked about him with Kingdom Hearts, because he voices Ansem in the later ones.
I'll look it up. Okay.
Look, as I said, I'm not having you on this just to look up all the random bullshit I'm saying, but I appreciate that you're coming to this. I'm gonna kick myself the minute I say, like, oh yeah, it's his name. It's like, why did I not remember this?
What is again, voice of...
The guy who's voicing Jigen. Okay, so Cyborg 009 is from the creator of Sentai and Android Kakaider Shotaro Ishimori, the manga. Oh, I remember Kakaider. I remember that being on Toonami. So I do remember that perspective. Jigen, Jigen. Thank you. I thank you for that. So here's the other thing. I'll also put this out as far as chat to everybody else watching this, which is that all the guests
Kobayashi?
For the Yoshi Kobayashi was the English. Oh, it was Richard Epcar. Thank you. Richard Epcar. I should have remembered his name. Yeah, because that was the idea. Yeah, because we mentioned Richard Epcar. Or Adult Swim, you mean? Okay, so Kakaider was Adult Swim that had that?
Yeah, Adult Swim.
Oh, fair enough. Well, yeah, it's just interesting. Adult Swim is like the mix of like Toonami that, okay. Before I go any further, I want to check something. Where is my... Kakaider was on Adult Swim. Alright, so in my case, I conflated. Alright, so... You know what? I want to see... Okay, I'm at level 15. Yeah, my luck is pretty bad. I don't like seeing that. That's a bad omen. You know what? I'm at a higher level than I was when I did this earlier. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to check my positions. I could feasibly put her in cluster position, or I could put her in arrow. Because I want to have them as far to the left as I can, so it's going to be going there. I'll do the most damage. So let's do that. Okay. I have my items set. I have enough of those manicures. That alone is gonna help me here. So I'll probably... Look, if I steamroll this thing, that'll be okay. The accessories are fine. Link techniques don't matter. My techniques are fine. The puzzle, fine. I'll show the puzzle. Yeah, you're getting these puzzle pieces. I'll see if I can get the whole picture going. But yeah, as we fight things, we get those. Alright. Alright, so I'm gonna save again. I'll make sure. Am I at full health? Yes, I am. Okay, so after I turn the page to 20, the other show I liked on Toonami was Justice League. Yeah, I know you mentioned the Justice League show before.
Yeah, I like that too.
You've seen it?
Mm-hmm.
I've not seen it.
Yeah.
You tell me.
No, I've seen it before.
You liked it?
Yeah, I liked it. It was good.
I heard it was really good. In a lot of ways, I know that's the interesting thing about DC. We're going to talk DC with Batman Forever next week. Is that, well, a lot of the animated stuff they did was really quite good. You know what? Fine, let's kill these things.
It was, yeah.
I remember this other one, Batman Ninja, I've been recommended very highly. Okay, so we have more money. We're all set. Alright, fine. Let's try this battle. If I die, I'm going to come back here to the save. So we're... Okay. Or fine, we'll have another battle, and then we'll do this. I hope this goes okay. I mean, I'm leveled up all right now, but here's the thing. I have to fight this boss twice in a row. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, why is Zoisite's Kage crystal glittering? Yeah, because there's our... Well, our crystals over here. Yeah, so you've come, Sailor Mercury. Alright, this is Nabu. You'll be dead in a while anyway, so there's no point in me telling you my name. Well, I'm telling you my name. Or do you remember Voltron? Yeah, I do remember Voltron. I didn't watch it that much, admittingly.
I remember the commercial for it.
Okay, I do. Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, right.
But that's another one. Like, yeah, it's classic case. Like, I mentioned that. I mentioned Slayers. You mentioned Cyborg 009. These are ones like I gotta discover or go back into and get the perspective, and also dig out games for them. That's the other thing I love as well. Or Beast King or Go Lion in Japan.
Oh, Nabu.
It is Nabu. All right. So here's the deal. And you're saying like, well, does this seem so bad? Here's the deal. You want to have her in the position I have. I want to have level up. I want to have those items I have, and I want to hit him with the Mercury Aqua Illusion to start, because it'll do more damage than the Mirage. Okay, it died one hit. Don't applaud that yet, you or anybody out in chat, because we have to fight him again. Because of story. In fact, they're gonna go into something with story right now.
Oh.
Alright, pretty damn tough. Yeah, we are.
Indeed.
Yeah, after everything we're doing, like, sure. I mean, as I said, I like that we're going into this stuff just to go to this as far as chat with this stuff. And as it also means, like, I can feasibly find games we can talk about it more on. Because, like, hey, I love this coming up as far as the chat case, but it also makes me say, like, yeah, you know what? Let's rationalize some further discussion that way into it by finding a game. Because there's games based on a lot of these things. And I'll find stuff that. I'll find stuff that's going to connect to it. Yeah, so Ansher is in the case of that. So who is that? Yeah, but, yeah, he's not gonna tell her. He's thinking, like, should I tell her? For good cause, I'll kill you.
No.
Well, yeah, well, here's the thing. I mean, Sailor Mercury is, like, she wants to understand what's going on. Or I mentioned G-Force as well. And I said, that's also the Tatsunoko vs. Capcom thing. I gotta get that game for the Wii. You ever play that?
No.
Yeah, I definitely gotta get that game, for sure. Because that was a weird case. Tatsunoko is this anime company that made anime that a lot of didn't come out here, but G-Force was one of them. I remember when that game was coming out, I saw this, like, Falcon character guy. I'll put the picture of what it is. And G-Force was on Toonami in the mid to early 90s. I remember seeing that. It's like I said, wait a second, that's the guy from G-Force. Like, they said, like, no, it is. Like, oh, it's known as something else in Japan. It was like, yeah, here you go.
It's a game, huh?
Well, no, he's in a couple of the characters are in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, but G-Force is the series that came here, and it was called something else for Japan. But all right, we are getting the background of like who Nabu is, and I guess the question like who Answer is as far as that, and basically them wondering about the silver crystal. Science doesn't understand the power, and we did see that in the opening.
So where are they now?
They're in the future Crystal Tokyo, I believe, or I think.
They left Switzerland.
Well, fine. This is another thing. Here's the thing. He's telling this. He's thinking his story of like the background of Answer, I believe it is.
Right.
Or how he understood was. Oh, Gotcha Man. That's it. Thank you. Gotcha Man and G-Force got a lot of different dubs. Okay, so they're like multiples of those. And we ran that with Sailor Moon. Dragon Ball Z is a case where there's like multiple dubs of that. And I mentioned that also with One Piece as well when we talked about that. Yeah. At some point I gotta do a One Piece game, and Nikki's gonna be involved in that because she's a big one on those games. Although she's gonna be on... I'll talk to her at some point about this because I know I've said this. She's gonna actually debut the PC as far as a console on this show. Because she wants to do... She's a big fan of the games of Humongous Entertainment from PC from the 90s. She's a big one on a lot of those, but she's wanted to do Freddy Fish specifically. I don't know if you're familiar with those games. Yeah, Humongous Entertainment. I think we mentioned this when we did Kingdom Hearts for Part 4. It was accompanied by Ron Gilbert, who worked at LucasArts. It's like point-and-click edutainment games, but the thing about those games is that they were really interesting with what they were doing, and they're these kind of edutainment things of teaching children things, but they're also really good as games. Because it came from the guy who made Secret Monkey Island and Sam & Max Hit the Road, amongst other things. So they had that backing to them. And they actually recently ported a couple of those to the Switch. And she was the first one to do what I usually do when it comes to a port job that's not done well. She's like, why the hell doesn't this game have music in it? It's like, wait, they ported it to the Switch and it doesn't have music. And there are a couple other things that did that. So it's like, yeah, we're on the PC version of that first one.
Wow.
And I know she wants to be involved on that. So, yeah, that's going to be the case. As I said, that's the idea of, as I mentioned earlier, I'll go into this again if I didn't make this clear. Each guest I'm having on this program, as far as with me, is bringing something different. When it comes to Proto-Rova, we go into like the deep philosophical stuff, certain things. Dolphin, you're kind of helping look up some of the stuff as far as that knowledge of some of the other deeper stuff, and then Nocturne stuff she has with Mega Man on other things. Yeah, the Battle of the Planets dub by Sandy Frank is remembered the most. I'll have to look at that as far as what that is with I guess with Gotcha Man, you're saying. But alright, yeah, because that gave us information like what is going with Nabu with Answer over there, but we have to fight him again. Oh. He's much tougher now, and this is where I'm nervous.
Okay, go ahead.
But the good... No, it doesn't matter, actually. Because here's the thing. It doesn't matter if I talk to this anyway, because as I said, hey, I'm not really to do Twitch stuff. I can sit here and wait to do anything. I mean, actually, that's the other thing. It's not like Final Fantasy 4 and onwards when they're turn-basing them. We have the active battle thing. We have this bar going up, and then the enemy can attack when it gets up for them, but you can attack when it gets up for you. So in this case, I can just sit here and not do anything. But, alright. Okay. Here's how I'm going to handle this. I'm going to use a Manicure in the middle of battle. Let's be careful of that Toxic Mist. I hope the hell it doesn't hit me. But if I do, I have stuff for that. Alright, so I'm getting on fire. Alright, so that increases my attack. I'm going to hit him with the Mercury Aqua Illusion. Because that is the most powerful thing I got for a single target. And with that attack buff, that'll help. Okay, that'll help greatly. Alright, I did a great... Okay, that was good. Because let me explain to you... You know what, fine, let me show you this. Well, you know what, I might kill him one hit anyway, but...
Do it.
Yeah, well, I'll do it. Fine. Here's what happened when I was testing this. First, I didn't have my formation up correctly. So I was in the back. I was doing like 1 or 2 points of damage when I hit him with anything. Whether it was me with my fists or using any of my magic. Or sometimes I just missed, so I did no damage. I was like, what's going on here? Why is this? And so I looked in this, I said, alright, my formation. When I'm in the front, I'll do more damage. And then I realized, wait, maybe my levels aren't up. Or, wait a minute, what about the Manicure? Because there's a shop in town here that in one of the later translations of this game that they updated, they made it so you can buy Manicures there. Because this is, from my understanding, seen a massive difficulty spike when the game released. And I apparently forgot it. Okay. So... what was happening is I was just hitting for like 1 point of damage. He was doing the poison thing. I got poison. They did another thing with a blizzard attack. They can also hurt me, or we'll see what that is. I think feasible. You know what? We'll shine Aqua Illusion them. They also have they have an exclusive character that dubbed named Seven Zark or Zark 7, voiced by Alan Young. Oh, Scrooge McDuck. Oh, really? Oh. Okay. Okay, I killed him quick, which is not what I was expecting. So that's why I did what I did, so I could avoid that problem. And I leveled up. Thank God. Alright, so we got past that. And I didn't wait usually. This is why I prepared. This is why I did that. Yeah, I like the idea. You're right. Okay, that's cool. So they added Scrooge McDuck. Yeah, Alan Young, who also voiced along with Scrooge McDuck. Also, I remember he was the voice of Mr. Ed.
Yes, he was.
Okay, you remember, I guess, in that case. So that's the idea. And at some point, we'll also see that because, I'll say this, at some point, we should do DuckTales Remastered, which came out on the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, and the Wii. It was on the Wii U, I mean. Yeah. It's a remake of DuckTales from NES. But what they did for it was Way Forward who made River City Girls and Shantae. He's pretty much like Alpha. Oh, from Power Rangers. Awesome. Okay, I'll have to look into that for sure, and I'll put a picture to go to that. But yeah, for that game, they got every voice performer. Actually, they got Alan Young prior to his passing, because he passed away about 2 years or so after. Oh no, a year and a half, I think, because he was 94 when they did the voice performance for that. But he was like, yeah, I want to do this, absolutely.
He was 94.
He was, but yeah, you had most of the voice performances from the DuckTales series in that game. Actually, unfortunately, a couple of them are no longer with us. We lost Russi Taylor, who voiced Huey, Dewey, and Louie, as well as June Foray. We mentioned June Foray before, actually, for certain things, as far as she was Betty Rubble for Flintstones, as well as Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Right.
But yeah, she is in the game as Magic as a Spell, doing voice. It's amazing to hear all of these people for that.
Yeah.
As far as Rocky and Bullwinkle, we'll also do one of the games on that. Well, one that's good, sort of. There's some really horrible ones, which I might want to show. Actually, one of them was by the people who made Simpsons Hit and Run and Prototype, amazingly. That's the NES one. I had the Genesis one, which is actually way better. Alright, fine, we got him. Somehow. So, Nergal is next on our hit list. If she could stop you, then you'll never be able to heal the Tuxedo Mask. Sir Mercury, this battle's not over yet. Yeah, as I said, I can't believe I made that work better, but that's why I prepared. Because it was hell on me when I was doing the test. Alright, so we got the stone, we're good. We have to go back to Japan.
Okay, so wow.
So that's the end of this. So it's pointless. I'll never be able to meet Hans again. If I saw him again... I guess so... Alright, so this is different, so I guess maybe she is kind of having a thought. Although, I mean, as I said, canonically wise, I know she goes with Greg, or that's the thought anyway. But alright, the poor friends are waiting for me. I can't go back to everyone, but... She's a little conflicted. I mean, I guess that's the idea, that she's the smart one. She's the one who's, I guess, doing the right thing. But what is the right thing? And also in this case, like, okay, maybe it's not the right thing as far as, like... Or maybe that's not the question here. Of, like, hey, you know, this perspective. Like, hey, she does have that connection. She's gonna, you know, try to that. Farewell. That's true, but she walked here fine. And by the way, Luna's here all of a sudden.
Oh.
Yeah, Amy finished her mission. Yeah, so that's the end of Chapter 2. So we're gonna save. Yeah, now we're going with Sailor Mars. So yeah, that's the end of this one, and for the next... Actually, yeah, is it the end of Chapter 2? Alright, or no, I think it's all the same for Chapter 2, but we're going with the different Sailor Scouts. Let me see about the accessories. Oh, right, I forgot about that, because when it comes to that, she holds on to the accessories that she has, but here's the thing about Sailor Mars. She can hit like a truck, so we're going to be fine this way, I think. So, alright, let's go. Oh, we're in Nepal. We're in Lhasa. So I have to return to Darien is over here. Okay, now I'm kind of going blind on this. I'm not going to lie here, because I have not gotten to this part. I didn't get this part when I test played. What was that? I felt a surge of evil energy. And to be fair, she gets that, because she has, you know, the spirit connection we saw earlier. She'll feel where the energy is. I wonder where it came from. Alright. I mean, at least we're through that other part. From what I understand, the rest of it's easier, but we'll see. Not in here. So, yeah, she's just walking right now. Alright, so who are you? Not from him. Yeah, he's like, what do you mean not from him? So I guess going back to the perspective of the Sailor Moon Abridged from Gami 33 made her crazy. Maybe that's the idea, like the indication of that right there is like, hey, you're talking to yourself, what's going on? Then again, I do that all the time. People, I guess they understand that enough about me, but alright.
I do too.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I talk to myself.
Or kind of like to visualize or emphasize whatever you're doing.
Self-talk.
I know, but I mean, sometimes it's like a different case. Like, some people's like, hey, you're quiet. Or you're really quiet. I guess like Amy. I guess in her case, like, well, with Raye's case, no.
Yeah.
Alright, so here's this temple. From now, I'll go investigate. Alright.
Ooh, look at that.
So, alright, we are in the next part of... Okay, I said we're done Chapter 2. That's a lie. We're in the next part of Chapter 2, so we're running Sailor Mars. Actually, I think you just finish Chapter 2 when you get through each of the Sailor Scouts. But yeah, we'll save with the Luna Ball that's over here, or not. Okay, fine. The other thing is that even though we have the different Sailor Scouts here, we are holding our items over. The only thing we're not holding over is the accessories I had on, on, what's her name? On Amy. Or Sailor Mercury. Or both. They're the same. But, alright, fine, we're in the temple. Just making my run around, and yeah, look, yeah, you say, like, the idea of Raye being crazy. Yeah, she's doing crazy walking, like, it's power walking. This way. So, yeah, just go there. I do love that idea. It's like, yeah, I can just make her just zip around like crazy. I mean, I don't even know if Sonic the Hedgehog would be able to catch up with her. Alright, here we go. Well, maybe, I don't know. Well, why is it so in such a holy temple? Well, it could be maybe a pagan ritual, but I don't know. Well, okay, fine. I thought fine. I don't know what pagan does it take as far as like Nepal's concerned. Alright.
No, it's Buddhist.
It's Buddhist, yeah. Okay. I was only having a look at this beautiful jewel. Alright, so the monks don't like that. Wait, you suspicious looking person. I'm just trying to get a treasure stone. The Gemetis ruby. Oh, we gotta fight them off. Okay.
You're gonna fight all them. Woo.
Okay, there you go.
Whoa.
Well, I'm trying to remember what she's got as far as killing. Okay, no, I got the burning model I can use, or I can use the Mars Firebird. You know, we'll use the Mars Firebird because it hits everything. Yep. So you got that fire, and yeah, they're all gonna die. Boom.
Wow.
There you go. That is Sailor Mars. Yeah, she's laughing that way. It's like, yeah, I burned them to death. So there you go.
Quickly.
But I do love that idea. It's like, it also is showing the perspective, like, hey, you know. Oh, they were demons. Yeah, so fine. Whatever. Why are they here? Yeah, are they more? I came here to break up some evil. I can't move. So what happened? Oh, we got cursed by the stone, I guess. Yeah, see, I don't remember what happens here. I played this game so long ago, I don't remember anything else with it. Now do it. Oh! Got knocked to my feet. Can't even think straight. Oh. Okay, yeah, it's...
Oh.
Yeah, so to kick him in the face. There you go. Are you okay? Jedi? I didn't get yet. Well, you're not Jedi. It is Fareg. I don't remember what his context is, but yeah, he lives here. Alright, yeah, because she can't walk. So yeah, that case, it's like Super Mario RPG. You know, I get the Mode 7 fade out, and I'm in a bed. The only difference, I didn't get punched. Well, actually, no, I did get punched in the face. That's true. So it's exactly like Super Mario RPG that way. Alright, we're set. We're conscious? Yes, we are. What's up?
Fareg.
Well, I mean, for this game, I mean, I don't know if that's the idea, but I mean...
A man named Fareg saves her and takes her to the village of Yaga, but later...
Oh, for this game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Later becomes captured. Okay.
For the moment, I thought that Fareg and Jedi looked alike. There's my imagination. Alright, but that's fine. We do have everything set to this, so now we do have our firepower. Now, can we move again? We can get a sense of getting the gem of Jedites. Or the good gem of Jedites, anyway. At this point, as I said, I'm kind of going blind to this. I promise next time we play this, I'll be maybe a little better prepared. Just that fight there, as I said. I was swamped with stuff I had going on this week. So, like, hey, look, I guess that goes to one other thing, which is that I've sometimes mentioned the idea of this show and the idea of, like, what is this? And some people I've mentioned to you will do this for a pay case, like, that as far as their careers. Like, look, I can't do it that way for it. But I said, also, here's the other thing, is that by doing this independently speaking, I and we, all of us, all of you in chat, you, Dolly, Finn, everybody who comes on the show, however it is, we can make this more independent case and like, hey, you know what, we want to play a game just as far as this, like, let's play this game from this game from like 22 years ago. Do people remember it? And will it be something that, hey, it's gonna have a massive audience? You know what? Who cares? It's fine. We can do this. And that's also why, and for you, since you're here as well, I love also when you and anybody else will say a request like, hey, I want to see this game. Because you wanted to see this because of this Enterprise. I'm glad you asked for that, because then we can have this perspective. And I walked through him somehow. I don't know how it happened. Something to understand too, but there's only one truth. Mask the eyes of my heart.
I shall understand.
And what a Jedi. Oh, so I guess Jedi was. Oh shit, am I stuck? Oh, fucking hell, did I?
Sometimes I don't even understand the two.
I'm stuck here, I can't move.
If I master the eyes of my heart, I shall understand.
Okay, that's the same thing, you know. Okay, good, he walked out of the way. Okay, yeah, I was stuck over there. If he didn't move, okay, okay, well, we go into that. This is another convention. We'll talk on RPGs. The non-player characters, the NPCs as they're known. They'll just move around on their own, and you talk to them, have a line to that. I was in the corner here. He was there. I couldn't move.
Oh.
So yeah, I thought like I was. At worst, I could have been a case where I would have to reset the game.
Oh, brother. Well.
If that was a case, that would be bad design. It was like, well, that's usually why they make them move. So you don't run a case like that. Are we feeling better? Yes, we are. Whoever you are. You're the elder Yaga Village. Okay, as you were mentioning, so that's the idea. We have to get involved with him, and we'll figure out. Yeah, with Raye's perspective as far as being raised the temple, she has that perspective, like, hey, the respect that way, and is it whether she'll show that to, quote, that ditch Serena? That'll be a question really there.
Yeah.
Okay, why were you all alone in that place? Alright, but yeah, she's coming out flat out. Instead of Mercury saying, like, well, I'm gonna be nebulous about this, she's just flat out saying, like, I'm not telling you.
Right.
Or I can't tell you. Which you think, like, would raise more suspicion, but hey, Raye would be able to get out of that, so no problem. But they're also not, pushing that either. I'm back, now it's Mars' turn. Yeah, I somehow got through the battle with Mercury very easily the way I set it up. Thank God I set it up that way. But yeah, we are with Mars now. I don't know how far we're going to get with the rest of them, because yeah, we're going to play as each of these individually to get to the next case of this. Yeah, we have to go to Terra Coop, I guess. Yeah, that was the temple we were at. The temple from before. I don't want to go back there. I can't avoid it, can I? Yeah, apparently I've tried to get out, but he's not letting me out. What the hell? What is it? Women can't go there alone. Well, to be fair, I got beaten up, so fair enough idea of that, but it's like, well, wait a minute. No, I'm a Sailor Scout. I should be able to kick their asses. I could go instead of you. It'd be too dangerous for you. So, alright, so that's the interesting thing about this. She's like, wait a minute, is this a sexist concept? But then again, it's like, wait a minute.
He's being chivalrous.
He's being chivalrous, but also at the same time, she's also saying, no, it's too dangerous for you. It's kind of the back and forth that way. They wouldn't think twice about killing you. Yeah, and that's true. She is stubborn. That's right. If she's saying, like, that's the case, that's it. But yeah, you're right. It is Mars' turn. We're in Nepal now. By the way, Zark is a dog named, One Rover One, and there's a recurring gag with Zark. Alright, I will definitely have to go into that as far as, those other things. I will definitely, look forward to that and put a picture of him as well. Do you even know what the Daisoju looks like? I think that's that crystal. But, she doesn't know. Okay, yeah, we could take it with me. But see, that's the other thing as well. We don't have them as a party member. I didn't mention this when we were doing Mercury's case. Yeah, we're bringing him with us, but yeah, he's not going to help us fight. Or he can't help us fight. So, like, yeah, because it's just Sailor Scouts fighting. That's all the deal.
He's just going to get in the way.
He'll be here. He's with me. It's just that he's more for plot. We take him along for plot. And to be fair, there's games you run into where you have that idea where you're taking a character along for the purpose of getting the story running. Although in some cases you have it more interesting with that. I mentioned, or some point we've mentioned Link's Awakening, the Zelda game on the Game Boy, and the Switch remake of it that came out a couple years ago. There's a case where you take Marin with you to see this walrus who used to sing to.
Yeah.
And she actually is walking behind you. And you can go in houses and you can see cases like, hey, he's like, you can talk to things like, hey, Link, did you always, look into people's drawers without asking them? Or if you, like, slice the cuckoos, we've seen that with Ocarina of Time now. It's like, you're such a bad man, you're such a bad boy, don't do that. But then, as we saw with the cuckoos, they can kill you if you're in trouble. Alright, or if you get into that. Yeah, Zark is in love with a girl named Susan, and every time he gets the chance to meet her, something comes up. So yeah, there you go, that idea of, wanting to get that going on, but he always runs into, like, something getting in the way. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna save again. I want to go to the store, I want to see what we got as far as items. While I get stuff going. Also, one other thing is that this is running on different level case. We have Mars at level 6. So I want to get her set as we go along. Yeah, this is the inn, by the way. I didn't mention this. If you want to take a sleep, let's take a sleep. Why not? Just because. Just show it off. It's $500 to stay, but I've got enough money, so we're set. And you do get that, music sting when you go into sleep. Definitely an RPG. That's also an RPG thing you see a lot as far as it. Alright, let's see where the shop is in town. Okay, here it is. Let's see if there's anything new here. Alright, welcome. Yeah, there are some things that are specifically, in the area there. Okay, there's Yaga Soup, which cures all of your health. Let's see, that's lipstick. There's the bath medic, the pearl earring, the necklace, the bracelet. I'll get her a bracelet. Let's get some Yaga Soup, and I'll get a couple bath medics for the purpose of Because I do have a lot of money, so I can use that.
Oh my gosh.
Nigiri, yeah. Yeah, a lot of that comes from some of the bosses I'm fighting, or the enemies I'm fighting, as well as the boss. Actually, that last boss gave me a lot of money. Which usually is the idea. Like, usually you beat a boss, and they'll give you a lot of money and a lot of experience. Alright. So, alright. So, we gotta go back to the temple that we're at, which is somewhere here. But nothing else, we could also go into town and see nothing. Well, fine. There, we're seeing nothing. But, anyway. Okay, it's right here. Okay, no, it's not. Alright, fine. So, see, this is why I wish I had been able to practice more to it, but unfortunately not. But either way, we'll make there eventually. Yeah, just walking around town. That's also the weird case of this, like, hey, you're doing that run around. Alright. Yeah, I don't want to necessarily wander this way, but as I said, feel free to go into other stuff while I'm trying to find this place. Oh, wait, no. It's, okay, no, he's saying... Okay, that's the thing with the good and evil. I talked to him, like, 5 times. I should remember that. Oh, no, this was the Elder... Okay, no, this is the Elder's house, I think. Yeah, this is the Elder's house. Fair, hang in there. Alright, we'll go. As I said, I'll be better prepared when we play this in a couple weeks, because we're coming back to this in 3 weeks, as far as the way this, the schedule is going to go. Okay, right, I have to go out of town, that's why. Alright, so I had to figure out the ways. Like, fine, we're going out of town. Oh! Game Center. Okay, I know what these are. This is the robot that, or this is the demon that Game Machine Joe turned into. We saw him earlier, as far as at the video arcade. Yeah, he was the first one to have the shit! Shit, I'm dead already. Christ. Alright, thank God it's it.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad I showed that. When you die, you go back to, the checkpoint. Shit. Alright, okay, fine. You know what I'm gonna do is... Yeah, her defense is horrible. Let me go to the shop. Okay, I'm glad I showed that off quickly, and also I saved, because if I didn't save for a while, I'd go back to wherever I last saved. So, alright, we're not going out in town yet, otherwise I'm gonna get my ass killed. Alright, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do something different. We did the case with the formation before it, because it carries over. Alright, I'm gonna get some... I'm gonna get a tiara, I'm gonna get a necklace. I'll get another bracelet. And you know what, I'll get a pearl earring, just because I think it might be worth more. I get a couple of those bath medics, and I'll get, I think I still have the crystal things, but I'll get some lipstick and some of the soup. Alright, so let me change my formation out, or, okay, I keep hitting start for that, no. It's X. So, with this, I'm gonna change my formation, because remember, me being in the front there means that I deal more damage, but I also get hurt more. I put it in the back.
So back. Push back.
Yeah, she's gonna be positioned on the left, and also the reason it's showing weird is because I only have one party member. So at that point, like, that's the case. I'm also gonna accessorize myself. Let's see. I want to get my defense up to start. Let's give me more. The tiara is good. And then... You know, No, I have that set that way. You know, that's fine for now, and she's slow also, that's the other thing, so... I'll figure that out. Alright, let's go out of town. Let's hope I can get this set. Not get totally killed. The other thing I could do is say, like, no, I'm gonna skip battles, but if I can get myself set, that'll be the idea. Here's a picture of Zark and his dog. Thank you. I will, link to that, and we'll also hopefully take care of these Game Machine people who, got me set. Alright. Okay, yeah, there you go. Right there. I'm taking, like, 4 damage as opposed to 104 damage. So, yeah, sit in the back. But, yeah, in that case, that's also the yin-yang. I don't do much damage either. But, okay, fine. I can, you know, war of attrition this thing. Yeah, give him the pimp slap, feasibly. And, yes, okay, I'm fine. I'm glad I showed it off here. So, like, this is what I dealt with that boss we saw with Mercury before. It was this, me doing not much damage, them not doing much damage, and then doing a lot later. So it kind of became a bit of a war of attrition. I didn't remember that, yeah, she got hurt very badly for the purpose of this. But alright, fine. Okay, so much for this being smoother sailing. But I said, as soon as I kill these guys, that'll also be a benefit. The other thing to do is, yeah, let's do a fire attack. Yeah, so, enough of this case. Mars Fire, Ignite! There you go, so... Yeah, you get it. Yeah, that's what you get in it. You just sometimes remember that stuff. That's the idea of it. Alright, so... Okay, good, he's finally dead. Yeah, this also gets different than how Sailor Moon did it, because, like, yeah, she healed Game Machine Joe. Like, no, we're killing him. Okay, fine. It's not Game Machine Joe underneath that. It's just the demon that he turned into. Just keep doing it, and as I said... by the way, if I hit to 0, that was what happened. I died. He got game over. Oh, yeah. He, I guess, got a critical hit or something, so... Let me get some health. Yeah, let's have some sushi. Yes, there we go. Oh, fine. I'll have another one. Because why not? Alright, so yeah, we do want to kill him again. See, this is the reason why I also wanted to be in the back, but it's also the case, like, I just want to make myself set. Oh yeah, 18, yes, she leveled up. Yeah, that's what could sometimes happen. Immediately this game, I'm getting the sense, is kind of semi-notorious with that. Alright, fine, I'll change the formation. We'll compromise a little. I'll run in cluster position. I'll put her, instead of in the direct front, I'll put her here. It's somewhere in the middle, and actually when we go in the battle, or saw in the battle, I'll show this next time we go into one. It shows where she's positioned differently based upon where it goes. Both on the screen there, and then down there on the bottom. Well, sort of on the bottom. Actually, you know what? Is that right? Oh, let's do the burning model. Oh, shit. Okay, at least I killed him in one shot, thank God, but I still got myself hurt badly. So I want to recover myself. And I guess I might want to... Yeah, let's get rid of Nagiri, because it's the last one I got. And then I'll just drink a bunch of orange juice. You know how they say when you get sick, drink orange juice? Mm-hmm. When I'm almost dying, I'm drinking orange juice in this case. Mm-hmm. Alright, but yeah, if I can get some level ups on her this way... Okay, that's the reason she didn't want to go out, because otherwise I'm going to get myself killed again. But... Okay, there's the Abakodra. Okay, that... Yeah, I remember that was also a creature that we fought, or that was fought in the early seasons of the show. Alright, let's, Yeah, let's use the Brain model again. If I can get some level ups to get myself, better with my defense, that's something I want to do. Because even with what I hit him with, and also even with the loadout I have in my accessories, I'm still not in good shape, and I hate that I have to keep using this in between each battle. Alright, fine, I'll eat a bento box. Probably doesn't taste as good as Lita's, but this is the best we're gonna do right now. Alright, so I'll just keep trying to get my levels up. This is the other challenge. I mentioned this.
Yeah. With
the RPGs, which is that, hey, you're gonna be playing an RPG. They can hurt a lot in case if you're not leveled correctly. But in this case, there's not much you can do about it with this game, because, hey, we only got the levels when we were on the train with them at the beginning of the game. Yeah. So we come here, we're at level 6, so we're trouble. And it's gonna get worse later when we have characters who are at level 1, and we have even more powerful, enemies.
And the game ends if you don't...
Well, you go back to the last save point, so it is considered a game over, but you do go back to the last save point. But if you haven't saved in a while, you're gonna be in trouble.
So does it save?
That's why every time I'm seeing a Luna Ball, I'm doing a save. Yeah, maybe the idea is like, hey, she's laughing and getting cocky. We want to make sure we can avoid that, but we'll see what we can do. And hopefully, I guess, get this stuff ready this way. Alright. Alright, that's back. That's in a town. I could take a nap at the inn. You know what? Let's take a nap at the inn. Yeah, we're taking a sleep. Alright, good morning. Oh, let me just take a look also at my stats here, just to see what she's looking like. Alright, yeah, she's good at reading fortunes. Let's see. Yeah, okay, my defense is not bad. It's just they're hurting a lot. And okay, I'm close to another level. Wait, but I didn't save, so let's do that. Yeah, this is why you basically want to save as much as you can. And in this case, it's also a situation where I have to save whenever I see a Luna Ball. I can't just save anywhere. Which, I mean, is fine. You'll sometimes run into that depending on the game. Or, like, if they were to re-release this, it probably would add a save anywhere. Or they put this on a portable or something. But this is only Super Famicom, so they never re-released this. Alright, yeah, let's get going. I want to kill these things. I'm getting angry the way that, Sailor Mars usually would. And even like when she's getting ready in the fighting stance, yeah, she's looking more determined even than Mercury was. Yeah, but just kill it with fire, as usually is the case. That's come up before, so may as well do it literally this way. Oh, right, I have to go the other way. Yeah, you also do that make up constantly, so yeah, get used to that. Maybe one of those cases where I'm almost hearing him asleep. Yeah, there you go. Just enough's enough. Everything is just gonna die with the fire. That's basically what this is. Alright, now where is my other way? Oh, I have to go down that way. Yeah, sometimes you do have to pay attention to how the environments really are, as far as how they curve themselves, and... I hope I didn't screw myself out of this. Alright, no, I'll be fine. If I was a lower level, I wouldn't be fine, because I would have lesser defense. Okay, good, I got a level up. And when I do get a level up, I get my full health restored. I think. Yes, I do. Okay, awesome. And that's really kind of what I want to do, just get my stats up so that I can take hits better and not die. Which is usually a weird case. And see, this is also what happens with... This is also what happens when I didn't practice this part, as I said, because I got walled at the other one. Like, I over-prepared for that boss and wasn't ready other than...
Good, look at them. 130, you're going 40.
Yeah, I know, but still, it's like... yeah, that's the idea. Hopefully. I just want to keep this going is all. Now in the cave. And you always hear the same music, the doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, which is a good piece of music, but yeah, you do hear it a lot.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I don't know what these things are going to do, so I'm going to do the same burning model to them. Ow. Not much, so honestly, I want to recover myself. You know, let's use... Let's eat a nigiri set. Okay, I'm getting low on health. That's usually the hard part, too, is like, hey, I only have one party member. I can't, you know, afford to be, you know, reckless or die that way. Because, like, hey, a lot of other RPGs usually have your full party a lot of the cases. Yeah, in this case, no, they separated them. Okay, they die eventually. It's just they're 60 HP. Got lots of water, so we'll see if that helps. While I try and find my way through. As I said, I don't mind this random battles only because, look, Mars needs help. Although in that case, that takes off a lot of my, my magic. That takes off half of it, because I have a max of 12. Yeah, and I'm on the ground hurting. But they'll die from this, so I should be fine. That's the only reason I did that, because I knew I'd be able to survive it. But yeah, when they get hurt worse, they'll be on the ground. Yeah, now then she gets up all of a sudden, and we're all set. And yeah, I think we're doing good, or better as far as getting the levels up, but is it helping my defense? Yeah, a little. Yeah, I guess she's slow, I guess is really what it really looks like. Which I don't know necessarily how the lore of this game is getting to sense like, oh, Mars supposed to be slow. She's pretty agile from what I remember, but yeah, I don't know. Alright. Actually, I guess looking as far as how the time is, I think we'll probably... Okay, as we're seeing more Ruined Tempest enemies, I think we probably will get through the Mars part of this, now I'm thinking about it. If they have there are 4 enemies here, so yeah, they can hurt me badly. Well, okay, it won't kill those other enemies back... Oh, no, well. Okay, never mind. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm getting a lot of money off of that, if nothing else. Yeah, but see, alright, fine, I'm getting in this case, like, wait a minute, you're also seeing... yeah, drink the orange juice. That's gonna be the joke of this part, which is gonna be just... Drink orange juice, and now I'm out of it, so what are we gonna do? Oh, we're gonna use other stuff. No, it's fine. I think we're good at this. I'll eventually go back to the shop, because I do want to get more items, and I'll have enough money. If I'm doing while I'm trying to find where I'm going. Is that because I'm kind of going blind this way? Okay, at least I know what they're gonna die to, which is the, actually, wait. Alright, that's the fire snake that's the single. Thank God this is gonna kill in one hit, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive another run of that. And also thank God I'm getting level ups like I am, because that means that it makes it a lot easier to not have to use my recovery items. Well, try not to while I'm trying to keep going. Yeah, see, this is where I guess the idea, like, why you would want to use the, let me run away from battles thing.
Right.
But as I said, it's kind of a Faustian bargain. Just like, I can do that, but I'm not going to level up, and I'll die quicker. But if I do this, I'm putting myself at risk more to get myself killed. I guess nothing else, I guess, is the idea, like, this is how, you know, Raye's just doing the training of herself this way. Okay, that's a circle. And that's really the idea of this area. Unlike when we're in Switzerland, that's more of a circle. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna survive this, just barely. Yeah, but I'm cutting it close. You're seeing that right there. All right, let's see what I got. Okay, that's not gonna be if this. Yeah, honestly, I don't have. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a whole lot of health recovery items. I think I might want to go back to the shop at one point to help with this. But I also need to find where I'm going. I'm kind of going in circles. I keep running into these 4 enemy clusters, which is fine for killing things and getting more experience, but it's putting me more at risk, as I mentioned.
You know, that's what they...
Yeah, that's true, so that's good, but as I said, I know I don't have a whole lot of my items left. In fact, you know what, I might just have to use my last one here. I mean, look, I'll probably have to go back to the shop anyway, so... Well, hold on. Yeah, I'll have the last Nintendo boxes. Yeah, but okay, this is the struggle, really. I guess you're realizing this, and I guess it goes to anything else, which is that, yeah, this is an RPG that sometimes you have to do that with, because otherwise you're gonna get yourself steamrolled. Well, feasible, I guess the other thing is I could probably put her... Okay, here's the other thing to do. I could put the formation different. You know, in fact, I'll try that. Okay, I leveled up, so perfect. This is a good excuse to do that. So for now, I'm going to put the formation back so she's in the back again, just so I'll be able to feasibly be safe. Let's see, hang on. I know, it's in... You'll put an arrow. So let's see, yeah, I'll put it in the way back. Yeah, so in this case, I won't take as much damage, but I won't deal out as much either, but I won't at least try and find where I'm going. Also, at least there's only 2 of these. Yeah, it doesn't do much, but hey, I'm not dying either. Actually, yeah, can I punch him? Okay, I sort of can. So, it's the same thing, so yeah, feel free to jump in on anything else, chat, you have, or anything else you have about this, or Sailor Moon, or anything else game-wise you can think of. Well, I mean, we brought up Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles before. We brought up the idea of some of those things. I mean, I guess it's probably something... from what I understand, I think the enemies are basically... I guess, what are they? They're, demons that they ran over, or they ran through on the show. So it's probably cases of that, although I don't remember where these were. It might have been after the arcs I'm most familiar with. Yeah, they'll die eventually. But as I said, if nothing else, you're seeing this perspective with this game. And as I said, next month, I'll probably be in a better case. And actually, you know what? I might do at some point, depending on how this gets, I might do what I did with Kingdom Hearts, which I'll do... Well, actually, no, and I did it with Super Mario RPG as well, which is the off-screen level grind. I might do that eventually, just to make it a little smoother. For now, I was like, well, fine. I didn't have a whole lot of time as far as practice on this game, number 1. Number 2, for starting this, I wasn't going to level grind on a start. But since we're closer through, we should be good to do that later. Alright. Oh, it's dead end. Alright. Wait, is there nothing in here? Wait a minute. Now, hold on, let me look at one thing. I'm also avoiding the battle doing this, but I want to see... Okay, the next level's over there. I just want to see what that was. I think I want to play with my formation again, but I don't want to... I don't want to keep her the way back, but I also... No, fine, I guess I... I mean, yeah, as I said, Fine, we'll put her here. Hopefully that won't screw me up. Yes, I just want to see where I'm going, because I feel like I'm wandering around in circles.
Does seem like you are.
And to be fair, that's something that can also happen in RPGs in some cases. And there are a couple RPGs I can think of we're gonna get to. Okay, that's better. Let me take it just 20. Okay, and I'm faster than those things, so that's good. Okay, so actually that's not too bad. Alright, there's the Luna Ball. So, like, at least I'm getting a lot of health and a lot of, opportunities to save myself. Alright, so let's try again. Yeah, my luck is very good. I gotta find out what the mechanic is. I don't know what that is, because actually it changed when we walk around. It was very good before, it's pretty good now. Okay, maybe it's over to the left. And now it's normal for some reason. There's nothing there. Yeah, I want to find where I'm going. Okay, I guess that's the benefit also of the level up, because it means that now she's getting faster, so I can at least outrun a couple of these enemies. Or I can put on items to make it go to make her go faster, but as I said, I had put on all that stuff to give her defense. Alright, maybe I'm not going the right way. You know what, fine. In this case, I'm going to use that exploit just to start. So I guess, actually, you know what, I'm going to go back to town. In fact, town's over here, let's go to town. So where is the shop? Because I want to get some more items. That's the temple case. That's the inn. Alright, let's... Oh, wait. Hold on, did I get... Wait, didn't I have Yaga Soup? Let me look at that, hang on. Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
What?
I did have it. Okay, yeah, I screwed up. Let me show you this. I forgot I had multiple pages. Yeah, so I had 5 of these. Okay, that's better, but I was like, well, wait a minute. And I got Wasua. What was that? Oh, so I have tons of recovery items. Alright, fine, never mind. That being said, I am going to buy some more stuff from here. Let's get... I got enough of those. I'll get the lipstick because I want some EP recovery for later. I'll get more of the soup. Okay, so now I'm not into a case that I just was not looking through my pages correctly. Alright, so let's go back out. Actually, you know what? I think I gotta go back to that other town because there's nothing over there. Unless there's something over here. I'm doing this on purpose so I can avoid battles right now. Alright, so you know what? Alright, fine, I guess I'm running this. In the temple I saw a stone statue. Oh wait, I have to go at that temple. So yeah, I was thinking ahead. I went the wrong place. So the temple's here. Right here. In fact, alright, so I did waste time. Alright. Intruder went in here, I haven't seen him. Oh, fine. I'm lying, I didn't see him. Oh wait, no, I think I have to do that. I have to get him out of the way because otherwise he won't let me in. Okay, back to the temple. Perfect. Alright, so off we go. Let's have our run. Alright, so there is our old crystal friend. Can't do much with this now. Actually, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I have to look at the High Priest. He's been turned to stone. Yeah, we're gonna be nervous when that happens in battles for me. Found Jay's stone, that are other people to be annoyed, right? Yeah, there is. But they don't know I'm here. If they notice you, though, they'll know. Yeah, so who would do this? Well... The High Priest doesn't seem to be dead, at least. What's wrong? Is your face turning red? Alright, the High Priest, is he safe? Alright, so at least they analyze his thoughts somehow. Alright, so I guess he has, mind, read power. Alright. The Gamitas Ruby. Surge of evil energy was from that ruby. So that ruby turned into stone. So it's cursed, basically. We were right. But it's moving on its own. Okay, good thing I did that level grind then, because we got a battle. This is Daisoju. Alright, yeah, well, it looks like Vishnu, honestly, now I'm thinking about it. Alright, I guess we'll have to, burn it. Yeah, let's use the fire snake. Yeah, that'll hurt quite a bit. Okay, it'll one-shot him. Okay, good. Alright, fine, now we're cooking. Thank God. Alright, we did it. We beat the Yoma from the Ruby, and people were being controlled by it have returned to normal. Well, yeah, we have Nurgle here. I'm trying to remember if to fight him right now. I hope not. He's Anshar's faithful servant, and, yeah. He's the one who... Or, Mars is his target. Why do you do all these mean things? Protecting ourselves, myself, and the assassin. Now it's over. Now it's time for the real performance. I'll start with you. Okay, so he gut punched him. Uh-oh. Do it quickly, I'll be alright. Kill that guy. Oh! Yeah, in every single meeting with the so-called superiors is a humiliating kick in the crotch. Oh, and suddenly I have my, okay, this is interesting. Yeah, I have my, my crows. Because remember, Raye does have the crows. So apparently they came with me, too. Yeah, killed them. Or the ravens. Okay, fair enough. Take this guy. We want back. Come to Krityuga. Oh, Krityuga. Alright. That sounds familiar. Alright, there's the ruby. Can we do something with this? Okay, it'll revive the, elder, at least. Or the high priest, I should say. I was going to release you, free me from all those evil thoughts. Thank you very much. You said for me, just ask. Yeah, I need help. Where's, Krityuga? The ruins north of the village. Okay, so we went there. So we already went to this. So we did this ahead of time.
We did.
Apparently. It's like, I forgot. It's like, see, this is also the other reason I do test case, usually speaking, but although, that's fair enough. Like, sometimes I'll have to do it, blind. But at least I got myself set up feasibly. Alright, wait a second. What's going on? Did you just say Yaga Village has become ruins? It's not possible. It's just there. And Yaga Village has been in ruins for well over 50 years. Plan to go to Krityuga? Yeah, we have to go. Please take this. Got the Daisojo token. Which is, I guess, key item? Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, token. Token from the High Priest in Lhasa. There we go. Okay, so that's fine. I don't know if it's really going to come into play except for just plot reason. Alright, fine. Let's go walk out and... Yeah, I think I'm good on items. I just gotta see about my levels and things. Alright, fine. 13. That's... We're about where Mercury was. I mean... I think as long as I'm at that same idea, I think we should be good, but I do want to go in and save. So I don't have to do that again if I die. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, wait. Yeah, I need to go back in there. That's the other thing also. Sometimes, maybe because I play... When it comes to games I'll play, sometimes I'll play stuff that's more fast-paced. To some degree, nothing against a game that's slower-paced, but just the idea like, hey, I'll just keep hitting the A button or something really quickly, or want to run like crazy, and come in here. And it gets me into trouble, or gets me, all over the place. Alright, so yeah, let's go back to where I went ahead of time. And maybe now that, I got everything set, we should be maybe able to totally destroy these things. Okay, I can go first. Perfect. So we're not going to run into a case anymore where I'm going to die in one case. Thank God. In fact, you know what? Now that that's the case, I can also get away with putting my formation in front, which I know is usually risky, but... Okay, no, that's fine. So we have arrow on. So at that point, since she's fast enough to go first now because of the level ups I had, I'll just be able to kill everything with the fire snakes. Or the burning mantle, I should say. Although weird enough, that looks like that did less damage than it was with the last formation. But whatever. As long as they're dying in one hit and I'm getting experience, I'm fine with that. Although in this case there's just one, so yeah, let's do the fire snake for variety. as I mentioned, they did pay attention to the details as far as, like, their animations, because they'll actually, like, do the movements for the specific attacks, just like they would on the show, which I do love. Alright, so back to this before we, get into a battle right in front of the door. Yeah, fine. We'll hit him with the strongest thing we've got for now, so that's fine. Well, in that case, I'm not necessarily getting much experience off of him. Alright, so back at the cave we go, which as I said, I should have went back to the other place, but let's try this again. Okay, yeah, fine. These things are gonna die instantly now, or... Well, okay, fine. I'll take less hits. Alright, fine. Those run faster than I do. So I still have to be careful of that, at least. But we're doing good. Alright. Alright, so I guess then feasibly I was trying to look for something here, but now that I'm here, I could just do this. And hopefully I guess level her up enough so I can outrun them. Not because it's that big a deal, but just because I'm not taking too much damage now. But just so I can, hey, get things to going quicker and not take damage. Oh, fine. Well, at least there's the Luna Ball, so we can save. Actually, I'm in good shape. I'm just, as I said, I'm just a little nervous whatever the boss is going to be, because as I said, I didn't practice at this point, but whatever. So far, I think it's going okay as far as how the way the game is running. As I said, part of my question also is this, which is, as I said, I thought this was going to be multiple months, well, many multiple months, but apparently this is maybe shorter than I thought it was. So, it might be 3 or 4 months for this one before we go to another RPG. So, also here's the other thing, I'll make this announcement, which is, the RPG we're going to do after this, when we're done with this game, or after we finish this game, is going to be Shadow Hearts. The Chris Shade Nerd is going to play that for us, but what I'm not going to do with that is... We'll do that probably later in the year anyway, so if I have to slip another RPG or something in the middle of it, a really short one, which I have one on my mind, if that's going to be the case, I'll do that. Because he's also going to be helping me with Majora's Mask, and he's going to be helping me play it, too. So, in that case... I'm not going to have him necessarily, running 2 games at the same time, unless he wants to. And I'll talk to him about that, just to get a sense. But, as I said, because this game might end up being shorter than I thought, but honestly, right now, I'm kind of thinking, no, maybe not. Oh, okay, there we go. I have to go to this wall. Alright, what do we got here? Alrighty. So, I'm worried. This place to do this. I deterred to Yaga Village. Do I? Oh wait, did I have to go there first? Okay, so I did it again. Alright, I went backwards. Hopefully I'm not boring people with this, either anybody in chat or my guests right here. But either way, as I said, things are gonna die at least, so yeah, we'll get that case. Okay, so I guess I gotta go back to the village then, and then we'll come back here. Actually, I'm looking at this, well, okay, this is more just me looking at the text stuff, like, wait, maybe the game volume is too loud, but we'll see. Chat, let me know if it's too loud, or if I have to edit in a couple days, I'll edit a couple days. Because that's more something that chat knows. I don't know, Dolphin, since you're on this end, when do you notice when there's aspects of the audio going weird? On your end, like, watching that way.
Sometimes when it spins, like, there's a, like, and I don't know whether it's my internet connection, right? Mm-hmm. That's gone down because it does go down.
Really? Okay, so...
Yeah, mine does. Mine does. And then when I've watched the show, at one time I checked the same spot to try to... And it didn't go down on the thing, but it went down on mine.
Okay, so that's also... Because I know... Actually, ElecVerse, you mentioned that as well, which is the idea that sometimes the internet goes out or, like, the connection gets lost. I mean, the good news is that...
Yeah.
As long as... If it's happening on your end, I am sorry for that. That's Twitch's case. But... If it is, I mean...
It can be...
Well, it's fine as far as my end, because, hey, it's doing the record on it, but also the other thing is that, I guess to go to that, is that at least I'm archiving it, and it's like, hey, I'm archiving the shows for that, for the purpose of, but I guess when you've noticed, like, hey, the audio is off, as opposed to it's dropping. I mean, because I'll tell you this.
Well, that's it. When it's either dropping, sometimes then it was be silent, but when it's been my fault, it's not silent. The only time was once I heard the audio
go weird. What was that?
And that's when you said you had trouble connecting.
Was that for Ocarina of Time when I did it a few weeks ago?
No, it wasn't at the start of that. Well, at the start of that one, but then there was a couple of weeks before that when you said there was a. You said, oh, it dropped for a minute. There was a game you were playing that it dropped.
I'm trying to remember that.
I'm trying to remember. It was way back.
It was, what was it, February when we did it?
It probably was February. It could have been January.
Okay, so, I guess to go back to that, I guess let's go back to the shows we've done. We'll go back to, oh yeah, right, because I had to go back to the village. Which is gone all of a sudden. So what happened? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it got ruined, so wait a minute, what were we seeing?
It didn't get ruined.
They said it was like this for 50 years, so what, was it all a mirage? Yeah, I don't remember it personally. Okay, to go back to that, I guess, was it, well, I know I said I set the audio weird when we did part 2 of Ocarina of Time.
Right, at the beginning.
Was it, if it was that one, maybe that was one?
Might have been.
It might have been, but I was like, okay, because Final Fight 2 I think was fine with that, Guns for Heroes I think was fine with that. Fairy's also gone, apparently.
Yeah, she's gotta help. She's gotta help her.
Oh, where'd he go? Something fell down. Yeah, I'll take it. It's only an empty can.
It isn't.
It's worthless. I don't know why I even bother. Alright, so here's the crazy perspective. Yeah, she's going nuts as far as, like, I had this village, it was here. This guy here is gone. So to find where he is. Alright, fine. We'll go... Actually, you know what? In that case, I want to go in the inn, because it's like... If there's no one here... Oh, it's totally dead. So yeah, the place is gone.
And he needs help.
Pretty much, yeah. Alright, let's go find him that help, though. And get into another boss battle, I guess, on top of that. Yeah, and I guess more things are gonna die from fire at the very least. So I'll give it that much. Alright, so yeah, I guess we gotta go back to where it was. Okay, as I said, that's the other thing when it comes to this game. And also, the Luna Ball, I guess, just appeared here after we did that. Yeah, so I guess we have to go to certain areas, as I mentioned, like the one area that the game wants you to go to, and then go to the other area. So yeah, I went here twice when I shouldn't have. But now we're all set, hopefully. Phobos, you're alright. Alright, so yeah, I got my, I say they're crows, but no, they're ravens. Alright, so where's Fareg? Alright, so I got my, I got my ravens with me, and we'll get going. Alright, so yeah, still going through, but at least we found our ravens, or find one of them, so at the very least we'll get stuff running. So I guess I gotta go back to that door that she said, like, no, I can't go through here yet. Oh, but now at least they're doing less damage. I only took 9 points from getting hit with them. They're still doing as much, but, as I said, then the boss is gonna be questioned. Well, I said, given how I handled stuff with, Mercury, maybe this will be better. It was just, you know, me getting hit initially. Alright, so where is it? I guess it's also a case of when you have a game like this, yeah, you don't have a map when you're in the dungeon, which, I mean, look, that's a question of whether that's a problem or not. Well, I guess then comes a case of, you know, how's the navigation and how you're going to remember everything. I mean, to be fair, a lot of stuff in this area kind of looks alike. So that's maybe where I'm getting a little thrown off. And actually, I think now looking at this, as far as this, I think basically, looking at the time of this, I think we're going to, as soon as we finish the Mars part of this, I think we're going to stop for tonight, and we'll do the stuff with Jupiter and Jupiter and Venus. I keep forgetting Jupiter and Venus as far as that. We'll do that. All right, what's wrong? Yeah, this is not a Danon. This is the thing she saw before. All right, the High Priest token is shining. All right, so we got to use it to go in. All right. So, let's see. What now? Alright, there's the road, so let's get going. I do need to see if I can find another save point. Oh, good. There is a save point, thank God. They usually will put save points close to certain areas of importance. So, we'll do this. Alright. Alright, so yeah, we got new enemies here. Octave and Kurini, I think. Alright, let's burn them. Oh, let's hope that illusion doesn't do anything, whatever that is. Yeah, you do get the nice thing that... Oh, Sonic Wave, yeah. Which Sonic Wave, I believe what that does is it puts you to sleep.
Nice.
Right, lucky I was able to do that, get rid of them.
Nice.
I'm just nervous when I'm seeing new enemies, think like, wait a second, and I get myself killed touching them. Alright, fine, in that case, yeah, I'm getting back in. In this case, they're just trying to hit me. By the way, if I do get put to sleep, what that means is that if I get hit by a physical attack, I'll wake up, but otherwise I'm stuck there and I gotta wait.
Was that right?
Well, if that happens, as I said, the status things that enemies hit can miss a lot, and usually because of how your evasion goes. But there are times when it doesn't, and that's the worst thing in the world when that happens.
Easter egg.
Oh yeah, you're right, it does look like an Easter egg, you're right. First I was like, wait a second. Okay, good. I'm getting lucky with them missing. There's gonna be cases where they're gonna not miss, and I'm gonna hate that. But in the meantime, I'm glad just to kill them with fire. Or kill multiples because they keep coming back. Alright, so... yeah, they have to go there in the middle, so I guess I'm just kinda... yeah, it's true. It's like, at this point, like, she's... I think after what we've gone through here, she's like, alright, fine, I got these...
Yeah.
I got these demons going, and I gotta level up, which is good. Alright, there's the tower, so yeah, we have to go over there. Alright, so there is no reason to go to the side, except I guess just get levels, which I'm not necessarily trying to do normally, or just on the back of that. It's weird, I'm saying I don't want the status things to happen, but I also kind of want them to happen just to show what they do. I don't remember what illusion does. But I'm also nervous to find out. Alright, yeah, then we can do this and we can go in the middle. I guess I'm getting faster than that guy, so we can do that. I was getting a lot of alarm clocks, we've used those to recover from sleep. It's actually, yeah, in that case it's fine. If I get them, alright, fine. One more, and then we'll go in. Yeah, just to get rid of all of them. Yeah, see, that's the way. That's how you're getting into the feel of this. Like, say, like, yeah, just everything. You want everything to die. All right, there we go. This is Statue Jedite. So yeah, Jedite apparently was a big one as far as Paul culture. Yeah, he was God here apparently. Still hard to believe. Of course, Farragut and Jedite do look kind of similar to each other. All right, so we have to find where Farragut is. Yeah, he's in here, and yeah, we'll see if we can find a save point or go down. Or take the stairs up. Alright, so fine. I guess that's what we're doing. Just climbing up the tower. At least it's pretty easy this way. It's not like it's another dungeon case. In fact, there we go. Yeah, we're coming with something, so here's a save point. You see, you're understanding this. You're saying, like, hey, if you haven't played a lot of RPGs, getting a sense of, alright, fine, you're knowing where we're getting close because we got a save point. Alrighty.
Oh, man.
So here is Nergal. Won't be any challenge. Nothing can stop us now. Let's fight. Wait a second. Why have to fight you? See, which is weird. It's like, yeah, I think Raye was just like, fine, bring it on. Let's take care of him. You wanna know my motives? Well, this stone should go to the winner. That's why. All right, so this is Jade Stone. This is what I came here for. This is why I came to Paul too. All right, let's do this. Wait, is Farragut okay? I'll tell you that when you lose.
Yeah.
I also don't know if I had to fight him twice the way I had to with, what's his name? Alright, here's Nergal. Alright, so... same deal as I did with, the Mercury fight with, Nabu. I'm gonna use the manicure.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
Okay, if it does me that again, I'm dead. I gotta be careful.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay, just... Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, this is bad.
Well, I know. How can you do it?
I'm gonna try and use this. I did save, that's what I'm gonna do. Once I
no,
one-shot him, thank God.
Oh, thank God.
My question is this, though, if this is gonna be like the other one where I have to fight him twice. I didn't get a level up for that, so that's gonna be a problem if that's another one. Alright, fine. Spies your strength. Next time we meet, don't count on winning. Next time for sure, we'll completely destroy the strength of the Sailor Senshi. Yeah, I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time. Who's that? Who called out my name? Alright, so yeah. Opsu did. What do you want with me? Yeah, I just hope I don't have to fight him again. I think she's saying, like, next time I see you. Yeah, I think also, honestly that manicure helped me out. Because otherwise I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him in one hit. In fact, I'll tell you this, because of that, I'll tell you, when we go on later parts of this, I'm gonna level grind. Later, not next time. Next time when we do this, we do the stuff with Sailor Jupiter and Venus. And eventually we get to the point where, yeah, we got all the crystals. But there's other parts later on, I'm absolutely gonna level grind. Is it also, next time I'll promise to practice more, so at the very least I'll be able to be maybe a little better prepared for this part. Okay, I was prepared for the other part with Mercury, but not so much with Mars. Alright, let's see. Here's the Jade Stone they promised to give you. Okay, so good, we only have to fight him once.
Oh boy. Where's
We'll see. Say how Mars, you're my trophy and don't ever forget it. Wait, where is he? Sleeping in the interior room. Later. Alright, fine. Off he goes. Yeah, off my crow goes. And there's my other crow friend. Fine, they're not crows, they're ravens. I keep saying that. Odimios. Alright, you're all good. Okay, is he alive still? Still alive, answer me. Yeah, he is. I know they're gonna sacrifice him or something. What is this place? Your eyes are red. It is weird sick about you. Alright, so she's kind of angry at him, I guess, because of that. I mean, I didn't know where you were. So I guess she kind of is interested in him, yeah. I mean, technically she's not with Chad, even though everybody else says she is. She's still alive. Oh. Yeah, he's a ghost.
Oh no.
My soul is the only thing left, which also explains, I guess, why the whole town was there and wasn't there, and why he was there and wasn't. My soul is the only thing left. That's a lie. If it were true, I'd have to be a ghost too, just to understand you. So I don't believe any of it. You're not a ghost. Then again, the other thing is that she's in touch with, the spirits as far as, like, the temple readings and things. People of the village Yaga were there to protect the Takara, or the Takara Koop Temple. For many centuries, all these people came to the village to pray. Why I came. Now it's my invitation. People in Krityuga were many among those who protected the temple. People worshipped Jedi Sama at the Takara Koop Temple. Those prayers gave us this appearance. Alright, so basically that was the idea. Alright, these memories are so painful. I'm sorry about that. I should tell you earlier. Alright, so he's gone. So Farrag was a ghost. And yeah, she was attached to him. More so even, well, a lot more so, I say, than Mercury was to Hans. Why'd you wait to tell me he disappeared? Why'd you make me hate you so much? Comfort me, please, Phobos and Demios. Which I'm thinking of Doom, which is something totally different. Yeah, Sailor Scout take on Doom. Somebody's probably done that. They probably modded that game. So like, yeah, you'll be Sailor Moon throwing out the tiaras out instead of like using the shotgun in that game. Alright, but I'm getting a phone call. Ray, have you done it? Found Giant Stone? Yes, I did. What's wrong? Your voice sounds strange. It's nothing. I'm coming back to Japan very soon. Serena's being your usual self, though. Don't worry yourself. Phobos, Demios, or Deimos, I guess. Let's go back to everybody. Alright, so yeah, we're taking our walk out on the village. Farewell, Farag. And bye-bye, Jedite statue. Yeah, all of a sudden Luna's up on the tower. Yeah, we're finished with the story. And I think, honestly, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to save here. I'm going to put some equipment on her just because. But I'm not going to start this part until 3 weeks from now. Because honestly, I think this seems like this is probably going to be the best place to, you know, stop for now. We're almost at 5 hours as it is. And I said also, if nothing else, we could maybe squeeze out a couple more episodes of this. So I do like 4 or 5. Yeah. I was thinking maybe I'd do 3 at most, which is fine. Either way, but alright. So, I will always go to the next save point for Jupiter. Because we're in Canada. Because yeah, that's where a lot of the voice performers, I guess, for Sailor Moon were at, but also, I mean, alright, this is where the next one here. We're looking for the stone here for, I think this is Nephilites. We're in Marine National Park. Is really a national park? Yeah, I've never heard of it. Have you? Okay, alright. Start looking for the stone tomorrow. Mercury will start looking for the stone in 3 weeks. What should I have for dinner? Yeah, she can make herself something. Or she can catch some trout and make some shioyaki. And, ooh, what happened? Alright, night. Or, well, I guess it went fast there. Okay, I don't know why I did that. Alright, fine. So sorry, I can smell something really good. Are you hungry? Come over here and I'll give you half of mine. Really? Alright, that guy looks just like my senpai I just broke up with. She's doing that weird thing with the mouth. Oh, this is tasty. There's not many people around here that can make such tasty stuff. And that goes to what the idea of Lita is Lita can,
yeah.
She's good at cooking. Yeah. Yeah, of course, we saw that as I mentioned when she tried to go and help, help Andrew with that. Actually, no, I think Andrew's the one who couldn't cook specifically very well. And then her and Serena then ended up doing stuff with, cooking. And actually, there is a joke that the Japanese version has for that they cut out of the US version, which is that Serena cuts her finger, but they don't, go into that. I think I remember, the Megami 33 thing says, like, I just cut my finger open. I'll be gonna totally ignore that fact, because if I bleed more, I'll lose more weight.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, it's pretty amazing. But alright, so anyway, you're here at the lake for sightseeing? No, I'm looking for something. Stone by the name of Nephlite. Okay, so we're looking for Nephlite stone. If I don't find it, someone's gonna die.
Oh, okay.
There's stone around here like that. Okay, so he knows what we're talking about, huh? Perhaps someone in the village will know. The village? Yeah, not to know all outsiders this, but I'm in Medias. In the forest, surrounded by the trees. Most people think it's too hard to get as far as the village, but everyone who makes it there gets one of these pendants. I have one more, so I'll give them to you. Alright, so he's letting us have the hookup to go there. Thanks to her cooking, at least. Now we have it, we can go to the village. Alright, let's do it. As I said, when we get there, I'll do the save, and we'll end for the night. It is nice, and it does, if nothing else, it also gives, like, the worldwide perspective of this. Not to mention just everything else for it. Alright, so this is my village. Dad's the chief. While you're here, you can stay at my house. I have to go look something up in the village literature. Right, that being said, I do want to see where I need to go, because, yeah, this is definitely different as far as the village. Alright, yeah, she doesn't want to talk to me. That tree in the center of the village is a protection god. Some weird monsters have gotten inside of it, though. And if anyone were to go inside and manage to return alive, we call them a hero. Alright, you know what? Fine. Fine. As one last thing, since we'll get to 5 hours with this, let's explore town, and then I'll stop at the inn and I'll save. Because every time you go to an inn, there'll be a save point there. Alright, so we don't want the girl from the other village to come. Show the village chief's property you kept here. Yeah, we'll see what happens to that in a few weeks. Are you lost? I guess so. You go to the mayor's house in Diaz? No, I did not. There's a boy or girl there you should talk to. Alright, so we'll have to go to the mayor's house. I guess we'll Yeah, maybe we'll do that. All right, the inn is over there. And at least the inn and the item shop are next to each other. Where are we from? From the neighboring village? Explain yourself. Yeah, I'm thinking Landstalker, which has something like that. And at some point we gotta do Landstalker because the game's amazing. Have you played that?
No.
It's on Sega Genesis. It came out from Climax Software, who developed it. It's kind of like a Zelda take. It's a game that was on Sega Genesis. I missed it growing up, and I hate myself every day for not playing that because I said I would have loved this game. Actually, I discovered it only a couple of years ago, but it's awesome. It's another case where you have cases of perspective of village, strife, and also the idea of, like, I guess the elder's daughter.
What's it called?
Oh, Landstalker. Oh, no. Yeah, Landstalker. I was thinking Time Stalkers was on Dreamcast. Actually, the Christianians play that one. I have not played that much. Yeah, I'll show it at some point. Actually, I think I mentioned it when we did Gunstar Heroes. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. No, we did. No. No, yeah, I know. I did mention when we did Gunstar Heroes because the Sega Genesis mini we're using on that does have Landstalker on it, and it's awesome. I'll show that off. That'll definitely go on the RPGs I want to show pile, for sure. And yeah, we'll definitely get to any of those RPGs that I want. And said anything, Dolphin, you want to see, anything chat you want to see, whether it's RPG or anything, the sky's the limit of this program, and we will not put limitations on it unless there's content reasons. And I said, though, if there are, we'll do stuff off screen for like a YouTube site case. So like, hey, if it's something that we can't show this way, parts of it or all of it will go on the YouTube site. We'll make that work for what those games are, but we'll do those eventually. Alright, so yeah, let's see what's going on. Okay, you. Why do all the girls in this village refuse to talk to me? Because you become George's bride. Okay, so in that case, that's good. There must be some kind of mistake. I think he's a cool guy and all, but I could never be his bride. I mean, she did say she wanted to have a boyfriend, if nothing else. So is George-san getting married to that other person? Who? What are you talking about? Does he have a lover? Yes. What bad luck. It's hopeless for me this time. Well, Lita will find her match eventually, I think. The village chief doesn't like it. Okay, so that's a benefit in her favor.
Yeah.
Who is it, though? A girl from the neighboring village called Mary. She's the daughter of that village's chief, which goes also... Landstalker is something very similar to this. I don't know if they're pulling from Landstalker for this. We've had a falling out with the neighboring village. Again, Landstalker, I keep mentioning that.
Romeo and Juliet, huh?
That too, potentially. Hey, and that's the other thing. You've always brought the Shakespeare perspectives, or some of the deep culture that way. And as I said, difference of people on show of what they've got to offer, which is what I love. And there's different perspectives on game anyway, whether it's this one or anything.
Hatfields and McCoys.
That true as well. As I said, you're never going to see a Sailor Moon or the story play that is going into that.
Yeah.
I will promise you that. It's like, we'll make this unique. Myself, guests I have on, and chat, all of you, and I love that. Seems to choose marriage will never happen. Want to help them get back together? Yeah, do you? Well, fine. She has to go back to Tokyo, so fine, whatever. Girls Village want to as well, but, well, marriage between them isn't a good idea, I think. Well, she's saying, I think, well, fine. We've only met George, because, okay, that's who that was. I didn't know who it was. But alright, let's see what's going on. Well, here is George. Let's talk to him. Mary? In over 3 years, we weren't friends with the village. We're not friends with the village. We're great. There were a way to reconcile, but where is it? Toward the east. Are you gonna go see Mary? I'm bringing us back together. Well, that goes to the idea that she also likes being potentially a matchmaker that way.
That's right.
Or it's weird also to go back to that. I keep mentioning that Too Many Boyfriends episode or Girlfriends, where she wants to break up. Oh, fine. The idea is the thought that Andrew has Rita, who has an assignment she's going to be going on in Africa, I believe it is. And she wants to be with Andrew that way, but she also kind of gets talking with Rita at one point. She kind of is playing the line that way of saying, like, you know what, trying to talk her into going, over this. Like, don't blow this opportunity for you to have for your education. Yeah. But then she says, like, who knows, maybe when you come back, you could pick up where you left off. But then she thinks in her mind, so like, wait, why did I say that? Like, maybe I'm not good at this, sabotaging relationship stuff.
Right.
It's like, she has her perspective, like, wait a minute, no.
Yeah.
We mentioned, or fine, chat mentioned, the song mentioned, we mentioned, Sailor Mercury always doing the right thing. Lead it to a certain extent as well, even though if it's something she wants, she's gonna somehow slip up and say, like, no, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do the moral thing this way, even though it's like, it's going against my best interest, although in this case, or what I would personally want. So I guess she's, if nothing else, she's not necessarily selfish to that, interestingly enough. So, as I said, and that was something, even the dub we got went into. So that's the idea. All right, let me talk to him. Don't marry that girl from the other village. I completely forbid it. Good. We will go find her at the village next month or in 3 weeks. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go walk back to the hotel. We're gonna have a nice sleep, and
It's pretty there.
we're gonna enjoy the pretty sight of this area. And oh, here's the tree.
Oh,
Yeah, fine, let's show the tree.
like the tree.
Yeah, it's the next dungeon case. Actually, you know what?
Nice tree.
You know, before I do that, I'm gonna go sit. You know what? Fine. This will take us out to 5 hours. Then this is how I'm rationalizing 5 hours of this game. I'm gonna go in the inn. I'm gonna save. Yeah, we'll save.
Yay.
We'll do that, and then I'm gonna go to the tree because I think there's battles in there. I was like, wait a minute, I don't want to get myself killed before anything. Otherwise, we start this whole
Right.
cycle again. All right, fine. Here's the tree. Let's go in the tree. Just show it off and feasibly show myself getting myself killed by stuff. Remember, Lita is a fighter, and there's the prophet. So let's kill the prophet. You know, in fact, let's use the sparkling wide pressure. Okay, Sonic waved me. Oh crap! All right, yeah, this is not good. Oh, it's only gonna, you know, thunder me. All right, fine. Let's do the Jupiter Thunder Crash. All right, and it missed. All right, fine. Punch her. Oh Christ! See, this is why I said, you know what? We're gonna run away. Yeah, we're running away. I'm like, yeah, no way I'm doing that. I'm gonna get myself. Yeah, that's for next month. Next month I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll also get my formation set right now, just so I have a sense of what that is. Because even okay, fine. I'm right in front. I'm still gonna get myself killed. So, and she's at lower level. Because again, we only had one fight in the train with everybody. She's at level 6, so we're gonna have to get that taken care of. But that's fine. Yeah, sometimes it's good to know when to pick your battles, I guess. Especially because of this one. The first monster. Oh, let's see. Hang on. Let's see. The first monster of S. Oh, really? Okay, so that's good to know as far as that as well. I guess that we just saw. All right, fine. Let's. Oh no! Before we save, I'm taking a nap. Cost 500 yen to stay this in. No problem. Yeah, there we go. I'll say that's what we're gonna deal with next time. I mean, I guess I could feasibly off-screen grind that. I was like, no, I don't think I should. I think we gotta deal with that. But alright, let's do a save. So there's page 36.
Wow. Okay.
Which, by the way, that number on page, by the way, that's based on how many times you save for the purpose of that. So you know what? I'll tell you what we'll do. Raise the first victim of the Heart Snatchers. Oh, right. Yeah, I'll have to go back to S, you're right. And a lot of that is on Hulu, so yeah. I can rationalize that. You know what? Fine, let's step in front of the tree for a nice ending shot there. So yeah, there you go. And at some point for the other parts as well, I think I might have mentioned this to you at some point, is that I'll put in different things in just the title screen usually as far as like the thumbnail when this goes on the YouTube site. So that'll be the idea. This could be a good one. You know, if I think the title screen is not worth having, I might feasibly use this as the thumbnail maybe, but I'll decide that eventually. But alright, so yeah, that's where we're going next time there, and also to the East Village so we can get Mary and see what's going on with that, with her and George. But okay, I think with that, we're almost at 5 hours, so I think they'll probably do it as far as Super Old Game Saturday for this week, and for part 1 of Sailor Moon of the Story. Thank you, Dollyfin, for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, as far as the other parts, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna be able to have that set for you being here on the other parts as far as on the show, but then again, also the chat concept on top of that. And I know that's something you like to come on the show for the purpose of that, so feel free to jump in on that as well. And we can have more stuff going on our memories with Sailor Moon and other stuff, anime, Toonami, everything else, and go this deeper. And feasibly, by that point, I'll also maybe seen some of the other animes that chat has mentioned, you've mentioned,
Yes.
and maybe get other perspectives on Sailor Moon as well as we then join Sailor Jupiter over here with what we got going. But alright, so with that being the end of the show for tonight, let's do the last piece of business, which is looking at the next couple of weeks and going through the schedule. Alright, next week we're keeping the Super Nintendo out again for another licensed game that is not as good as this one. That is Batman Forever for Super Nintendo. You ever play that?
No.
Okay, yeah. I mentioned that game a lot and how you're gonna have to hold on because it's a cartridge game with loading. Or, fine, every time you go in a room there's loading. It's a beat-em-up game with Batman that plays a lot like Mortal Kombat as far as how the controls are. But there's aspects of the controls, including the fact that it's weird because you're running the Mortal Kombat controls of all your punches on the buttons, jump up on the D-pad, but it's kind of like a little bit platform case. Batman Forever, huzzah! You want to see that? Okay, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And the reason we're doing it, by the way, is just to reiterate this, is because it's the April Fool's Day episode, and yeah, we're gonna do that. Let's play a game that's either not so hot or something that's weird to that. So, whether that beat 'em up or the other idea of that, because not only is that you have to do the jump up on the D-pad, which makes sense for like Mortal Kombat, but I have to use the grapple hook to get up things. You have to hit the select button for the grapple hook, weirdly enough. And in order to do up, just shoot it straight up, you have to hit select and up very specifically. And if you don't do that, yeah, it's just not gonna work.
Oh my word.
Yeah, we'll get into the angry video game nerds takedown of that, saying like the controls in this game are like something you do for a cheat code, not a basic mood you have to do in order to play the game.
Wow.
But yeah, we're gonna do Batman Forever, and look, you could play that on multiple systems. It's on Sega Genesis, it's on Game Gear, it's on Game Boy, it's even on the PC. But the Super Nintendo version is seen as the worst one because of certain aspects, and there was a Console Wars episode of that as well that went into it. We're gonna give that a play, and we'll get the Batman take going on. Because like, we like the DC stuff we've mentioned, and hey, we'll look at that, and we'll take the good with the bad, and we'll also have fun. That's the other thing. Snark and, comments from Peanut Gallery are going to be encouraged. Also, the idea of, what is this? Sometimes that can be the most enjoyable thing. Is that, as I said, I've said this before when you've been in the chat and things, saying like, hey, I haven't played some of the games you've mentioned. I said like, you know what, certain degree, that's fine, because, hey, if you're looking at something coming at fresh and saying like, wait a minute, what's this? And, I mean, it even makes people like me who've played games, some of these games before, look at that a little differently and get a sense of, all right, fine, I didn't really have that perspective. And I love that you're bringing that. You, Dollyfin, you, ElecVerse, everybody else in chat as well. And I appreciate that. And I like that this is what this show has become, really.
Great. Well,
so,
thank you.
and I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, Batman Forever is next week, and then the week after that, I did talk with Protorova. We are going to be continuing The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. It'll be part 4. We'll be done with that in May, by the way. So May is going to be the finale of that. And then June, the Crochet Nerd and I will be doing Majora's Mask. We're starting that one off. But yeah, 2 weeks is going to be Ocarina of Time with him. I'm looking forward to that as well. The week after that, we're going to come back to this game. Because I'm like, all right, fine, we're going to do a couple weeks for this. How this is working is 5 hours, give or take, until we finish it each month. So yeah, 3 weeks about that is going to be when I'm going to be doing the next part of Sailor Moon of the Story. The week after that is going to be Nocturne returning to the show. We're playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles again. We're playing it, though, as Sonic and Tails. So it's going to be a co-op run. First case we've had co-op run on the show. And we are also playing it in a different version. And I'm not going to give it away. You might be able to guess maybe what it might be. But that being said, we are going to show it off a little differently. It's not just going to be the game we played. Because we did Sonic 3 and Knuckles back in October. I played as Knuckles, and I'll tell you this. I'll lay this story out. The reason I played it that way, as I said, we're going to Sonic games a month. I can't not play that game to cover that for the year. But I said, Nocturne and I were going to be doing Sonic 3 and Knuckles together at some point, and I said, I want to honor that when I said we were going to do that, like about a year or so ago. But we weren't able to get scheduling going. It took us a while just to get back to Mega Man Legends. Frankly, we did. So at that point, I was like, we're going to do this. We wanted to do this eventually, so we're going to do that, and we're going to do it in a very unique way, and I think it's something you're going to like. And then at the end of the month, ElecVerse, your request, I know you wanted to see this. We're playing F-Zero X for the Nintendo 64. Oh. You played that?
No, but I'd like to see that one.
It's awesome. I mean, it's a great game. The reason I'm having that later in the month, though, is because I want to have everything unlocked. I'm going to lock all the cars. I'm going to lock all the courses. I'm going to lock the X Cup, which is randomly generated, by the way. So all the levels we see that, we're only going to see them when we play that. They're totally randomly set up for that game. It's very interesting. Oh, hell yeah. And I know you've been looking forward to that because you said, hey, I loved F-Zero X #1. I want to get the Switch Online expansion pack that I have qualms with for this game, #2, and I'm going to buy another Switch again for the purpose of it. Right there it says, yeah, you've loved that game, and it's a great game, seen often as the pinnacle of the F-Zero racing franchise, and I guess if nothing else, to give the reminder of why F-Zero is a franchise worth talking about, and one that I guess people really want another one. Nintendo has not gone back to the franchise in quite a while. I mean, arguably since Mario Kart 8 had course based on it. There's also something in Nintendo Land on Wii U that had it, but the last F-Zero game specifically, that was a unique one, was in 2005. That was on the Game Boy Advance. That was F-Zero GP Legend. Never played that one, but it's kind of like Maximum Velocity, which I love that one. The one on the Game Boy Advance. We'll show that eventually. And the other F-Zeros. I have to get GX, but that's going to be a little bit of money. But we're starting with F-Zero X, and I am looking forward to playing that. I'm going to give that game all the speedy love that is there. And I love hearing all of your memories and insights about it. Okay, with that all down, I think we are set to close the show off. Thank you very much for watching the show. I appreciate every one of you coming into this, whether it's here on Twitch here for the show itself or on the YouTube site later for that. And yeah, by the way, ElecVerse, I want to respond to something, your comment on the Mega Man Legends part last time. I thank you for your condolences on that Nintendo 64 version for it. I will actually have a specific comment to that a little later, but yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you, chat, for that. Thank you, Dollyfin, for joining me. I appreciate that.
Thank you for
And yeah, of course, you're welcome anytime in this program. And any games you want to have, call dibs on them. We'll do it. In fact, I will say this. Since you're here, I will specifically say this. I know one game you've called dibs on is Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo. When that comes, because you have a lot of memories on that one, as do I. So, yeah, that's all yours. When we come back to Tetris Attack, that will be yours. That being said, the other takes like it, like the Pokemon Puzzle League and some of the other ones, I will probably do those myself. As I said, Tetris Attack is your case. Besides, remember, the case is that you like Tetris Attack more than you like Pokemon Puzzle League. You're like, I don't like this controller playing this. I think it's annoying hearing Sabrina saying, I told you so. Like, that was the case of you doing that. Or Tetris Attack, or fine. They're the same cases, but yeah, Tetris Attack is her jurisdiction. She'll be involved when we get to that eventually. But at some point, we'll figure that out and we'll make that happen. No problem. All right, with that, you guys got good taste. I appreciate that. Thank you. And so do you. ElecVerse, appreciate that. And thank you for tuning in for the show. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. I'll see you next week for Batman Forever for the Super Nintendo. Until then, have a great night. Have a great weekend for the rest of it and a great week come forward. I'll see you next week with Batman Forever at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a great night. Take care.
Good night, ElecVerse. Take care.